and that was when he was so
in the video on e4.
muito então
Hi everyone, Stepan here. Hi everyone, Stepan here. In today's video I'm going to start the series on the Queen's Gambit Accepted. It's going to be the new opening in the d4 series. And this is going to be a simple and short series, only 4 videos long. This is going to be an introductory video where I'm going to try to explain the idea behind the opening. And then in 3 separate videos we are going to be looking at 3 main variations of the opening, the main line and the 2 main alternatives.
Hey folks.
So the Queen's Gambit Accepted is a very underrated opening, which is what makes it extremely interesting for me, and I think it should be interesting for most d5 players who respond classically to d4, because it's very unexplored on anything below, I would say, FIDE master or international master level. And it's not really taken seriously. Most people don't expect it. Most people just play against it without knowing the theory. And most people actually hope they will not face it. And still, most players who respond to d4 with d5 will either play the Queen's Gambit declined, or they will play the Slav or the semi-Slav or whatever. But the Queen's Gambit accepted is a very interesting opening. So let's get into the opening. So after d4, d5, white plays the Queen's Gambit. Black now doesn't play c6 or e6, he takes. Now, firstly, what's the idea behind the Queen's Gambit? Well, the Queen's Gambit is a pawn sacrifice, which isn't a real pawn sacrifice, because most often black doesn't take the pawn. Then the second most common scenario is that black takes the pawn and white regains it easily. And thirdly, there's the option of black taking the pawn and white getting huge compensation for that, which happens in most cases. So the compensation happens in most cases. So white is actually hoping for d takes c4 in theory of the Queen's Gambit. At least that's the way it used to be in the 19th century or whenever, 18th century. Why? Because then white can expand with e4 and white has this tremendous central control for a cost of a pawn which can hardly be defended. In fact, it's attacked immediately. Defending it is kind of awkward. So that's what I think it used to be about. And then on my level and anything below serious, like professional chess player, I think most people don't know how to prove compensation when black takes. So d takes c4, the Queen's Gambit accepted. White has a couple of options at his disposal. The two variations which I'm going to mention first are sidelines, and they will branch out of the main line more often, although white has the option to play them straight away. One of them is Queen a4 check, which is, excuse me, I just saw that on the screen. I wrote Queen a5 check. That's a typo, so it's Queen a4. So after Queen a4 check, this is the Mannheim variation, or the accelerated Mannheim variation, which we are going to be seeing in the main lines after knight f3, so I'm not going to talk about it here. And the second sideline is the so-called Showalter variation, which starts usually after knight f3 and then knight c3, but it's going to transpose. So if white plays one of these two moves on move 3 and you know the main line, then you're not going to be in trouble. The three separate variations I'm going to be covering in 3 videos are knight f3, which is the main line, e3, which is the main sideline, and then e4, which is basically the only alternative to calm positions, which I'm going to try to show you in a moment. So knight f3. So Queen a4. Hi everyone, Stepan here. In today's video I'm going to continue the series on the Queen's Gambit accepted with the most straightforward way for white to fight it, which is e4, mostly known as the central variation, but recently it's been known as the Sadoleto variation. Central variation because it takes up the center, so that's easier to remember. So what are we looking at? After d4, d5, c4, the Queen's Gambit, black accepts the Queen's Gambit. Now the whole idea for black is, well, I have an extra pawn, white will have to waste time to recapture it, and once white establishes his broad center in any way, I'm going to strike at it with the moves c5 or e5 and break open the center. And basically, once white has wasted time to regain the pawn and I have wasted time to break up his newly expanded center, the position is going to be equal because both sides are going to have 5 pawns like this, everything else is going to be liquidated, it's going to be equal, or black is going to be better. That's what black is saying. And white is saying, oh, well, he took my pawn, I'm going to regain the pawn and have the broad center, and then I'm going to keep my center secure. So that's what white is trying to do. Now, what we are going to be looking at in the next 2 videos, pawn to e3 and knight f3, are far more solid and less concrete. e4, the central variation, is, well, much more ambitious. So e4 simply questions the whole black strategy and claims huge central space, and if white can manage to get in either e5 or d5 unpunished, then he will have much more space, much more central control, and most importantly, the black knights will always have to step forward carefully because any advance could chase them away. And if the advance has already happened, then the knights don't even have their most natural squares. So e4 in its nature is a very attacking variation because For example, if e5 happens, then the natural defender of the h7 square is gone and the b1 h7 diagonal is open. So that's one attacking team. So if you want to play aggressively against the Queen's Gambit accepted, then e4 is what you should be doing, in my opinion. Now, one more thing. If black doesn't liquidate his c7 pawn quickly, if he doesn't strike at the center, then once white recaptures his pawn, then there's going to be annoying pressure down the c file as well, which is semi-open for white. So that's another theme to bear in mind. Okay, now what can black do about that? Well, there are a couple of options. You can play in Alekhine style with knight f6, which is going to, if you know the Alekhine defense, or if you play e4, or sorry, Alekhine if you're English speaking, then the teams are going to be almost identical. The knight c6, which resembles the Nimzovich defense a lot, here it's called the modern defense. I would just call it the Nimzovich system if knight f6 is the Alekhine system, which is again highly provocative. And then we're going to be looking at e5, which is the main move, just trying to punish the fact that white hasn't played knight f3, and then c5 and b5. And if you haven't seen the introductory video to the Queen's Gambit accepted, please do. I've actually changed my mind since yesterday as to which variation I like best. Okay, so let's start with the main line. That's just simplest to remember. Not the simplest variation to remember, but it's simplest to go through the main line first. Okay, so black plays e5. Now what does this do? Well, firstly, it challenges the center straight away. If white should, for example, capture, then this is simply equal. It's even slightly better for black, in my opinion. After bishop c4, knight e5, the bishop drops back somewhere, and black has perfect development. So after e5, that's really not a viable option. d5 also sort of relinquishes central control. Now it can be played, but after knight f6, and for example knight c3, then c6 undermines this center, bishop takes c4, you can play bishop b4, and I mean, it's not bad for white, but this is what black is trying to do to a broad center. He's trying to overextend it. So in a sense, this e5 variation is going to be quite similar to the Grunfeld defense. It's just that you're starting to put pressure on d4 with your e5 pawn and your bishop is not fianchettoed. But the idea is the same. You're trying to provoke white forward and you're trying to break open the center. So d5 would kind of be going into black's hands because it's very easy to play c6 afterwards. So against e5, white simply plays the delayed knight f3, threatening to take a pawn and saying, well, there's not much you can do about it. So black, and this is the good part now, has limited options, fairly limited options. And if you don't do anything, white will capture with the knight and simply be two pawns, simply be a pawn up after he takes here as well. So black can either take on d4 or gain a tempo with bishop b4 check. I actually prefer bishop b4 check, which is a sideline. Now here white has two options. Knight f to d2 is not good because you relinquish central control, and then if knight f to d2, then simply pawn takes, or even queen takes, just keeping your c4 pawn as well. So that would be good. So after bishop b4 check, you can play knight c3 or bishop d2. Knight c3 is considered to be the main line. Now e d4, knight d4, and knight e7. Knight e7 is a pattern that white uses against the Alekhine or the Alekhine that you want to prevent. And also this happens in the Grunfeld for white. White plays knight f to e2, so that if bishop g4 happens, you can play f3, thus controlling d4 some more. In this case, white wants to keep control over d5. So if at any point bishop g5 happens, then you can just play f6, also stopping e5, controlling d5. So knight e7, bishop takes on c4, now the material is equal, and knight b to c6, bishop to e3 defends the knight, castles, and this I think is fairly pleasant for black. I mean, he has a 3-2 pawn majority on the queen side, white has a 4-3 on the king side, which is a bit harder to utilize. White, of course, has more space, more piece activity. The development is actually equal after white castles, and black, for example, plays bishop somewhere. So this is okay. And after bishop b4, if white plays bishop to d2, then you exchange. Knight b takes d2 is less common than knight f takes, actually, because you want the c3 square for your knight. But I think it's much easier to play knight b takes. And now e takes d4, and bishop takes c4. And again, this should be, I think, a fairly easy position for black. Just remember that you play knight c6 and play normal moves. c5 is really not good because after castles, something like knight c6, rook c1, and there's tons of pressure on c5 already. If you play something like b6, then bishop d5. So for example, knight g7, bishop b5, let's say bishop to g4, and now rook takes c5, and everything starts falling apart. So yeah, bishop b4 is an okay move. Just remember that in this position you continue with knight c6 and live with the fact that this pawn may be captured, but I mean, that's your extra pawn, so you can give it up. Okay, so that's the sideline bishop b4 check. By far more popular is e takes d4, simply exchanging straight away. And after bishop takes c4, you again have your extra pawn on d5. So for the moment, black has 7 pawns, white has 6. Now, you're not going to be keeping this pawn, and let me just show you. Well, don't be greedy in this position. If, for example, you say, well, I'm going to keep my pawn, I play c5, then you actually lose straight away to knight e5. It's not like plus a million, it's plus 1, but for white, but knight e5 is a very strong move. There's pressure on f7, which you have to react to. If you start with something like knight c6, then bishop f7. So you basically have to play either bishop e6 or allow knight h6, bishop h6, and then bishop f7. So bishop e6 is your only move. And now bishop takes e6, f takes e6, queen h5 check. And this is not pleasant. This is just a bad position. Everything is falling apart. g6, of course, fails to knight g6. So after bishop takes c4, you don't have the option of playing c5, so you play knight c6, defending the pawn for the moment with the knight white castles. And again, now bishop e6 is the move you want to play. You want to get rid of this pressure on f7. I know it sounds, well, kind of bad to put your f1 on e6, but if you ever play the Semislav in the, I don't remember the name of the line, but bishop e6, f6 is common. So here white has two options. Bishop takes e6 is a weird line for black, or I should say an uncomfortable line for black, because after takes and f takes and queen b3 putting pressure, queen d7 defending, and let's say queen takes b7, now the material is equal. The white queen is misplaced. Black has managed to develop some of his pieces while white is yet to develop his queen side. Yeah, and actually after b3 castles bishop b2, the black king is fairly safe. You could even consider something like e5. So this seems visually unappealing, but it's actually good for black. White does have the c4 square, he has the f5 square, and it's not that white is worse, but you have this passed pawn and you can actually challenge both squares. So yeah, I would be happy playing this if I saw it before. Otherwise, I would be scared. But the main line is bishop b5, pinning the knight and trying to release, trying to exert more pressure on d4. So now bishop c5, you defend your pawn. b4. Now this shouldn't really be taken with the bishop because then the d4 pawn drops. So bishop b6. Now a4. And in this line, white gains a ton of space, and I can understand why white likes playing this way. So we have to play a6. Bishop c6, bc6, a5, bishop a7, and now bishop develops to b2, and you don't have a way to defend your pawn anymore. So after knight f6, bishop takes, you don't have to take there, you can just take on e4. And again, black has 6 pawns, white has 5, but your extra pawn is really nothing. After queen d1 takes, the rook takes, something like knight d4, and bishop here. It's equal. But the fact that it's equal gives me great confidence in this move e5. So if this is the final position out of the opening, you reach on move 14 or move 16, then I'm happy. So after e5, that's the position you are trying to reach. Okay, now let's have a look at the Alekhine system. Excuse me. So the Alekhine system is the move knight f6, which very similar to the Alekhine defense or the Alekhine defense. So e5, of course, knight d5. So this is the Alekhine defense. Just for some reason, there's a pawn here instead of here. So, okay, bishop takes c4, knight b6. Bishop to b3. Bishop d3 is also possible. Let me just show you that quickly. But after knight c6, bishop e3, there's this annoying move, knight b4. And I'm not a fan of this because after bishop e4, black gets to play f5. And now ef6, ef6 gives black, well, two very good bishops, a very good queen. Both knights are active. I don't know. It's supposed to be better for white, but I would enjoy playing black here. Especially because, well, let's say knight f3. And now you can set up a blockade on d5 and, well, try to just play with your two bishops, castle eventually, and have good pressure. So if I'm white, I'm playing bishop b3. White plays knight c6, and now here's the pattern from the Alekhine defense, and this I would love you to remember if you're going to play knight f6, and also if you play d4 and the queen's gambit, then this you have to know against knight f6. So in the Alekhine, you want to play knight e2 to stop bishop g4, or against the Alekhine. If you play knight f3, then bishop g4 can happen. So here the main move is knight e2 as well. If you play knight f3, there's a forced draw both sides have to be aware of. So of course you want to punish knight f3 with bishop g4. That's the point. But now white has an extremely beautiful move, knight g5. And of course, if you don't take the queen, then you would have to play bishop e6, and then you would be lost anyway. So you have to take the queen, bishop takes d1, but now this is a forced draw, bishop f7, king d7, bishop e6, and you just repeat into a draw. So after knight e6, if white plays knight f3, well then you could go for bishop g4 as black if you're happy with the draw. If not, well then go for bishop g4 anyway, because there's nothing better. So white should play knight e2. Again, if if you're playing a grandmaster, then play knight f3 and hope for bishop g4. Okay, now since bishop g4 would be met with f3, black plays bishop f5, and black wants to play a Caro-Kann with the pawn on c7, striking at the center later on with the move c5. So ideas like knight e7, knight d5, c5. Knight b to c3, e6, white castles, queen to d7, normal development, bishop to e3, and now, again, you could play in several different ways. This is one of the ways. The main move here is actually castle's queen side, so you can do that. Arguably, the king is safer here because, well, okay, so again, if you're playing a grandmaster, then play knight f3 and hope for bishop g4. Okay, now since bishop g4 would be met with f3, black plays bishop f5, and black wants to play a Caro-Kann with the pawn on c7, striking at the center later on with the move c5. So ideas like knight e7, knight d5, c5. Knight b to c3, e6, white castles, queen to d7, normal development, bishop to e3, and now, again, you could play in several different ways. This is one of the ways. The main move here is actually castle's queen side, so you can do that. Arguably, the king is safer here because, well, you don't have a knight on f6 and there's a pawn on e5. Okay, but rook c1, king b8, something like knight a4, pawn to f6 undermining the center, and this is pleasant. If black knows what he's doing, this is pleasant. Again, white has more space and should be equal. Okay, now knight c6, which is called the modern defense, is the variation I like least. First, I'm going to show you a queen sack line for white, which you have to know if you play knight c6, and then I'm going to show you the main line. The queen sack line starts with bishop to e3, and after knight f6, well, most moves are actually natural, they're not forced. So knight c3 defending the pawn, and now white plays the move e5, which is also the most natural move. Now, again, taking queen takes queen, rook takes queen, knight e5, defending the c4 pawn. So d5, natural. Knight a5, the most natural move, defending the pawn. Knight f3 is normal, attacking e5, and bishop d6 is again normal. So not forced, but the most natural move. So now, if two humans are playing, well, why not win the knight on a5? That seems obvious to me. So queen a4. This actually loses the queen if you take the knight, but white should have enough compensation. So bishop d7, queen takes knight, and now pawn to a6. Now, of course, with these two bishops, you can see that the queen has absolutely no scope, and that b6 would win the queen. So the reason why I play a6 first is because if you play b6 immediately, then queen a6. Okay, so bishop takes c4, b6, and now queen takes a6, rook takes a6, bishop takes a6. In this position, black is supposed to be equal. The material is, so both sides have a rook, both sides have a knight, let's look at this. Both sides have a bishop, both sides have a bishop. So it's rook and knight versus queen, and white has a pawn for that. So material is actually perfectly level. But white is able to create a passed pawn on the a file, already supported by the beautiful bishop on e3 and by the rook on a1. I would want to be white here, but okay, let's actually see the live book. One game played from this position. It was Karpov-Lotier, and it was a draw. It was in 1996, so Karpov was strong. Karpov was playing white. So I think it's an okay line. Of course, if black doesn't know it, then it's going to be a great surprise. Okay, but against knight c6, the main move is knight f3, and that's far less exciting. Bishop g4, of course, you use the fact that the knight went to f3. And now this may surprise you, d5. So maybe knight c6 is okay, because the moves don't come naturally, in my opinion. Sorry. I don't think it's natural to play d5 here, because knight e5 double attacks the knight. Now, in this position also, the next move may surprise you. I mean, if a human that who doesn't know this variation is playing, I'm expecting bishop e2. But the move is bishop f4, attacking the knight. And now actually taking is much better for white, which again surprises me. F3, knight g6, and queen a4 check is just much better, because queen d7 takes. White has this very solid pawn structure in the center. White has the two bishops. Of course, white has all of his pieces out already once knight c3 is played. So, and of course he could, after retreating the bishop, just take this pawn, because let's say here and b5 and a4, and if a6 takes, you don't have c6. So you're going to get this pawn. So after bishop f4, not bishop takes f3, but knight g6, attacking the bishop. The bishop travels back to e3, and now we play knight f6. Knight c3, white could also capture straight away, but knight c3 is better. And now e5, you have to fight for central control. And this is why I don't like this Nimzovich type system with knight c6, because you have to play aggressively, you have to seek activity on every turn, and that's, I don't like to be forced into having to seek activity. Okay, so e5, bishop c4, a6, yeah, bishop e2, bishop d6. This sort of Benoni bishop instead of the pawn, I don't like it. Knight d2, bishop d7, declining the trade. I mean, the position is okay, it's not that black is worse or anything, but I just don't find it pleasant. Queen e7, rook to c1, and now b5 expanding. So again, you can play this, it's going to surprise white, but I wouldn't recommend it. Okay, now c5, which used to be my favorite move, is no longer my favorite move. I'm going to show you why. Okay, so after c5, which is the most natural, just breaking the center straight away, there are a couple of options. dc5, let's just say that is not good because of queen takes, king takes, and e6 exclam. And now with bishop c4, then of course bishop c5, and if bishop e3 defending the pawn, then knight f6, bishop c4, knight e4, and you're picking up the other pawn as well, unless b4 is played, in which case you play a5. So pleasant. So against c5, there are basically two moves, knight f3 and d5. Knight f3 is slightly inferior, so cd4. Now you can see the similarity to e5. It's just that you're trading off your flank pawn. So queen d4, knight d4, and this is just completely equal. Bishop takes c4, knight c6. This is the most boring variation in the world. Pawn structure symmetrical, development equal, dreadful. So if you're playing for a win with white, don't play this. The way to challenge c5 is to play d5. Now, there's the main move, which I don't like anymore, and there's a sideline which I would recommend. The main move is knight f6. It has been played around 300 times. e6, which I would recommend, has been played around 150 times. Now, why don't I like knight f6? Well, after knight f6, knight c3, you play b5 here. And after b5, this pawn cannot be taken. If knight takes b5, then queen a5, knight c3, knight takes e4 is just winning for black. Much better for black. However, after b5, there are a couple of options for white which are extremely dangerous for black. The best move is bishop f4. And now you are forced into a variation that's simply no good for black. I mean, I tried many things. Whatever I tried, it's simply no good. You have to play queen a5. It's just the best move. And now the bishop drops back to d2. Okay, and now you have two options. You can play e5, which has never been played. The engine recommends it. And no, actually, excuse me, it has been played twice. It's not this line. You can play e5, and after d takes e6, bishop takes e6, e5, you actually play knight c6, giving up a knight. And now ef6, castles queenside. And this is just mental. This has never been played. Black is supposed to be equal, but I just don't want to play this. I don't know how to prove compensation for a knight with all of the pawns in front of my king having moved away. So you can try this. You can put this on an engine. Let me turn it on. Okay, yeah, now it says +1 for white, but my laptop is... I didn't keep it running. Eventually it says black is okay. Now, after bishop d2, the main move is b4, and this is objectively worse for black. So after b4, we have e5, and bc3, bishop takes c3, queen a6. And now what? ef6, ef6, b3, ton of pressure, bishop e7, bishop takes c4. This is just a disgusting position for black. Another option, if after b5 white wants to be even more aggressive, he can simply play e5 on move 4. Where we sort of transpose after b4, it's just that queen a5 hasn't been played. E takes f6, bc3. F takes e7 is actually not that good because bishop takes e7, bc3. And castles give black a much safer king. So after bc3, white just plays bc3, and ef6, bishop c4, bishop d6. Again, it's a very messy position for black. This I just don't want to play. So, to avoid all of that, after c5, d5, I would recommend the very quiet move e6. And this is a very nice move. Of course, if the pawn is taken, you get to exchange queens, stop white from castling, and play bishop e6 defending c4. Let me just show you that. So here, takes, and bishop e6. Perfect, extra pawn, safe. So after e6, white cannot take. If white advances, then you take. Pawn up, thank you. So white has to play bishop c4. So we're already limiting his options. And now, you simply trade off, or you can go into a more complicated line, which I wouldn't recommend, with knight f6. And after knight c3, ed, knight d, knight d, bishop e7. This is actually the main way to play, and should be equal. Let's say knight f3, castles kingside, queen b6, bishop e3. Yeah, this pawn shouldn't be taken because rook b1 and you lose material. So yeah, this should be equal. But I think it's much more interesting to exchange straight away. And after ed5, bishop takes d5 to just play bishop d6. Now again, there's this Benoni bishop, but for the moment you're stopping e5, which I should just mention could be played. Let me just remember what the refutation is. I actually don't remember. I saw this in one game. Okay, the game is Kochka Zolt Nemet Zoltan, the 2200 players. I don't know why I remembered this now. But I'm going to turn on the engine to see how to refute this. Okay, it's actually better for white, so the engine likes this move. It doesn't take, it plays bishop c7, and after... Wait, what happens if it takes? Sorry for this, I just... okay. Yeah, and the queen is loose. Okay, sorry. So that's the point. You can actually play e5. So if e5, you play bishop c7, losing a tempo, the pawn advanced, and you don't have knight f6, but it's going to be okay. Okay, but the more natural move is knight f3, supporting e5. And now you play knight f6. And in this position, well, e5 would allow knight takes d5. So bishop g5, pinning the knight, h6 unpinning, bishop to h4, and castles kingside. So again, I think this is a very pleasant position. If at any point e5 happens, while the king is still on e1, you can play queen a5, because the bishop is not on the diagonal anymore. So I sort of like this. I wouldn't say black is better, I would say black is equal, but I like it more than knight f6. But overall, here's my favorite variation of all. b5, the Greco variation. So why do I like this? I think it's insanely fun, and I think it's impossible for white to find all of these moves over the board in 90 minutes. Okay, now watch what happens. So b5 is the natural move that defends the pawn. This is a pattern you can see in many defenses. And of course, the natural way to fight that is to play a4. Now, the difference is that in most defenses, you always have a rook hanging on a8, and you think, well, I cannot play a6, c6, a takes, knight b5, blah, blah, blah. Well, here you can. You actually give up a rook. So here's what happens. You play c6, defending the pawn, ab5, cb5, knight c3, and a6. Now, if a strong player who doesn't know the variation is playing white, he's probably thinking, oh, what an idiot, I just play knight b5. And if you're playing black and you instantly recapture, and he takes your rook, then after bishop b7 at tempo, he's going to start thinking, well, this guy knows what he's doing, he just gave up an exchange, what do I do? So, the rook goes back to a1, and you play this quiet move e6. Okay, now, black is an exchange down, but what does black have for the moment? Firstly, this bishop is a monster, much better, of course, than the h1 rook. It's also much better than the a1 rook. So for the moment, dynamic compensation is here. Maybe in the endgame, if you reach it, you'll have trouble because you're an exchange down. For now, you're not material down. Okay, secondly, black's king is safer. Why? Because you have all of these pieces around your king, and there are no open diagonals to your king. There are open diagonals to white king. The most important thing, you have this 2-1, which, if you reach an endgame and exchange down, could be enough compensation. Now, white has a couple of options. There's a move that has never been played, which I like. It doesn't seem human, but I like it for white, because it sort of dampens black's activity. The move that's preferred, theoretically, is f3. Now that simply defends the e4 pawn, weakens some more squares, and black has an amazing response. Now watch what happens, f5. Now if white doesn't know this, he's just going to lose unless he's a great player. So now how do you defend? You could play queen e2, that's not good, so you have to take ef5. Now knight c6, and you don't care about the pawn, you just want to attack. Knight e2, white has to start developing. Knight g2 e7, you don't take again. You would love this to happen, because that would mean he's wasting more time. Let's say white plays g4, which could be the best move. Knight d5, look at your pieces. Look at this. White has, well, what does white have? White actually has a pawn for this, and then exchange. But let's say bishop g2, normal move. Now bishop b4, check. King f2, e takes f5. Let's say g takes f5. Queen h4, check. King g1, and you castle kingside. Look at this position. This is insane. I would just love to play this. This b5 is my favorite move now. Okay, now let's say instead of f3, which is the main move, white plays knight f3, giving up the pawn. Now this saves time, develops pieces, so it's way more sensible. So bishop takes. Now black has a pawn for the exchange. So that's already something. Bishop e2, knight f6, white castles. Fine, your king is safe. Bishop b4 doesn't do much, and on b3. Okay, after b3, white of course wants to start putting pressure here. So let's say bishop c3, let's say rook a2 and castles. This should be equal. White is going to liquidate these pawns. Black is going to have a bit more activity. And eventually, this pawn is going to drop, so black is still going to have a pawn for the exchange. It's going to be a tougher endgame for black. Let's see what the engine says. It says +1 for white if bc4 is played. Okay. Yeah, instead of bishop c3, which is a move I was looking at, it also says castles for knight d5. So this is going to be trickier, but yeah, easier for white to play than the f3 line. And here's the engine move. The engine actually wants to play e5 here, which I can understand because it stops black from developing easily and also saves the pawn. Saves the pawn with the gain of space. So what does black do? Black plays bishop b4, and after bishop d2 you actually exchange. You play knight e7 looking at d5 and f5, and after queen a5 you decline the trade. The queen comes into b6, you castle, white continues knight e2. And this I think is pleasant for black. Even though the engine thinks this is the best way for white to play, obviously there's rook a7 coming and stuff. I think the d5 square, the weak d4 pawn, and the 2-to-1 pawn majority on the queen side is enough to compensate for the exchange. So yeah, b5 is my favorite move now. I would play it if I played the Queen's Gambit Accepted, which I am going to be playing. So yeah, I hope you liked the video. Hope you got something out of this. Tomorrow we are going to continue with pawn to e3, which is going to be less active for white than this. And yeah, let me know what you think. And of course, stay tuned for more chess. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow. Hi everyone, Stepan here. Today I'm going to continue the series on the Queen's Gambit Accepted with pawn to e3, which is known as the old variation, which is solid for white, has positional disadvantages as we are going to see, and can be tricky for black if black is easily confused by move orders and if black is not prepared well. However, most likely e3 is going to transpose to main lines with knight f3, which we are going to be covering in the next video. So let's first get into the opening. So d4, d5, c4, the Queen's Gambit. And the idea of the Queen's Gambit, of course, is to gain control over the e4 square, undermining black's center. Now, in most normal games, black either plays the QGD or the Slav, leading either to the semi-Slav or some other opening, supporting his center, but in this series we are looking at d takes c4, which is the accepted Queen's Gambit, and black basically takes a pawn which is more than likely going to be regained, but black gives up the center. Now, what's the idea? The idea is, should white expand, as we saw yesterday with e4, there are various ways to undermine that center and to attack that center, and white still has to waste time to take the pawn. So after d takes c4, black has one main plan. While white is regaining his pawn, black is going to break through that center and equalize. Now, I have to say, in my studies of the Queen's Gambit Accepted, I have realized that in most lines, it's an opening with which black fights to equalize, not to have an opening advantage, not to play for tricky variations, which means that it's not suited for aggressive players. You aggressive players should play the Dutch or the King's Indian or something else. But it equalizes fairly comfortably, and that's what I think makes it very annoying for the Queen's Gambit player to face, because if you don't have an opening advantage with white, well, then you having white doesn't amount to much. Now, why does black equalize? Well, it's very likely that these pawns, at some point, in various different move orders, are going to be traded off, and once these pawns are traded off, the pawn structure will be symmetrical, boring, and equal, and it will be very hard to create winning chances for either side. Furthermore, the queens are highly likely to get traded off. Okay, so today we are looking at pawn to e3, which is a sideline, but the second most popular move. The most popular move is knight f3, of course. Now, what's the advantage of knight f3? Well, you play knight f3 and you live with the fact that you are not regaining your pawn just yet. So as we are going to see in the next video, there are options for black to try and fight for that pawn and try to keep it and complicate matters for white. On the other hand, the move knight f3 prevents black's main attacking idea in the center, and that's pawn to e5. And if you're familiar with the Grunfeld defense, the concept is fairly similar. You allow white to have a big center, but then you break that center open. The same idea can be said of the Queen's Gambit accepted. The only difference is that the bishop is not on g7, so putting pressure on the center throughout this diagonal, but black wants to break the center with the move c5 and e5. So when you play knight f3, e5 is automatically defended against. And this line with pawn to e3, e5, as we can see, is not defended against, and that's going to be the main move we will look at. So firstly, let's have a look at all the options black has at his disposal. So firstly, and I'm going to be covering this opening from the white perspective because the old variation is a variation chosen by white. So the main move is, of course, knight f6. And after knight f6, we are going to be transposing to the main lines. So I'm not going to be spending time on this. White simply regains the pawn, black plays pawn to e6. And now by far the most common move for white is knight to f3. And we have transposed to the main line. If white chooses not to play knight f3 on this turn, then another transposition could occur after knight c3, pawn to a6. Preparing to push the bishop away with b5, white plays the move a4, black plays c5, breaking the center, and knight f3, and now again we have transposed to knight f3 variations. One sideline that I would like to mention after bishop takes c4, e6 is queen to e2, which can lead, queen to e2, which can lead to complications. This avoids a queen trade, and after c5, d takes c5, bishop takes c5. Now white, of course, has a choice of playing knight to f3, which is the main move, but now the center has already liquidated, and we have avoided a queen trade, and this is an independent line. But this is so extremely boring that I actually don't want to be looking at this so much. And actually, we are going to transpose to knight f3 in a matter of moves, almost regardless of what both players play, because all natural moves lead to the main lines. Now here, I would just like to emphasize the pawn structure. It's completely symmetrical, and it's 2-on-2 on the queen side, 4-on-4 on the king side, which makes it very hard to gain an advantage for either color. And furthermore, both sides have fairly natural development. The bishop is coming to b7, so for example b5, and the bishop drops back to d3, and now either bishop b7 or knight c6 or knight b to d7, normal development. So knight f6, which is the main response to e3, will lead to knight f3 lines. Of course, all players who play the Queen's Gambit accepted have to be familiar with the main line. So we're going to be covering that tomorrow. The second option I would like to look at is e6, which is again going to transpose to the main lines after bishop c4, knight f6, and we have reached the same position. One fun variation I would like to look at briefly, which transposes to the modern Slav defense. So if you're unfamiliar with that, watch the video on the modern Slav, is bishop e6. Now this is trying to defend the pawn by brute force. So white continues knight f3, you play c6. The idea is, of course, to play the move b5, defending your pawn permanently and, well, freeing up this bishop. But after a4, we are now in the modern Slav defense, and you can watch that video for this variation. It continues knight f6 most likely, knight a3, c5, breaking the center, knight takes c4, and it should be equal after something like knight c6, knight c5, cd4, bishop b5. So bishop e6 again transposing to a different opening. Now, one line that I also have to mention, which we are going to be focusing on tomorrow, is a6, preparing b5, chasing the bishop away at some point. And after bishop c4, knight f6, knight f3, we are now in the a6 line of the main line. So this will start not with e3, but with knight f3, knight f6, e3, a6, bishop c4, and e6, so transposing to the main lines again. And now, we will be having a look at three independent lines which are relevant for this opening alone. So this you have to know as black and as white. As white if you want to play the old variation, and as black if you play the Queen's Gambit accepted. The first one I would like to look at is b5. Now, this I wouldn't recommend, but if white doesn't know what he's doing, he could end up being a pawn down for the rest of the game. It's very important here to break open the black structure straight away. So white plays the move a4. If you try to defend that pawn, well, for example, pawn to c6, whoa. Okay, takes, and now you can continue. You can continue with knight to c3, and if the pawn advances, then you have queen to a4, and you pick up the pawn. The c4 is dropping, the a7 pawn is dropping off, and this is bad. So after b5, a4, black doesn't have a way to defend this pawn, so black has to advance with pawn to b4. And after bishop takes c4, e6, what you have gained is you have taken away squares from the b1 knight. You have also freed up the b7 square for your bishop, but your pawn structure is loose. And after knight f3, knight f6, white castles, black plays bishop to e7, white continues knight b to d2, trying to play e4 at some point, bishop e7, queen e2, black castles, e4, c5. I don't see equality for black. I would say that white is always slightly better here after knight d5 and knight d4. And now here is why. White has a fairly natural attack and has squares from which he could launch his attack. That's d6 and f6 supported by the e5 pawn. Often, and if you have read my system by Nimzovich, you know that the pawn on e5 is sort of a start of a successful attack. Most of them, and having a pawn on e5 helps a lot. So you're controlling g5, with your knight you're controlling f6, your queen can come to h5. So while on the other hand, black has a prospect to create a passed pawn on the queen side, but that's very far-fetched. Black also is yet to develop his queen side pieces, and I don't like the move b5. It's sort of a trick. If white doesn't know what he's doing, you could do well, but as soon as white plays a4, you are slightly worse for the rest of the game. So now let's have a look at two good independent lines. The first one is pawn to c5, so breaking the center straight away. And from c5, we're going to look at a very important pawn structure for this opening, which occurs after white regains his pawn and black takes. White, of course, takes with the pawn, trading the queens off would leave him with an isolated queen's pawn position with the queens traded off, which reduces the attacking potential significantly, of course. And when one side has an isolated queen's pawn, and I've talked about this before, the side with the isolated queen's pawn has two options. Option one, which is far more common, is create attacking chances on this diagonal on the f7 square using the e5 square and the c5 square, which are made available but by the isolated queen's pawn on d4 to launch an attack. So that's option one. Option two is get rid of the isolated queen's pawn by pushing d5. More common in the Queen's Gambit accepted is liquidating the pawn in more variations, but there are also attacking possibilities. In this position, black's most common is queen c7, attacking the bishop. The bishop could drop back to e2. It's more common to leave it on b3 on this diagonal looking at f7, so bishop to b3. And now black has an annoying move for white to face. Black has this move, bishop g4. And of course, if knight to f3 is played, then you can simply take, and white is forced to take with the pawn. If white takes with the queen, then of course, queen takes c8 would be a losing position, so this would be... This pawn structure, if black can develop, is just lost for white. So after bishop to g4, white has to play pawn to f3, which is another positional concession. And after the bishop drops back to d7, of course, white has open pieces. After something like knight e2, e6, bishop f4, the queen is driven away, bishop d6, queen to d2 defending, and knight f6. But black can develop in time and will not run into any difficulties. So castles. Castles, bishop to c6. Rook f to d1, rook to d8, for example. And now the idea is clear. White wants to play d5. You're not launching an attack because your knight is not on f3. This diagonal is sufficiently defended. So if you can play d5 and liquidate your pawn, that's going to be good. You can play moves like rook c1 and then slowly prepare d5. Here, black already has to be careful. If black plays nothing, move then d5. And if takes, your bishop is pinned. So you would have to do this and then you lose. Yeah. Okay. So that's c5, and that's a very interesting variation. So it's not the one I would recommend, but it leads to interesting positions after this move queen c7 and this annoying idea with bishop to g4. So let's have a brief look at bishop e2 that stops bishop g4. Now here, no issues for black actually. After knight f6, knight c3, black can continue with normal development, something like e6, knight f3, you can play bishop e7, white castles, black castles, and now again, white is the one who has to force through d5, therefore bishop g5, and getting rid of this defender of the d5 square. And black has no easy way to defend against that. So, as I said at the beginning of the video, these two pawns are about to be traded off. There's nothing black can do about it. What black has, excuse me for that, is complete equality. This once these okay, let me just put something on the board. Okay, let's say this happens, and let's say white takes. Okay, and let's say black does nothing and white goes back. So obviously you can see that the only difference in the two positions is that the queen is not on c2. So let's just make the position completely symmetrical. Okay, and now let's play bishop g4. Okay, so this, you cannot have a more equal position than this. So that's the downside for white of playing e3. And that's what black would get after c5. Either that annoying position for white after bishop g4 or this equal position. Now, let's have a look at the most interesting move. After e3, I believe it's important to, well, punish white for not playing knight f3. And the only way to do that is to play the move e5, which knight f3 is defending against. So black continues e5. And now white doesn't really have good choices. White is basically forced to take on c4 because an exchange is about to happen in the center. And this bishop is coming to b4 and yeah, so bishop takes c4. Now there are two options for black. I'm going to show you one option which is a sideline, and then I'm going to show you the easiest option to play, which I would recommend. So the easiest option to play is ed4, and the sideline is knight to c6. Now there are two moves here. You can play knight f3, you can play queen b3. There is a game after queen b3, Wang Hao Vityugov, which Vityugov won convincingly with the black pieces, that went queen to d7, knight f3, knight a5, grabbing the bishop, queen c3, knight c4, queen c4, and now already black has the bishop pair. He has this loose pawn in the center, and after ed4 trading it off, white castles, black plays bishop d6. There are absolutely no issues for black in this position. And of course, after ed4, even the material is equal, and white still has this isolated queen's pawn. But as I said, black won this game. Again, if you would like to see this, this was a China against Russia rapid match in 2010, and Vityugov won. The main line, though, is not queen b3, running into this knight a5 idea, but knight f3. And now, this line you have to know. If you play knight c6, and you also have to know it if you play e3 as white. Here black should play the move e4, and this leads to a complicated position, similar to the French defense in reverse, in which white has this bad bishop on c1, and black gets to play queen g5. If you are familiar with the Tarrasch French, then queen g4 for white is a common theme. White takes the e4 pawn, black takes the g2 pawn, the knight tries to trap the queen, but after bishop f1, the queen has the d5 square, and finally it has to run away a bit. But then it finds shelter back on d8, and what has black accomplished? I don't think black has accomplished much, so after both sides castle, I think the position is equal. In fact, trading off a central pawn for the g2 pawn may not be a good idea, so I would actually prefer to have white here. Therefore, after bishop c4, I wouldn't recommend the move knight c6. I would recommend simply exchanging off e takes d4. And now white can play knight f3. He doesn't have to take straight away, but that allows bishop b4 check, bishop d2, takes queen takes, and knight f6. And after queen takes d4, queen takes d4, knight takes d4, white is, by playing the move knight f3, trying to avoid having an isolated queen spawn. But that leaves black with a 3-2 pawn majority on the queen side, which, with the queens traded off, is a dangerous asset to have. And I would much prefer to have black here. I actually think black has greater winning chances. In the live book, 60% of the games are drawn, so let me just give you the number. 5 games played, 6 games played actually. 1 game with castles, which black won, 5 games with a6, 1 was won by white, 1 was won by black, and 3 games were drawn. So not a big advantage, but black actually scores better from this position. So ed4 instead of knight f3, I think, is the principal move. Now black has a couple of options. Black could play bishop d6 or bishop b4 check, but the main move is knight f6, knights before bishops. Both other moves are okay, but I would recommend knight f6. And now white could choose to play knight f3 or knight c3. Knight c3 is a weird line which avoids developing the king's knight, and that runs into bishop d6, queen e2 check, and after queen e7, white has basically nothing better but to trade the queens. You don't want the knight on e2, basically, you also don't want the king on e2. So queen e7, bishop e7, bishop f4, and c6. Again, white is going to manage d5, that's not a problem. You can castle queen side straight away and push d5. It's going to be equal, but no more than equal. Again, a symmetrical pawn structure. So after knight f6, knight f3 is the principal move. Black plays bishop d6. This is where you want your bishop, basically. You can try bishop b4, but that trades off the bishops. And this bishop is, in my opinion, better than the one on c1. Both sides should now castle, and white can play h3 and then knight c3, or he could play knight c3 and then h3. The idea is to prevent bishop g4, and white wants to do the same thing, black, excuse me, wants to do the same thing, preventing bishop g5. So knight c3, knight c6, h3, h6, and now there are a couple of options. You can play a3 to give your bishop a square. You can play queen c2, controlling e4, or you can play rook e1, which I think is the best move, simply exerting more control over e4 and developing another piece. Here, black should continue with bishop f5, fairly straightforward move, and now we come to the point. Why is black equal? Well, if white does nothing, then black simply has a positional edge with this isolated queen pawn. Let's say white does nothing for 2 moves, and let's say king f1 and, I don't know, bishop to b4 and king g1 and knight e7 and king f1, and we continue with knight d5. If black can manage a blockade like this, now this is, white isn't going to allow this, but let's say this is allowed. Now black is simply better. Black has a permanent blockade. This pawn is going to be stuck here forever, and any endgame is better for black. And already black is better, not winning, but better. So in positions like these, or in this position, white has to try and push his pawn forward. When the pawn is not on e6, it's hard to liquidate your pawn, so that's another advantage for black. But what white does have is the d4 square for his knight and trying to launch an attack, so white should continue with d5. And this is a pattern you have to remember. d5 chases the knight away, and then you occupy the d4 square, chase the bishop away. So again, you have a great starting point for an attack. If black at any point pushes c6, then you trade your isolated queen's pawn off, and you still have this fine bishop on c4 on this diagonal. If not, then white is the one playing for an advantage. But again, from this position on, there's an interesting game Alireza Firouzja played against Skripchenko. I can actually show you that game. I'm hoping you can see this. Okay, so queen to f3, played by Firouzja, and knight h7, controlling g5, knight d to b5, chasing the bishop away, knight c8 defending the bishop, a blockade set up, bishop b3, saving the bishop, a6, preventing knight b5 in any situation, bishop f4, and what white is trying to do, he's trying to undermine d6, knight f6, the knight decides to drop back, pressure on c7, a trade, and now white starts his attack, and this is already looking slightly scary. Once the queens come off, it's arguable who has a better pawn structure. Knight a4 was played, and once this knight comes into c5, it's going to be awkward to defend both pawns. Already c7 is under pressure. If the d6 knight moves, c7 falls. If knight c5 is played, then if b6 is played, then the a6. Hi everyone, Stepan here. In today's video I'm going to start the series on the Queen's Gambit Declined, one of the most popular defenses to pawn to d4 and especially to the Queen's Gambit, which white could play. Now, the Queen's Gambit Declined is a classical defense, and it's one of the defenses that have been played since the development of chess, and they are still played today because classical chess just cannot be refuted. And what do I mean by classical defenses? With white's starting move d4, black can obviously choose between several options. The two most popular ones are either d5 or knight f6. Usually d5 leads to classical types of defenses, and knight f6 can lead to modern defenses or hyper-modern defenses. With d5, black is fighting for central space. Black is not allowing white to play a simple c4 or e4, which could be played unopposed after knight f6. After d5, c4 is a move which can be played, but obviously can be taken immediately. It's not that simple. White doesn't have that much space and that many options in the center. And with the Queen's Gambit declined, the move e6, Black plays the most solid way, and Black chooses the most solid option. He simply supports his d5 pawn, so in case it's taken, Black is simply going to recapture. Again, White cannot play e4 immediately or easily, expanding in the center. And as I said, if takes, pawn takes, and still e4 is defended against. So the move e6 is the best move objectively, and the best way to support your d5 pawn, but it comes with a downside. If you're familiar with the Slav or the semi-Slav defense, which starts after the move pawn to c6, you can find a series on both on the channel. This move seemingly serves the same purpose as the move e6, but it also has a downside. Okay, so the downside of the move c6 is that you're not doing much to develop your king side. You're not doing much to castle. Okay, so the move c6 doesn't help develop your bishop, doesn't help open up your bishop, doesn't help you castle, and it also takes away the best square for your b8 knight. The upside of the move c6 is you have supported d5 without having hemmed in your bishop on c8. Now let's look at what happens in the Queen's Gambit declined. In the Queen's Gambit declined, the move e6 is a much better option than c6 visually, because firstly, your f8 bishop is now very active on this diagonal, especially looking at the b4 square, which is a square shared by the Queen's Gambit declined and by the Nimzo-Indian and Bogo-Indian defenses. So very often this bishop is going to come to b4 with check or pinning the c3 knight. What you're also doing, you are hemming in your c8 bishop. So we have a downside to this. e6 is a better move because A, it helps develop your f8 bishop, helps you castle. B, it doesn't take away a square for your b8 knight on c6, but your c8 bishop is in trouble. And here we come to the main strategic problem of the Queen's Gambit decline for Black, the c8 bishop. Very often in most variations, Black's strategy is going to have to revolve around liberating this bishop. We are going to see several ways of doing that. It's either going to be by a timely e5 break, or by fianchettoing the bishop to b7 and going for c5. In any case, the bishop is going to have to be developed if Black wants to try and equalize or fight for an advantage. Now, we are going to be looking at 11 different variations in the Queen's Gambit declined. You can find them all listed on the right side of the screen. Some of them are more than variations. Some of them I would call individual openings. So for some of them, perhaps for the Tarrasch, perhaps for the Ragozin, it may be more than one video. But I will try to make the theory as concise and as understandable as possible. In any case, it's going to be at least 11 videos, and we are going to be going over every important variation of the QGD. Okay, I'll just give you a brief overview of what each variation is about, so that you know what you can expect. We are going to start with two defenses which are avoiding the main move for Black on move 3. What do I mean by that? After d5, c4, e6, knight to c3 is the main move for White, and by far the most popular is knight f6 for Black. Firstly, we are going to be looking at the Alatortsev and the Tarrasch. The Alatortsev starts with the move bishop e7, avoiding the move knight to f6. Why is that? Because knight f6, if played, allows this annoying bishop g5 from White, pinning the knight to the queen. So bishop e7 is a flexible move which gives Black more options, and it's also on a high level. The Alatortsev, also known as the Charusek or the Petrosyan variation, is a waiting game. Black usually will delay playing knight f6 until White has played knight f3, and that could lead to very interesting transpositions and mind games over the board. I'm going to do that in the video on the Alatortsev. Now, the next way to avoid knight f6 after knight c3 is to play the Tarrasch defense, and that's the move c5. Now, the move c5 is very aggressive. The Tarrasch is very aggressive. We are also be going over the semi-Tarrasch, but that's different, and that's going to be a separate video. Nowadays, you can often see Magnus Carlsen playing the Tarrasch or the semi-Tarrasch especially. So it's quite a popular defense on all levels. So what happens here? With c5, there's a structural risk involved for black. Black accepts a possibility of having an isolated queen pawn, but in return for that, he gets piece activity and attacking potential. Okay, so in one of the main lines, I'm just going to show you the classical Tarrasch. CD, ED, knight f3, knight c6. You can see that this tension in the center can immediately be resolved by white to his own advantage structurally. So taking, for example, on c5 would result in black having an isolated queen pawn. On the other hand, there's really no way for black to avoid that. So why should white do that? In one of the main lines, c takes d4 is going to be what black should play anyway. So g3, knight f6, bishop g2, bishop e7, castles, bishop g5, cd4. And after knight takes d4, you can now see that black is going for active play with his isolated queen pawn. He wants piece activity, he wants attacking pressure, he wants open lines, open files, open ranks, open diagonals, and active pieces. On the other hand, white would ideally wish to trade the pieces off and just win the endgame by exploiting the fact that black has a weak d5 pawn. Okay, so that's the Tarrasch. And as I said, Tarrasch has a lot of subtleties, a lot of variations. We are going to be going over that in one, maybe two videos. Okay, then the exchange variation, which is my personal favorite for now. I've only recently started playing d4. The only time I faced the Queen's Gambit declined, I played the exchange variation and I won, although I messed up a bit. But I still find it very easy for white to play, and the plans are quite fun. Okay, so after knight c3, we now come to knight f6, and the other defenses are all going to have 3 knight f6 for black. So that's the first branching you need to remember. On move 3, black either chooses the Alatortsev, the Tarrasch, or plays knight f6, which leads to everything else. So if you want to play the Queen's Gambit declined with black, perhaps choosing the Tarrasch or the Alatortsev could reduce your opponent's options and ease repertoire creation for you. Okay, the exchange variation, as the name says, you exchange CD, ED. Okay, now you might be wondering, if one of the main downsides of the move e6 is closing in your c8 bishop, why in the world would white take on d5 so that black can take with the e-pawn and liberate his bishop, while at the same time he did not have to play the move c6, he did not have to take away a square from his knight, and his bishop is open? Well, that's a very good point, but in the position with bishop g5, which is the main move, bishop e7, and white playing e3, black playing c6, white playing bishop d3, this is the main line, and this will happen in most games. It's not really clear why we take away a square. Very good point, but in the position with bishop g5, which is the main move, bishop e7, and white playing e3, black playing c6, white playing bishop d3, this is the main line, and this will happen in most games. It's not really clear why this bishop is liberated and what's it doing. It's not really a good piece. If it goes, for example, to g4, oh, I'm sorry, something is going on. I turned on the engine by mistake, sorry. Something like knight g to e2 or queen to c2 are very good moves, and after I play queen to c2, what's your bishop doing on g4? And it's obvious that white's bishop on d3 is much better than black's bishop on g4, so you're helping liberate the bishop, but it doesn't have a clear purpose. Another thing about the exchange variation, which I'm going to be focusing on for a while, is this Carlsbad pawn structure, which is one of the most important pawn structures in all of chess, which you have to know, and understanding it is going to help you in the Caro-Kann, for example, and in numerous other openings. In the Caro-Kann, black has this pawn structure in reverse in the exchange variation, and we are going to be looking at some of the most thematic plans. One of the most thematic plans is a minority attack for white, which is basically trying to push your b-pawn to b5, either forcing black to take c6, b5, or taking on c6, and after b takes c6, ruining black's pawn structure, he would be left with these 3 pawns, and then the plan is knight a4, knight c5, something like that. And the minority attack starts with preparation, usually rook b1, a3, b4, and etc., etc. So we are going to be looking at that. After the exchange variation, we are going over to the classical defense, or the orthodox defense, which is the old way to play but very solid, no weaknesses, and Black's strategic aim will be simply to develop his bishop, and that's going to be the main theme of the games. So e3 castles, knight to f3, knight b to d7. With the classical or orthodox knight b to d, that's going to be the main theme of the games. So e3 castles, knight to f3, knight b to d7. With the classical or orthodox knight b to d7, black is simply supporting his piece. And now, as I said, this piece is a problem. So either e5, which is now supported by the d7 knight, or c5, which is also supported by the d7 knight. We are going to go over themes on how to do that. I personally think this game is easier to play for white, but it's fine for black, perfectly playable. Played very often at high level. Again, Magnus Carlsen, Mamedjarov, Elianov, many top level players. Okay, then next we have the semi-Tarrasch. As opposed to knight c3, c5, the immediate strike on white center, black starts with the move knight f6, and now after knight f3, we have c5. The difference is that now, after c5, if white chooses to play c takes d5, black is not forced to take with the pawn. In fact, the main line is to take with the knight. Therefore, the inclusion of the move 3 knight f6 is, in my opinion, the improvement on the Tarrasch. So I think the semi-Tarrasch is quite more comfortable for black. So knight takes d5, e4. This is now a very long forcing line, which I'll just briefly browse through here. We're going to be explaining all of this in detail. So the semi-Tarrasch is a very interesting option. As I said, again, after knight f6, white, of course, has the option to do many other things. He doesn't have to go knight to f3. So you are kind of risking not being able to enter the semi-Tarrasch, but it's still the best move, I think, knight f6. Okay, now the Ragozin. After e6, we have knight c3 again, knight to f6, knight to f3, and now if you don't want to go for the semi-Tarrasch with c5, you may want to go for the Ragozin, bishop b4. And the Ragozin is a combination of the Queen's Gambit declined and the Nimzo Indian defense. Black pins the c3 knight, same as in the Queen's Indian. The idea of pinning the c3 knight is not only to be ruining the pawn structure after b takes c3, but most importantly to weaken white's influence over the e4 square. In these pawn structures, white ideally wants to push e4, and if e4 is played, white will have liberated his position, and simply have now after h4, bishop takes h4. Hi everyone, Stepan here. In today's video, I'm going to cover the Alatortsev variation of the Queen's Gambit declined. This is going to be the first detailed variation video in the series.
Hello.
And the reason why I've chosen the Alatortsev variation is because it's quite unlike the main lines or the main lines, that's not a word, but still, or the more common variations of the Queen's Gambit declined, in the sense that it leads to completely different positions, both strategically, tactically, and pawn structure-wise.
On the white side.
And that's why it may be a good choice for Queen's Gambit declined players to adopt this variation and to start playing something new. Firstly, less experienced players, less experienced d4 players with white will not really know what to do against this, and if they somehow stumble into the main lines of the Alatortsev, they could be in trouble. Okay, as most of you have requested, I will be covering all 11 videos of detailed variations from Black's perspective, because the Queen's Gambit declined is a defense for Black. Okay, let's start. The first thing I would like to point out, once we get into the opening, so we have d4, d5, the classical response, we have the Queen's Gambit c4, we have e6, Queen's Gambit declined, and knight to c3 by white. One more thing, some of you have requested the Queen's Gambit accepted video in this series. The Queen's Gambit accepted is a different opening, and it's going to be covered separately. It's not going into the Queen's Gambit decline series, because I may as well do the English with the Queen's Gambit decline. It's a different opening. So I'm going to do the Queen's Gambit accepted when it's voted. And I don't really choose how or in what order I record the openings. I put it up for a vote, and the patrons decide which openings they want to see first. So I'm going to put it up for a vote in the next cycle, and whenever it comes up, it comes up. I know that it should have been recorded immediately after this. Same as, for example, after the Rimtso Indian, I should have recorded the Bogo Indian, but yeah. Okay, I think this is better. Okay, so we have c4, e6, knight c3. And now into the Alatortsev variation, we play the move bishop e7. And the move bishop e7 is quite common in the Queen's Gambit declined in conjunction with other moves. But if you play it on move 3 with black before developing your knight to f6, then it could lead to different positions. And what's the meaning of bishop e7? Well, in normal Queen's Gambit declined lines, once you play knight f6, white has the option of playing the move bishop g5.
Yeah.
So if you go knight f6, bishop g5 is a resource that white could use and very often does use, pinning your knight, putting pressure on the d5 square indirectly, and also putting pressure on the e4 square indirectly. So if black, let's say, does nothing, let's say black plays a6, then even a move such as e4, which is positionally very good for white, is possible, because now if you take, for example, knight takes is possible because the knight is pinned. So this is just one example. So the move bishop e7 avoids that annoying pin, and of course bishop g5 is not possible. Okay, so one thing is, black is not going to be developing his knight. He wants to see what white is trying to do. And very often, black is going to develop his knight only after white has developed his knight to f3. So it's sort of a waiting game. On the highest level, the Alatortsev is played way more often than on club levels and lower levels, because I think it's very complicated and not many people understand why bishop e7 should be a move before knight f6. The thing is, once you play bishop e7, you're giving yourself a bit more flexibility, but you're giving your opponent a bit more flexibility as well. If they go knight f3, and that's what we are going to cover first, and that's the main move, and you go knight to f6 and they go bishop to g5, we have now transposed to normal Queen's Gambit declined lines which have been played a million times. They don't have to go bishop g5, that's just the most common move. They could go bishop f4 or c takes d5 or queen to c2 or g3 or e3, doesn't matter. We are now in Mainer line territory. So if knight f3, knight f6 is played, this is no longer the Alatortsev variation per se, and it's more commonly reached via different move orders. So we are not going to be dealing with this position in this video, because we are going to see it at least 5 or 6 times in separate videos, and we are going to look at continuations from here. Today we are going to focus on main lines of the Alatortsev, or, well, when players actually play the Alatortsev variation. So if white wants to go for this, and I would advise white not to go for this unless he knows it, but if he knows it, then yeah, it's a very good variation to fight him. If white goes for this, the games are much sharper than the normal Queen's Gambit declined, and we're going to see why. Okay, so the way to play this position with white, if you want to accept the Alatortsev, you have two options. You can either play bishop f4 or you can take on d5. Now both of these moves signify a much different structure than what is common for the Queen's Gambit decline. Now let's look at bishop to f4 first. Bishop f4 is a fairly logical move. You can't play bishop g5. It's obvious why. There's the bishop on e7 and there's a queen on d8. There's no knight on f6. So this is the most active square for your bishop. You want to play the move bishop f4 so that you can play e3, so that you can develop your kingside and castle. So this is the second most common move in the Alatortsev, but this leads to the Blackburn variation, which is going to be covered separately, or the Harwitz attack as it's also known. So after knight f6, e3, castles, knight to f3. This is now the Harwitz attack, or the Blackburn variation, which is going to be covered in a separate video, so we are not going to be focusing on this. We are going to be looking at the move c takes d5. And if you want to accept the Alatortsev variation, c takes d5 is the way to do it. After c takes d5, the next two half moves are forced. E takes d5 has to be played, and white plays bishop f4. There simply is no better move. And now we have the crazy Alatortsev stuff, which I just love these positions. They are nothing like the Queen's Gambit declined, and they are way more aggressive. The pawn structures are far less safe, and games end in a draw much rarely than in the normal Queen's Gambit decline. Okay, so here black has two moves. One of them is knight f6, one of them is c6, or sorry, with different arrow orders, knight f6 and c6. c6 goes for a sort of Carlsbad pawn structure. So if c6, which is the main move, white could go e3, and we now have the thematic Carlsbad. Now this is something that we are going to be covering in the exchange variation as well. However, it's quite different in the Alatortsev because black's bishops are very aggressive. There is no knight on f6, there is no bishop on g5. White hasn't played bishop d3 yet, and the bishops haven't been exchanged yet. So black is going to continue with bishop f5. And one thing that should be mentioned here is, since white hasn't developed his kingside yet, he has different options. So minority attack is not the only way to play this structure. However, if you don't know this position, if white stumbles into this without knowing the theory, then he probably is going to try to transpose to the exchange variation and try to go for a normal minority attack. However, here we see the point of the Alatortsev for black. The bishop on c8 is no longer locked in behind its own pawn chain. Black has no issues developing the bishop. So the Alatortsev is one variation where black gets to choose to simplify his strategic plans in the game, or to simplify not having to develop this bishop. And same as in the exchange variation, as soon as c takes d5, e takes d5 happens, this bishop is free. Now the difference between the exchange variation and the Alatortsev is that white has way more options, and one of them is he can use this bishop as a tactical liability, and it is a tactical liability, and this is the main reason why these positions tend to be extremely sharp. Okay, so we are following the main line after bishop to f4, c6, e3, and bishop to f5 for black. This is the main line of the Alatortsev. And here, believe it or not, the main move is g4. Why do you play g4? You are gaining space. You are gaining a tempo on the bishop. You are chasing the bishop back. And very often, if the bishop goes back to e6, then fine. You have achieved something. The bishop is no longer on its best possible diagonal in the position. If you continue with bishop g6, well, okay, h4. For the moment, it gives up a pawn. But even so, I'm not sure this pawn is such a big deal. Opening up the h file is great. Perhaps continuing with knight f3 and then simply following up with h4, h5 would force black to a concession with, for example, h5 or h6. So in any case, you are gaining space, and black wants to put this bishop back. This is just a better move to make sure it's not such a huge tactical liability. Okay, and in this position, the main move is h4, seemingly sacrificing a pawn. Now, after h4, bishop takes h4 has been played a couple of times, and after bishop takes h4, queen to b3 is the main move. You have basically removed one of your pieces from the queen side, so white is now changing sides and trying to play on both sides of the board. Anish Giri has played this against Wesley So. Wesley So won with black with the move g5. And after bishop to e5, attacking the rook, f6, bishop to h2, I think, yeah, okay, bishop takes g4. Black has now won 2 pawns and is simply better. So it's not that easy, and it can be taken, but if we turn on the engine after bishop takes h4, this is just, I don't normally do this, but the position is more than +1. So after queen to b3, if we follow this line, g5 wasn't the most precise move, and after g5, bishop to e5, f6, he shouldn't have moved the bishop perhaps queen takes b7, but after bishop to h2, bishop takes g4, queen takes b7 is just, on a grandmaster level, probably better for white. I wouldn't say it's a decisive advantage, it's +1, but I think black has more than enough compensation for the pawn with his piece activity, with the fact that black's king is in the center. White can still probably castle after something like knight e2 and castles queenside, and that I don't think it should be taken, the pawn should be taken. However, on a club level, perhaps that might be a good practical decision. Just be aware of queen b3 infiltrations. Okay, let's continue. The main move, though, is knight to d7. And now white has two ways to continue, either g5 or h5. Both, in a sense, defend the h4 pawn. So now that knight d7 has been played, I don't think queen b3 is as effective, and queen takes b7. Okay, so I think g5 is a better move. It's the main line. h5 is met with knight h6. That's the difference. And after bishop to e2, now the move knight b6 can be played, thus stopping queen b3 and ideas like that. And I think, despite having slightly awkward knights, I think this position is fine for black. After g5, though, h6 has to be played to stop further advances. Now this very annoying g6 move, and you basically, you don't want to take. That's quite loose. You develop instead, allow white to trade, take with the bishop, something like bishop d3 and knight h5. And again, black is fine, but you can obviously see the difference between this position and many other Queen's Gambit decline positions, or what you imagine the Queen's Gambit decline to be. This is very sharp, and it gets very sharp. Let's say the exchange, or the classical, or the orthodox, or I don't know, the Lasker. This is much more like a semi-Slav position, or a Caro-Kann even, and that's what makes it more aggressive. Now this idea with bishop f5 and bishop f4 is also similar to many Torre or London system setups. White, of course, doesn't have a pawn on c3, but since the bishops are being developed to these two squares, very often there will be b2 and b7 stuff to be concerned about, queen b3, queen b6, bishop a5, bishop a4, and stuff like that. So the patterns are quite different to the normal Queen's Gambit declined. I think this position resembles a Slav or a semi-Slav more, or the middle game patterns resemble a Slav or a semi-Slav more than they do a Queen's Gambit declined. Okay, so this was the move c6, and after e3, which is the only move, or the best move, bishop f5, we were looking at g4. Now white doesn't have to go crazy with g4. White can go knight g to e2, but after knight d7, knight g3, bishop g6, these positions are quite normal, and I think you don't need tons of theory as in the main lines, so white can still decide not to go crazy. Let's just look at one sideline after c6. After c6, e3 is the main and the best move, but queen to c2 can also be played, which is, again, slightly less sharp than the main lines. Knight to f6, e3, once again trying to finish development. And now the downside of queen to c2 is that you've wasted the tempo. You've allowed knight to f6, and now this allows black to try and win the bishop pair. So we have knight to h5. Of course, bishop e5 is the only square you have available, but after knight d7, the bishop is going to drop. However, white has the option to play bishop e2. Now, if you want, this is a good exercise. Pause the video and try to decide on what the best way to exchange pieces is for black. Okay, now theory says that knight e5, d5, g6, bishop takes, pawn takes is the most active for white and for black. Which side you'd rather be, I guess depends on your nature as a player. I'd much rather be white here, because I like the king safety, I like the pawn structure better. I think the doubled pawns, or the doubled pawns on the e file, are way more useful than the doubled pawns on the h file. So if the pieces get traded off, I believe white wins automatically. So this queen c2 stuff, I don't think should be punished with knight h5 unless you are extremely well prepared and ready to go into a middle game in which you basically have to win before the end game. That's just my opinion. If you want, this variation is a great one to study with white. And after bishop f4, c6, playing queen to c2 on, I think, higher levels, I'm not saying grandmaster levels, but maybe 2000, 21, 2200 might be a great move, because I don't think many players will have the knowledge or the experience to punish this move. Right, now let's cover the second move. The second move black could choose is not c6, it's knight to f6. Knight to f6 tries to be faster than with c6, giving you the options of knight h5, knight g4, knight e4, defending d5 same as c6, but giving you a bit more flexibility. Okay, the main move for white, again, of course, e3. And here black has two options. Of course, in this position, you can't play knight h5 because the queen is still here. Queen c2, of course, vacates that square, so knight h5 is possible. Here, you either go for bishop f5 or castles. We're going to look at castles first because it's far less complicated. And that's a sideline, not the most active move. So castles, bishop d3, and this is going to be thematic. London system bishops for white are going to be thematic for the Alatortsev. That makes it very aggressive compared to other lines. Of course, if you don't play bishop f5 with black and you castle, there is no better move for white than to occupy the diagonal. Okay, so now here is how black tries to reach equality. He tries to bust open the center and prove that by eliminating central pawns, he's going to be opening up lines to both players' advantage, not only to white's, and that an attack on the king is not going to be as powerful when the center is blown open and black has chances for counterplay. So c5, knight g2 e2, knight to c6, castles, c takes d4, knight d4, knight d4, e d4. And now we can see that although white's position is, I would say, easier to play, it's by no means decisively better or decisively more active. After something like bishop e6, I think black's position is fine, and the kingside attack is not so near. With both files open, both sides can play, and if I'm black, I'm seeking queenside counterplay. I'm going a6, b5, b4, trying to start a pawn storm over there, maybe play rook to c8, maybe double my rooks on the c file, maybe go queen b6, target the d4 pawn, of course not take it because bishop h7 wins the queen, but there are plans for both sides. Having said that, I don't like the move castles at all. I think it's a cowardly move and it avoids the main lines, and it simply accepts having a worst piece for no reason. So the main move and the best move is bishop f5. You need to develop your pieces to the best squares. Now, we are going to look at the downside of the move bishop f5 first, and then we are going to look at the main move. The obvious downside, which I've mentioned in many London system setups where both sides have played bishop f4, bishop f5, which used to be my preferred way to find the London system, you are leaving a horrible weakness on b7 and on b2, conversely. However, since white played the queen's gambit, he'd already gotten rid of his c-pawn, which means that his queen can enter the position, whereas black has chosen to play knight f6, which means he hasn't played c6, which means queen b6 is not possible. Hence, queen b3 is a very powerful move. You don't really have too many options. Queen c8 blunders your pawn with knight d5. Bishop c8 is kind of unnecessary here. You are retreating. So here we are going to be remembering the plans from the London system, and I know the London system is an opening I have yet to cover, but this is going to be a recurring theme, so this is something you should remember. Queen b3 can very often be met with the move knight c6 or knight c3 if queen b6 is played. Why is that? Well, if you take now queen takes b7, I have knight b4 with black, you have to go rook c1, I can castle, and it's not really clear that black has enough compensation for the pawn, but the piece activity is always going to be enough. And the engine agrees with that. If you are a type of player that likes material over quality and the initiative, well then play c6 instead of knight f6. If you are a dynamic player, then this is fine. I personally would hate to be black here. I hate having to compensate for lost material, but that's just me. I'm not a dynamic player. Okay, however, after knight to c6, queen b7 is not taken. The main move is g4, and now we enter the crazy world of the Alatortsev. And this is just something you have to be prepared for, but this is what makes the Alatortsev unique. Okay, g4. You don't take with the bishop. Now, why? It's hard to prove, but after taking with the bishop, the theory says queen b7 is way better, and after knight b4, rook to c1, rook to b8, queen takes a7, white should be equal or better, despite having given up his g4 pawn and despite not being able to castle. and it's much better to take with the knight because basically you want your bishop to stay on this diagonal, not to allow queen back to c2 or rook to b1 or bishop to d3, which is probably the most important reason. So you take with the knight, which also introduces some threats. Now, of course, something like knight to f2 might seem trivial now, or knight takes e3, but it's really not. So let's imagine this bishop moving for some reason. Knight takes e3, pawn takes e3, bishop to h4 check can already be a menace. And I'm not saying that it works always, I'm not saying that it works here. I'm saying that having the knight on g4 is much better than moving the bishop away from its most natural diagonal and leaving the knight on f6 where it's far less active. So knight to g4 is objectively a better move from a tactical point. But the knight taking on g4, of course, is not a pawn sacrifice for white, and obviously the knight has left the defense of d5, so now we have queen takes d5. Of course, black has no better option but to take. Queen takes d5, knight takes d5, and now which side is more relieved to have traded off queens in such a crazy pawn structure? I think black, because he was the one under pressure, but this position now leaves white simply with a worse pawn structure, and I don't know, if I had to choose, I'd be black here. The main move here is bishop b4 check. You can also castle, giving up a pawn for activity, but no reason to do that. Bishop b4 is just better. Forcing a piece trade takes, and also stopping bishop takes c7 because knight c2 check wins an exchange. So, okay, let's say rook c1, stopping that. c6, a3, knight to d5, something like h3, knight g to f6, and let's say bishop to e5. And this position is, in my opinion, perfect for black. Better pawn structure, equal material for the moment. Black, of course, has given up his bishop pair, but how important is that? I mean, I wouldn't say the dark squared bishop is such a powerful piece in this position. I think it's much more important to have a light squared bishop because all of black's pawns are on dark squares. Having said that, the bishop pair is probably enough compensation for having an isolated pawn and 3 pawn islands instead of 2. Okay, so after bishop f5, queen b3 is, as I said, met with the move knight to c6. This is just something you have to learn. Okay, now let's look at the main move. The main move is knight g to e2. And again, for white, I would recommend queen b3 because it's the straightforward way to punish bishop f5. If you go knight g to e2, you're basically saying, well, play bishop f5, you are going unpunished. And black castles, which makes things way easier. Knight to g3, bishop e6. Again, bishop g6 runs into h4, h5, so be very careful. Whenever your bishop on f5 is attacked, either by the g4 pawn or by the knight, think twice before moving it to g6. Okay, bishop to d3, now taking over the most active diagonal. The downside for black in this case is in fact that he is castled and he has given up the position of his king. So if white wants to, he could start a crazy attack and accept the worst position according to the engine, but hard to play for humans. Okay, c5, d takes c5, bishop takes c5, castles. Now here castles is the main move because white, I think, now changes direction from a tactical game in which he goes for an attack to a game in which he simply plays against the IQP. And this IQP is, I would say, more a weakness than a strength. Now, that's a very broad topic which I won't even start discussing in this video, but I think it's very hard to attack with the knight on g3 defending the position. Usually the side with the isolated queen's pawn doesn't want to trade pieces and wants dynamic compensation for the structural weakness. I just think with all 4 minor pieces defending the white king is going to be very hard. And as soon as white manages to trade off a couple of pieces, then the pressure is gone, and I would rather be white here. So to conclude, the Alatortsev variation, starting with bishop e7, is a very sharp line which most often transposes either to the main lines of the Queen's Gambit declined after knight f3, knight f6, or after the move bishop f4, it transposes to the Blackburn or the Harwitz attack. But if after bishop e7, white takes on d5 and e takes d5 is played, we now have the Alatortsev main line. Bishop f4, the only move, wanting to play e3. Black can go knight f6 or c6. Very different moves. I would advise you to choose only one with black and master it, and then continue from there. Very fun opening for both sides. I think way more attractive than most Queen's Gambit declined variations. I hope you like it. Hope you like the video. Let me know what you think and stay tuned for more chess. Bye bye. Accepts a concession and tries to exploit a weakness in black's position. If you know Carlsbad structures and minority attacks, then you will know that the idea of a minority attack is to go a3, b4, or rook b1, b4, b5 when the pawn is on c6, trade off your b5 pawn for the c6 pawn, force b takes c6, and then create a weakness on c6 which is pretty immobile and which can be blockaded. Okay, so what's the idea here for white? White plays knight takes c6, b takes c6, and again, if you are familiar with Carlsbad structure plans, then this is a weakness you can exploit. How do you exploit the weakness? You blockade it first, put pressure on it later, hence the move knight to a4. And this, in my opinion, is a problem in the Tarrasch, because you do have activity, you have two very good bishops, you have your rook on the semi-open file, a lot of activity, but this knight is coming to c5, and you are going to have trouble developing. Bishop to d7, defending the pawn. Bishop to c5. Now, why does white play bishop to e3? Why does white play bishop to c5? Because the knight is not staying on a4. White wants to challenge the defender of the c5 square and create an outpost for his knight. So strategically, this is very easily understandable, trading off the dark squared bishops. So black basically has no better options. He doesn't want the king on f8, nor does he want to underdevelop his rook with rook takes f8, so bishop c5. Knight c5, and now we can see the features of this position. White has a dominant knight on c5. White has a very good bishop on g2. White has a weaker center, of course. Black holds the center with his d5, pawn controlling e4 and c4, and often the knight could jump into e4, the bishop could go to g4 or f5 and try to put pressure, so the position is balanced. But structurally, white is simply better. White has two pawn islands, no backwards pawns, no blockaded pawns. Black has a backwards pawn on c6, for the moment blockaded by the knight, so if the blockade is lifted, fine. But he also has an isolated a7 pawn, and if you traded all the pieces off, just imagine removing all the pieces of the board, white should have a close to a winning or a winning endgame. Okay, so black doesn't want to give up his bishop, so bishop to g4. We have rook to e1 as the main move, defending, double pressure on e2. Queen to a5, putting pressure on the knight, putting pressure on a2. h3 is the main move, forcing the bishop back, bishop f5, and now the position continues. But this is a position you have to study. I don't want to go much deeper into it here, because now there are still 20 games played from this position, but we are now treading really high-level territory if we start analyzing this. You just have to remember that in the main lines, if you play the Tarrasch, you're going to be stuck with this, and this is not easy to play with. Okay, and that's what happens if on move 9 after bishop g5, black takes on d4, which is the main move, objectively the best move. Now, let's look at the position with c4. After bishop g5, you might be wondering, well, why would black accept that? Why would black go for that? And I agree. So I think that the move I'm about to show you is an alternative which, albeit leads to complicated positions in a different way, could be more favorable for black, and that's the move c4. You simply don't allow white to isolate your pawn easily. You're forcing him to go for a concession himself. You're forcing him to play b3 to challenge your center, and that's something, because A, he's going to have an isolated pawn on a2, B, he's going to take, you're going to have a passer on c4, which doesn't happen, but could happen with something like a6, b5, and if he takes on c4, that could happen. So knight e5 is the continuation for white, putting pressure on d5, and now if black makes a mistake, for example, black plays a very bad move such as h6, well then bishop takes, and all of a sudden your position is just busted. Okay, and there's basically nothing you can do. You could take here twice, but still white should have an easy game. So after knight e5, you play bishop e6, defending d5. And now again, black has to concede to having structural defects in his game. Knight takes c6, b takes c6, and now if white plays meekly, inactively, with slow moves, well, black is great. Black is going to go c5, open up the center, get his bishop to c5, and hopefully play the move d4, chasing the knight away, play the move d3, create a passed pawn on d3, and win. But black knows that white is not a bad player. White plays the move b3. And now it's not easy. It's not easy to hold your center. You are again going to be left with a huge weakness on c5 if you're not careful. So let's imagine you take, white takes, you go something like rook to b8. Okay, I'm just going to show you that. Takes, rook to b8, knight to a4. This knight is coming to c5. And if the c6 pawn can be blockaded, then white should hold an advantage here. Even if you give up your bishop and the d4 pawn is on c5, white should be slightly better. So after b3, black has to play energetically too. Queen a5 attacking the knight, knight to a4 looking at the c5 square, rook f to d8 defending d5, e3 now finally consolidating his position. And now the move here, which you have to remember if you play this position with c4, is that you have doubled c-pawns, so you might as well liquidate your weakness. You play the move c5. And after c5, black is fine, and this is why I like this position. Bishop takes f6. You obviously cannot take with the bishop because you lose your c5 pawn, so g takes f6. D takes c5, bishop takes c5, and queen h5. And you have a position in which black has the bishop pair. White could take it at his own leisure. So white could also play knight c5, queen c5 on the previous move, but queen h5 is just the best move. And black has a lot of dynamic play. So the g2 bishop is a monster, obviously, but as soon as you, let's say, play rook a to c8 and start pushing your pawn, let's say you play c3, it's not going to be easy to start an attack, especially because it's not easy to get your rooks into the game as white and start putting pressure on black's king side. So the move c4 is, in my opinion, on move 9, a good alternative to taking on d4, which is the main line. Okay, now let's look at an alternative for white. On move 9, instead of playing the move bishop to g5, white could force matters, and instead of allowing black to take on d4, instead of allowing black to play c4, you can opt not to play bishop g5 at all, and you can simply take on c5. And in a book on the Tarrasch written by Jakob Agard, he says that this is the move of the future. Okay, the book was written a while back, but still, it should be a good book on the Tarrasch. So d takes c5, bishop takes c5, and now we see that white is forcing the matters with an IQP. So if you know how to play against an isolated queen's pawn, this is a move for you. If I'm white, I would play this. I wouldn't play bishop g5. You can play bishop g5 on the next move. Now what have you done? You have developed the bishop to c5. That's true. You have also made the spin way more annoying without the bishop. So in many positions you will be threatening the move knight takes d5. And black has only one way to continue the position. Black has to play energetically. Black has to play the move d4. And now what does this imply? Well, as soon as the side with the IQP can get rid of the pawn, then it's not a weakness anymore. And as we can see in this position, this would be a fairly simple pawn structure. If these two pawns got traded off, it would be symmetrical. But white is not going to allow that to happen. So we know that we are going to have an aggressive game. So the way to react to d4, and this is again something you have to learn. This is known as the Timan variation, named after Jan Timan. Bishop takes f6, queen takes f6, and knight to d5. And I think this is a good position for white. Although black has the bishop pair, black has piece activity, and the d4 pawn, even though it's weak, creates a lot of pressure. You have d3 options, discovering your bishop on the f2 pawn. You also can use, if these two pawns were to move, you can use the e3 square and the c3 square as outposts for a knight on the third rank, which is great. But for now, you have to deal with this tempo. The move queen f5 has been tried, putting pressure on the knight. But now knight to d2, rook to d8, double pressure on the knight. Knight to f4 may seem a bit awkward for white, but it's fine, better for white. Bishop to d6, again putting pressure on the knight, threatening to win a pawn. Knight to d3. And now bishop to e6. And you have forced the knight away a bit. You have blockaded your d4 pawn voluntarily, which I don't think is wise. So if white knows what he is doing, you don't get much from the move queen f5. That's why it's not the main line, but it's still playable. The main move after knight d5 is simply retreating the queen to d8, and that's the best move. Again, we have knight to d2. You have to defend the knight. Rook to e8, attacking e2. Rook to c1, attacking the bishop. Bishop to b6. Now taking on b6 would allow queen b6, pressure on b2, pressure on f2, and that's not the best option. Instead of that, knight c4 is played. Double pressure on the bishop, and now bishop to g4. You don't have time to take on b6 because bishop takes e2 wins. So you go rook e1 defending, and now bishop a5, attacking the rook, forcing this trade. Knight a5, queen a5. You may be wondering why would he want to trade his bishop for the knight? Well, with the pawn on d4, your bishop is a tall pawn. It's a defender of a pawn, so trading off one of white's active knights will benefit you. And in this position, you have pressure on white's position, but you don't want to trade the pieces off. And again, I like this move for white. I would play 9, d takes c5 if I was white instead of bishop g5, because I think long term this is easier to play for white. As black, if you manage to liquidate your pawn with the move d3, which can be played in some positions because of this annoying pin. Let's say the knight is not here, you go knight b4, you are threatening d3. So black could have an equal position if white is not careful. However, white should try to blockade the pawn. Isolated pawns have to be blockaded, and then play around it, try to trade the pieces off and win the pawn. Black, on the other hand, needs to put pressure at as many points as possible. Okay, so to finish the video, the Tarrasch is a very interesting defense which leads to imbalanced positions, usually with an isolated queen's pawn in which black wants to go for attacking pressure. It has been played since Siegbert Tarrasch's times until today, so it's a sound defense, it's not unsound, but it requires a lot of patience, experience, and you have to have no fear. As a weaker player, I fear positions in which I'm structurally worse, so I dread playing an IQP position in which I'm the defender. But if you can get past that irrational fear and look at the position objectively and see what dynamic compensation you have in return, this is a defense for you. Again, you can transpose to it from many different orders, from the move orders, from the Reti, from the English, and it's quite an easy defense to master. If you go 25 moves deep, okay, it gets trickier, but the opening up to level, I would say 2000, 2100, you can learn in a day. Okay, hope you liked the video. Tomorrow I'm going to continue the series on the QGD, and stay tuned for more chess. Bye-bye. Thanks. Structure. In the 19th century, it has been considered winning for the side with the pawn majority, in this case, winning for black. That's the reason why the Caro-Kann was an unsound defense back then, because people didn't know about the ideas of playing against this pawn majority. So basically, if you are in the 19th century, this is positionally better for black, almost winning on a high level. But then the minority attack came along, and the minority attack is a strategic plan in the middle game, or a positional plan in the middle game, which revolves around a pawn minority attacking a pawn majority to induce weaknesses. And I'm going to try to show you an example. So let's look at this position. A minority attack is launching an attack on the tip of the pawn structure. So in this case, you don't have a c pawn. If you did, you would love to attack the d5 pawn. The tip of the pawn chain which you can attack in this case is the c6 pawn. And there are two scenarios you want to achieve. Scenario A, isolating a7 and d5, or isolating d5, or making c6 a backwards pawn, which is going to be an easy target. And I'm going to play idiot moves for black, just to show you how that works. b4 is the start of the minority attack. It's usually prepared with rook a to b1 and or a3. to support the pawn. One very important piece in the defense against the minority attack is going to be the e7 bishop. As you can see, the e7 bishop restricts b4, so the move has to be prepared. But let's say black doesn't know what he is doing. King to f8, a4, king to g8, b5. Now you have successfully launched a minority attack. Black has two options. He can either take or allow you to take. If he takes, you have isolated the d5 pawn, and this is going to be a structural weakness which is going to be very easy to exploit. This is not a normal IQP because it's blockaded by a pawn chain, so it's already fixed. White doesn't have to use a piece to blockade the pawn on d4 and then round it up. This is a very big weakness. And if, let's say, black wastes another move and you take on c6, b takes c6, you have now created a backward c6 pawn and an isolated a7 pawn. And one of the most common plans to exploit that is to use your c3 knight to jump into a4 and c5, blockade the pawn. Weaknesses have to be fixed first and then put pressure on it. You can double up your rooks on the c file, even a queen, and start putting pressure on c6. So the pawn structure we are going to be dealing with most often in the exchange Queen's Gambit declined is going to be this one. The Carlsbad is a very thematic pawn structure. The minority attack is one of the most common plans, but it's not the only one. Now, let's go over the two main moves. We have the exchange QGD, bishop g5, bishop e7, e3. In this position, black can either castle or play the move c6. They are going to transpose most of the time. Let's look at c6 first. In this position, white can either choose between bishop d3 or queen to c2. Queen to c2 is a more principled move, developing the queen. Knight b to d7, bishop to d3, castles, knight to f3. In the positions where bishop to d3 is played, the queen doesn't normally go to c2. Okay, rook to e8, castles, knight to f8. Black wants to open up his bishop and reroute the knight to g6, h3. h3 is a very important move because it restricts bishop to g4. That's a very important theme in the opening. So the bishop goes to e6, the only useful square, albeit meek. Rook a to b1, and now you can see what's going on. White is going to start a minority attack. The bishop on e7 for the moment is restricting the move b4, but white has reinforced it with rook to b1. Now let's say black makes a mistake. Let's say black plays knight to g6, which is not a good move, b4. And let's say black plays the move h6, bishop to f4, let's say rook to c8, b5. After b5, there really are no good options for black, and white is better. If you try pushing c5, then of course I am going to take. Let's say bishop takes. I can blockade the pawn in several different ways. Of course, I'm afraid of this battery, but I have time to move my queen. If he doesn't play c5, which is a bad move, and allows me to take with, let's say, let's play a random move, queen to e7. I take. If rook takes, then d5 is isolated and weak. If pawn takes, then we have what we were talking about. Knight a4, let's say rook to b8, knight to c5. And in this position, white is better. Okay, therefore, after rook a to b1, there are several ways to play against the minority attack. One of the most direct is to simply stop b4 by force. So a5 is the main move. After a5, white doesn't give up on the idea of the minority attack. White prepares it further, a3. So these two moves are usually going to lead to minority attack, and both are going to be required to continue. Knight 6 to d7. This is an exchange that black wants to do. Bishop takes. Queen takes, or bishop to f4, which is a more common move. You can decline it. Knight to g6, attacking the bishop. Bishop to h2, for example. Knight to b6. And now once again, you're looking forward to the move b4. But let's talk about the downside of the minority attack. If you in this position play b4, fine, you have started the minority attack, but you have given up a very important square to black. The c4 square can be used by the knight, and therefore we are often going to see knight d7, knight b6, knight c4. So when playing a minority attack, be aware of the weaknesses it leaves behind. Okay, the second position I want to be discussing is the position after castles instead of c6. So bishop to d3 for white is the most common move, knight b to d7. In this position, knight f3 and knight e2 can both be played. I'm going to discuss that in a second. Let's say knight to f3 and c6. So as you can see, they can transpose easily and usually do. In this position, white continues with queen to d2, we have the same position. Okay, now let's talk about two main choices for white. Okay, so queen to c2, knight bd7, bishop to d3, castles. In this position, we have the main branching of the exchange variation, and this is where white decides what he wants to do. And this is the part where you have to learn a few move orders. The good thing about the exchange is that it's not theory heavy. You don't have to know the theory, you have to know the plans, you have to know the patterns, you have to know piece placement. The exact move orders, I mean, if you learn the first 10 moves, then after that, it's patterns that are going to be decisive. White's main choice is whether he wants to play knight f3 or knight e2. Now let's talk about the difference. Firstly, with knight f3, white goes for a minority attack. That's the main plan in knight f3 positions. After knight f3, black can be sure that white is going to attempt a minority attack if he wants to play the best plan possible. After knight to e2, white has several different options. Two main options after knight to e2 are A, to play f3 e4 to break in the center to attack the head of the pawn chain, maybe leaving himself with an IQP, but ideally leaving himself with 2 pawns in the center on d4 and d4. This is going to involve kingside castling and the slow preparation of e4, which we are going to see. The second option for white after playing knight to e2 is to castle queenside, which we are also going to look at, and start a kingside attack. Okay, let's focus on knight f3 first. Rook to e8, black wants to use his semi-open e-file. Castles, knight to f8, transferring the knight to g6, opening up the c8 bishop. Rook a to b1, starting a minority attack. a5. Let's just see an inferior option for black. Let's say he goes knight e4. This is a very common move which you are going to see. Bishop to e7, queen to e7, b4. The minority attack has succeeded. a6, trying to stop b5, but now a4. And whatever black does now, it's not easy to stop that. Let's say knight to g6, which is thematic, b5. And now what do? A takes b5, you have to do something. A takes b5, let's say bishop to g4, which is very active. You can take on e4 here. D takes, knight to d2 is very common. And in this position, you have no better option but to accept either a weakness on b7 or a weakness on c6. So if you go f5, let's say takes, and now white has what he wanted to achieve. He's going to plant the knight on c5, double stuff up on the c file, and attack the c6 weakness. But black is a good player. Black plays a5, a3, knight e4. And now the main way for black to play is to seek counterplay in the center while white is wasting time on a flank attack. And let's be honest, a few queenside weaknesses are not important if you can checkmate or create a deadly attack. So bishop e7, queen e7, bishop e4. This is an exchange you want to do with white. D takes e4, knight to d2. You don't want your bishop, you want to induce weaknesses. You are not going for an attack as white. Black has to seek dynamic play. You go for small advantages. f5, defending e4, and now b4. A takes b4, a takes b4, bishop to e6. And in this position, black is threatening infiltrations with rook a3. If the c3 knight moves rook a2, b5 can of course be played, but it's not that simple anymore. If you go b5, then c5 is a serious candidate. And you have to be careful. So this is the plan after knight to f3. White wants to play for the minority attack. In the middle game series, in a few months, I'm going to actually create a couple of videos on the Carlsbad and on the minority attack, which are not only going to be revolving the exchange QGD, but also the Caro-Kann and other openings. And I'm going to talk a bit more in depth about that. Okay, now let's look at knight to e2. Knight to e2 is the second option white has, and as we said, he can go for two things, f3, e4, or castles queenside and storm black's king. Rook e8, and here is the junction. So either castles kingside or queenside is going to decide the nature of the position. Let's cover queenside castling first. You may be wondering, well, after b5 is my king not weak? It's hard to prove. Knight f8, king b1, h6, bishop f4, knight e6, for example, bishop to e5, b5, h4, a5. Let's look at, this is a sample position. And one good thing which white has to remember is that any b4 advance helps white if the pawn is not on a4 yet. So what black should do before playing b4 is play a4, because if, let's give white a stupid move, if b4 here, then knight a4 basically stops the attack, stops the counterplay. Okay, but after the moves such as a4, let's give white another stupid move, b4, now things get a bit more complicated. And white is in fact losing a piece here, so playing two stupid rook moves was not good. Okay, but this is a position you're going to be dealing with. And if we look at this, it's going to be similar to Sicilian type attacks, where white attacks on the king side, black attacks on the queen side. Whoever is faster usually wins, and every tempo counts. So if you want your exchange QGD positions to be crazy, play this as white. Again, there is no one rule about how to play this position. You have to learn the patterns. You have to learn stuff that happens after b4, what happens after a5, a4, b4. Can black break with c5? How fast are you to play f3, g4, g5? Because if you manage that, you'll basically win the game. Should you exchange your bishop for the f6 knight? Does your knight belong on g3, f5, or f4, g6, h5? Those things you should analyze in actual games. Okay, and the other plan for white is castling kingside, and after knight to f8, going f3, preparing e4. Bishop to e6, the only square the bishop can occupy, and rook a to e1. There are several different options. You can go rook c1, rook d1, rook f to e1. The main idea, though, is to push with e4 sooner or later, and this is going to be slightly more aggressive than the minority attack plans. Okay, rook to c8. King to h1, you want to safeguard this diagonal, basically. Knight 6 to d7, bishop takes, queen takes, and an exchange we saw before. Knight to f4 is a very useful square, enabled by playing knight e2. Queen d6, queen to f2, knight to g6, for example, knight takes, queen takes, e4. As soon as white manages to play e4, he is sharing the qualities of the semi-open, soon-to-be open e-file, or soon-to-be closed e-file, and he is pushing for central advantage instead of playing on the flanks. So this is another way to play the position. Black, of course, has counterplay in the form of, for example, knight f4, bishop to c2. White has to be careful with playing e5, which is an advance you should think twice before playing, because black still has f6. Taking is also an option, but if you don't leave black with an isolated queen's pawn, it's not recommended, because you are going to have an isolated queen's pawn. And yeah, in this position, there's a lot of play going on. On the highest level, I think this is the most venomous way to play f3 and d4, but it's just one of the three main plans. So, okay, to summarize, the exchange variation is going to be played in the Carlsbad pawn structure. The three main plans for white are A, the Carlsbad minority attack on the queen side with rook b1, b4. B, castling queen side and after knight g to e2 and pushing for a king side attack. Or C, castling king side after knight g to e2 and going f3, going for the central break e4. All three plans are great. All three plans are defendable, of course, for black. So I would advise you, instead of learning theory, if you want to pick up something against the Queen's Gambit declined, learn one of these systems, learn the move orders, learn the patterns. The best way to do that is to analyze a bunch of games. Okay, thank you for watching. Let me know what you think, and stay tuned for more chess. Bye-bye. Hi everyone, Stepan here. In today's video I'm going to go over the classical Queen's Gambit declined, or the orthodox variation of the Queen's Gambit declined, which is the old way to play for black. And one of the most solid ways with thematic problems for the Queen's Gambit declined and thematic plans for both sides. So it's sort of a very instructive variation to start with and to mix it in your opening repertoire, because you're going to encounter all the Queen's Gambit declined plans. Okay, let's get into the opening. So d4 by white, d5 classical by black, c4 the Queen's Gambit declined, knight to c3, and we are looking at the move knight to f6, same as in the previous video. But in this position, white doesn't go for the exchange, which we covered last time. White goes for the main move, bishop to g5. And after bishop to g5, the two most common moves are bishop to e7 and knight b to d7. I would just like to highlight that they can transpose. The main line is bishop to e7. However, after, let's say, knight b to d7, e3, black could still play bishop to e7 and transpose. So any of the two moves will do. bishop to e7, e3, black castles, and in this position after knight to f3, there are still several possibilities. h6 is the most popular one. It's the so-called neo-orthodox, leading to several different openings. However, after knight to f3, the continuation knight b to d7 is the classical or orthodox defense, and what was played against the Queen's Gambit most often in the early decades of the 20th century. It's still played today, but it's been replaced by some more popular choices for black for the reasons I'm about to mention. Now, what can we say about this position before we get into the variations? Well, you have the Slav, semi-Slav problem piece, Slav, semi-Slav, Queen's Gambit declined problem piece. The bishop on c8 also should be added French defense. In this case, it's impaired by the e6 pawn, same as in the semi-Slav or in the French defense, and you need to do something about that bishop. So black's main strategic idea is going to be liberating this bishop with either e5 or c5, more often with e5, as we are going to see, especially in the main lines, and white is going to be playing for compensation, which is about to come when black makes a concession to liberate that piece. The one thing we can notice immediately, if e5 is played, then very often the positions can end up being an isolated queen's pawn for black, which means dynamic, aggressive, fast play for black, slow play and piece exchanges, and positional play for white, trying to reach a better endgame with no structural weaknesses. Okay, in this position after knight b to d7, white has four main moves he could continue with. The main line is rook to c1. But in my opinion, the main line, or rook to c1, is not the most active move and the best move. My favorite is the Rubinstein variation with queen to c2, which leads to, in my opinion, a nagging advantage for white in all lines. A few side lines which we are going to cover are cd5 and bishop to d3, which I'm not a big fan of. So let's start with bishop to d3, which is the least often played move among the four. Well, these four moves are basically the only four that are played on the high level. Bishop to e2 has been tried, but most often it's going to end up being the same as bishop to d3. Queen to b3 has been tried, but that's just not a good move. You are not doing anything to further your development. So why is bishop d3 not more popular? Here we have the tension between the d5 pawn and the c4 pawn, which we encounter often in d4, d5 openings. Especially the pattern is familiar if you've watched my videos on the semi-Slav. So black doesn't want to take on c4 until the bishop has been developed. Because if black takes now, let's say if black took on the previous move, d takes c4, then the bishop from f1 gets to develop with one tempo and capture the piece without having to develop before that. After knight b to d7, when white plays bishop to d3 in this line, in the Botivnik variation of the classical QGD, and black captures here, this is the move that makes perfect sense, because after dc4 it's a tempo on the bishop, and the bishop is forced to move again. So white has basically wasted the tempo on moving the bishop to d3, and it's now black to move. Black has virtually gained the move. So in a sense, the move bishop d3 doesn't make too much sense for white, in my opinion. Here you might be wondering about developing your bishop to b7 with black. That can be played, but there are more favorable options. In the event of playing b6, bishop b7, there will be annoying pressure along the c file on your c pawn, so you are going to have to move it anyway. So the more favorable way to play is to play c5 immediately. In these types of structures, when you have a pawn on e6 blocking in your bishop, if you can play c5 unpunished, then play it. It's usually correct. One alternative I would like to mention is a6, which can be played, but it gives white time for a4. Now, who is this an improvement for? Could be debated. c5. Castles, the idea is, of course, c takes d4, e takes d4, and now knight to b6, gaining a tempo on the bishop, bishop to b3, bishop to d7. And in this position, what we can see is that for the moment, white has an isolated queen's pawn, and in positions when playing against an isolated queen's pawn, you want to set up a blockade. The best piece to blockade with is a knight. So these two knights are perfectly set for jumping into the d5 square and occupying the blockading square. When you are playing against an IQP, you want to blockade it and then win it afterwards. However, after a5, knight b to d5, bishop takes d5, knight takes d5, knight takes d5, e takes d5, we can notice that white has seized his opportunity to isolate black's queen's pawn in return, so both sides have a structural weakness. And after bishop e7, queen e7, this position is pretty much equal, but we have an interesting imbalance which occurred, and that's a position with white playing with the knight against the bishop. In these positions, I would generally favor a knight in the middle game because the knight has these two very nice squares to occupy. The b7 pawn is backwards, it's a weakness. If it moves, then c5 becomes a permanent outpost for the knight, for example, this route. So I would favor the knight slightly more than the bishop, but the position is equal. In the main line, after bishop c4, c5, when black doesn't waste a tempo on a6, we almost transpose, so castles, and now a6 is the best move anyway, and a4, and we have the same variation. So playing the move bishop to d3 on move 7, the Botvinnik variation, in my opinion, best case for white leads to an equal position where you are playing knight versus bishop, which again is slightly favorable for white if you know how to use it, but it shouldn't be a winning advantage, especially not on the high level. Okay, the next move we are going to be looking at after knight b to d7 is c takes d5. And with the move c takes d5, you are basically preparing to develop your bishop without having to waste the tempo on bishop takes c4 after bishop d3. But this is a major concession. Now, black can take either way with the knight or with the pawn. I think preferably he should take with the pawn. And after e d5, bishop d3, c6, queen c2, rook e8, we now have a normal Carlsbad pawn structure exchange. Queen's Gambit declined. Watch the previous video for that. White has several plans, either castling kingside and going for a minority attack, or trying to push through with e4. And we have transposed. And after cd5, knight d5, this is a very common exchange that black tries to force. Because he has less space here, less piece activity, his knights are sort of superfluous. Both want to enter the f6 square. And white's bishop is obviously better on g5 than black's on e7. This trade, moving the knight away for bishop e7, queen e7, is something that occurs often. Knight takes d5, e takes d5, bishop to d3, knight to f6, queen c2, and again we have a normal Carlsbad after knight e4, castles c6. A normal Carlsbad structure, with the difference that the dark squared bishops have been traded off, which leads to positions in which a minority attack is easier to employ. What do I mean by that? Well, usually the e7 bishop controls the b4 square and makes b4 impossible. Now that the bishop is gone, it's going to be slightly more tender, so something like rook b1, a3, b4 is going to be okay. On the other hand, e4 is for the moment a square black is controlling. White doesn't really want to take twice, because if a pawn landed on e4, then f6 could evict the f3 knight from e5, and black would have a slight edge. That being said, black's bishop is worse than white's, and again the position is balanced. So c takes d5 again is not a move I would recommend. It's not the most active move. It liberates the black bishop. That's the most important thing. Same as the exchange variation of the QGD. As soon as you take on d5 and allow e d5, this bishop is now free to roam. Again, same as in the exchange variation, the bishop doesn't have that many good squares, as we could see in the final position, but it's out there. It's outside of the pawn chain. You made black's task easier. Okay, now let's look at the two main moves, the Rubinstein variation and the main line with rook c1. I actually want to start with the main line with rook to c1 because I think it's less favorable than the Rubinstein. Black has several options. The main move is c6, a6 is the main alternative, and dc4 is the third move most commonly played. Let's start with dc4 because it's the least common. dc4 takes before the bishop has been developed, so that's a slight concession. Bishop c4, and now we have similar plans to positions with the bishop d3 Botvinnik variation. a4, c5, castles, and let's head back to this position. So we were here in the Botvinnik variation after bishop d3, dc4, bishop c4, and c5, castles, a6. It's a fairly similar position. Okay, so in the main line, after d takes c4, we have a fairly similar thing to the Botvinnik. c5 castles, cd4, ed4, knight b6, bishop b3, bishop to d7, knight to e5, bishop to c6. Now the change is that white doesn't have time for the move a5, and black manages to liberate his bishop via bishop d7, bishop to c6. You may be wondering why not knight takes on c6. Well, taking the bishop could be okay. You could argue which piece is better. In my opinion, the knight is way more powerful for the moment. Ruining black's pawn structure isn't really a big deal because the move c5 can be played at any point. So again, the move d takes c4 for black is not something I would recommend. I don't think it's as good, it's as active, and there's a reason why it's the third most common move. Again, leading to positions fairly similar to the Botvinnik variation, but slightly better for black than the actual Botvinnik variation. Okay, the two main moves are c6 and a6. Let's look at a6, which is the alternative. This is the Henneberg variation. And now, after a6, white has two options. Neither of them, I think, are good for white, or as good for white. And this is my preferred variation for black after the main line, after rook c1. I think this is favorable compared to the main line. So white can either take or push, because black is preparing to open the position up with c5. Okay, so let's look at c5 first. After c5, c6, it's obvious that white has gained space on the queen side, but also a6 has been interposed, and this is a very important move considering b4, b5. Now, the main feature of the move c5 is it makes e5 easier to play without isolating the queen's pawn. So in positions before the move c5, if we look at a6, if white is faced with e5 here, then taking on d5 first would either win a pawn or isolate the queen's pawn. Okay, so c5 is a move which allows an easy e5 break for black. So after bishop to d3, e5 is possible immediately. And it's known that as soon as black plays e5 in these positions, he's equal. The same goes for d5 in the Sicilians for black. So as soon as e5 is played, black is fine. You may be wondering, well, doesn't e5 here just blunder a pawn? Well, not really, because knight to e8. And now, whatever you do, one of the pawns is falling, the bishop is hanging, two pawns are hanging. So the best move is h4. And knight takes c5. Black has regained the pawn, there's pressure on e5, and I find this position very easy for black to play. So after a6, I believe that c5 is a mistake, even though it's been played on the highest level. It's a fine move, but I just believe that it's easier for black to play. The score, if you might wonder, after c5, white wins 38% of the games, which is surprising. I believe that it's easier for black. The main move is cd. And with the move c takes d, e takes d, you have once again liberated the light squared bishop. And after bishop to d3, c6, we now once again have a normal Carlsbad, but with the move a6 interposed, which we know for stopping the minority attack is very important. It's stopping b5. Black is not going to have to waste the tempo later on. Castles, rook e8, queen c2, knight f8, normal exchange QGD plans. Knight e5, jumping into the main weakness. But now knight to g4, again forcing this exchange, bishop e7, queen e7. And once all of these trades happen, I again see no problem in black's position. The bishop has actually managed to occupy the g4 square, which could be challenged with something like rook f to e1, f3, e4, which, by the way, should be black's main concern in this position. But again, there is no real problem. So, I think that after rook to c1, the move a6 is very interesting, and I think it's the best way to fight against the main line. c6 is the main move, though, and it leads to fairly simple positions to play. After c6, we have bishop to d3. Remember, whenever white develops the bishop, you take on c4. Bishop takes c4, and now knight to d5, again offering this exchange. These are the two patterns you have to remember. Knight d5, offering bishop e7, queen e7 to liberate your pieces, to have some breathing room. And whenever white plays bishop d3, you take on c4. So bishop e7, queen e7, castles, knight takes c3, rook takes c3, and now again, you want your liberating move. This is, up to this point, you have to know the main line of the classical. You play e5. If you can play e5 and go unpunished, same as with c5 plate, open your bishop up. D takes c5 is the best option, knight takes, queen takes. In here, there's basically only one active option for white. Queen b3 has been tried, but after queen b3, queen e7, rook d1, bishop f5, it's fine for black. The only active move, which is also a very weakening move, is f4. And here I would like to stop. I could show you the variation a bit longer. So this is basically what happens. But I don't believe white has any decisive advantage here. I believe it's just equal. And after f4, I think you are, well, you have weakened yourself. If you don't manage to play e4, which could happen, we are not engines, you're just weaker. So this is the main line. And as I said, for white, if this is something you're playing for, if this is your position with white, then, I mean, you don't really have an edge. So the Rubinstein variation is what I would recommend for white. This is, I think, the most active, leading to the biggest advantages. Queen to c2, the Rubinstein. Now, black has 4 different options. We are going to look at all 4. And all are scary, in my opinion, and in all of them I like white better. So if you play the classical or orthodox QGD, pay attention to queen to c2. Choose one of the 4 moves. We are going to be looking at c5, c6, h6, and a6. Let's start with a6, which is not such a good move. cd5, ed5, again liberating the bishop for bishop to d3. Rook to e8, castle, c6, again we have a normal Carlsbad, but now after rook to b1 it's pretty hard to stop the minority attack. In fact, if we continue with the best moves, knight f8, b4, knight to e4, bishop e7, queen e7, a4, it's happening. The bishops have been traded off, b5 is coming, knight g6, b5, and already black is weaker. ab5, bishop to g4. You can try seeking counterplay, but it doesn't really work. Bishop e4, d4, knight to d2, f5, bc6, bc6, and now we have the classical minority attack which succeeded. Knight a4, knight c5 is coming, rook c1, rook c2, rook c1 is coming, queen a4 perhaps if the rook moves. You have a weakness, you have to deal with it. Not that black doesn't have attacking prospects with f4, but I would just rather be white. This weakness seems almost decisive. So after queen to c2, if you want to go for dynamic play and play against a minority attack which is due to succeed, then play a6, otherwise no. h6 is the second move we're looking at, chasing the bishop away to h4 and following up with c5, and this is a sort of semi-Tarrasch idea which I like. It's way more active, however a concession has to be made again. C takes d5 should be played by white, opening the center up. Knight takes d5, again this trade, bishop e7, queen e7, knight d5, ed5, and after d takes c5, knight takes c5, black has accepted a position with an isolated queen pawn in which the f3 knight is perfectly poised to jump into the blockading square d4. One pair of bishops has been traded off. The dark squared bishops are off the board, which means it's going to be hard to lift the d4 blockade, and it's going to be harder to attack. You don't have that many attacking pieces. Compensating for an IQP has to be done with dynamic play. I just don't think black has enough here. Bishop e2, bishop g4, castles, rook ac8, rook ac1. Nothing's really happening here. I just don't like black. I don't think black has enough for the IQP here. So after queen c2, a6 leads to a successful minority attack for white. h6 leads to an IQP for black. What else do we have? Well, the third option is c6, going for the semi-Slav. And here we have a normal passive semi-Slav, because against bishop to g5 instead of e3 in the Moscow and anti-Moscow variations, black has options to take on c4, to play h6, way more active positions. Here you've accepted a concession. This is a position played often by players who don't really go into the main lines of the Moscow and anti-Moscow. Rook to d1, castle's queenside is also possible, by the way, but in my opinion unnecessary. Rook to e8, a3, a6, bishop to d3, again waiting for the bishop to develop, dc4, bishop c4, and b5. This is now a normal semi-Slav position in which white simply has queen c2 interposed, rook d1 interposed, and already has a bishop on g5, so favorable for white in my opinion. Bishop to a2 is also a difference. Usually the bishop either goes to b3, d3, or e2. Bishop to a2, bishop to b7, castles, and now watch the videos on the semi-Slav. If you are unfamiliar with a setup like this, black has to play c5 to liberate his bishop, and it's going to be met with rook e1, e4. Black plays on the flank, white plays in the center. The position is balanced, but as I said, this is slightly favorable to the semi-Slav. So the third option is not good either. c6, h6, a6 all lead to an edge for white. The best move is c5. And this is similar to h6, but you don't interpose h6, and should be slightly more active. Again, after c5, white plays cd, knight d, bishop e7, this exchange, queen e7, knight takes d5, e takes d5, bishop to d3. We have the same variation without h6, bishop h4. G6, d takes c5, knight takes c5. The same variations. The difference is you haven't played h6, you haven't weakened your g6 pawn, which is important in this position, obviously, and that could happen in the h6 lines as well. So here again, we have an IQP position for black in which you have to start attacking, or you have to dissolve and liquidate your isolated queen's pawn, and that's not easy. White castles, bishop to g4, knight to d4, blockading the IQP immediately, rook a to c8, rook a to c1. Again, the isolated queen's pawn is not an apparent weakness yet, but it could be. I haven't managed to solve the problem of queen c2. And neither option seems good for me. In fact, I'm going to show you the scorings. c5, the move we just looked at, white wins 30% of the time, black wins 13%. c6, white wins 40% of the time, black wins 17% of the time. h6, white wins 32% of the time, black wins 16% of the time. And a6, white wins 43% of the time. So c5 is obviously the best move, but white wins twice as often. So, I mean, if you want to play the orthodox or the classical, I would be afraid of the Rubinstein variation. Learn how to deal with it, learn one of these four moves, and try to outplay white. Okay, I hope you liked the video. Let me know what you think. I know that my theoretical videos don't usually end up with me not having a solution to the variation I'm showing, but I just feel that white is better in all lines. I would appreciate any feedback. See you. Stay tuned for more chess. Bye-bye. Hi everyone, Stepan here. In today's video I'm going to go over the Ragozin defense as an opening very similar to the Nimzo-Indian defense, in a sense that they have the same plans, they have the same ideas, and most often players who play the Nimzo-Indian defense are going to combine the Ragozin in the repertoire. I'm going to explain why. Before I start, I'd just like to say that my new microphone just arrived half an hour ago. So this is the first video I'm recording with the new microphone. So finally, I don't have to use the equalizers and gain increasing software and all of that stuff. And where is my old microphone? Wait. So my new microphone is the Blue Yeti Pro, which I'm already very happy with. My old microphone has served for almost 2 years, and now I'm happy that I finally have, I hope, normal sound. Let me know if the sound is okay, by the way. This is the first test. Okay, so let's get into the Ragozin. This is the starting position of the Ragozin defense, which can be reached via several different move orders. I'm going to show you two main move orders. So white plays d4. That's, of course, the way to enter the Ragozin. We have d5 as the first option. And now c4, e6, the normal Queen's Gambit declined position. And if white goes for knight c3, we have knight f6 by black. White in these lines doesn't play bishop g5. If white plays the move knight to f3, which is a very popular move, it's in fact the third most common move after knight to f6. cd5, bishop g5 are the two more common ones. But if he plays knight to f3, then the move bishop to b4 is the Ragozin defense. Now, the other move order, which is more common, is d4, knight f6, so not going into the Queen's Gambit declined, but after c4, e6, black is trying to go into the Nimzo-Indian defense. You can find the Nimzo Indian defense playlist on the channel. So if you need more info on the Nimzo, look at the playlist. Perhaps look at the intro video first, because the Rogozin is going to have very similar plans and some lines are even going to transpose. So in this case, if white obliges and plays the move knight to c3, then of course black plays bishop b4, we have the normal Nimzo Indian defense. But today, way more popular is to try and avoid the Nimzo with the move knight to f3. Now the move knight to f3 tries to play against black's main opening because the Nimzo is very solid, very good for black. Black has a lead in development and a lot of activity, especially because of the pressure. If we show you this position, bishop to b4, on the light squares and on the e4 square, making e4 very hard to play and also threatening stuff like knight e4, c5, queen a5, and putting triple pressure on this point. Okay, so white plays knight to f3, and black now has several options. He can go for the Bogo Indian, which I'm yet to cover on the channel, with bishop b4 check. He can go for the Queen's Indian, which is coming soon. Or he can go for the Queen's Gambit declined with d5, Queen's Gambit declined setup, this pawn formation. And now white has two options, well, two good options. The best one is to play knight to c3, and after he plays knight to c3, bishop to b4 is the Rogozin again. This is the same position we've had after the normal Queen's Gambit declined. So black has in a sense achieved something. He has a Nimzo Indian type position with a different move order with the white knight on f3 already. So in the normal Nimzo Indians, knight c3, bishop to b4, you can see that white hasn't committed his knight to f3 yet. Therefore, he has several options. He can go queen c2, e3, f3. You can see the playlist. After the Rogozin move order, he has already committed the knight to f3, so his options are somewhat restricted. So what can he do? After d5, if white desperately wants to avoid Nimzo Indian Rogozin type setups, he can go for g3, transposing into the Catalan. And now after d takes c4, bishop g2, a6 castles, we now have an open Catalan and another very theoretical position, which is coming up on the channel. So let's stick to the Rogozin. These are the intricacies of the position. Therefore, it makes sense in your repertoire for black to combine the Rogozin with the Nimzo Indian defense. You will then be able to, after this position, after e6, to have an answer to both knight f3 and knight to c3. Against knight c3 you play the Nimzo, against knight c3 you play the Rogozin. If they go for the Catalan, well, be prepared for the Catalan as well. But this restricts your opponent's options. So what is the Rogozin about? The Rogozin defense, same as the Nimzo Indian, is about quick development, putting pressure on white's position and making it hard for white to consolidate and develop quickly. Firstly, that's because of the pressure on c3. So in some positions, black could be threatening to double the pawns. In some other positions, as I said, the move c5 and queen to a5 and knight to e4 could be a lot of trouble. Basically, what black is trying to do, he's trying to restrict e4, therefore trying to force white into a concession with e3, which, if played before the bishop is developed, is a concession, and makes white's position slightly less active. White has slightly less space, slightly worse piece activity. Okay, we're going to look at several moves for white. The two main moves are bishop g5 and c takes d5. Two very interesting options are queen a4 and queen b3, and e3 transposes into the Nimzo Indian defense, into the Gligorich system. So let's look at that first. So in this position, if e3 is played, black simply castles. This is the least active move, of course, hemming in the bishop on c1, bishop to d3, and now after c5 we have the Gligorich system of the Nimzo Indian. You can see the system covered in the Nimzo Indian playlist. Queen b3 is a sideline which I have to mention because it makes a lot of sense. Queen b3 is a move that stops knight e4 ideas indirectly, also defends the c4 pawn. Of course, if white does nothing, let's say white plays a stupid move, then knight to e4 is very annoying. You would have to do something about this, either ruin your pawn structure or, well, in this case, let's see what the best move is. Queen to c2 would at least allow an active position with c5, and c takes d4 would have to be played afterwards, and black would have a strong center. So white in a sense has to do something to battle this idea. Therefore, the options he has, bishop g5, makes sense because it indirectly defends e4. Queen a4 makes sense because it's a tempo move, indirectly again defending e4 by attacking the bishop. Queen b3 does the same thing. e3 does the same thing because it reinforces the weak point in the position and accepts double pawns if black should wish to do that. But queen b3. Queen b3 is a sideline for a reason. It's a worse move than bishop g5, cd, or queen a4 because it gets the queen to an awkward square, attacks the bishop, and it's not as active as queen a4, but it has its upsides as well. If we compare queen b3 to queen a4, bishop to d7 is not such an active move for black when the queen is on b3. Okay, in this position, I'm just going to mention the main problem black has. Same as in every other Queen's Gambit declined pawn structure, where all of black's pawns in the center are on right squares, this is a problem piece. Therefore, in Dragozin, black is going to have to do something about that bishop, and that's most often achieved by playing c5, or in some cases, as we are going to see, by playing e5. If you don't play one of these two moves, then, well, your bishop is a dead piece. So the best way to use queen b3 as a liability is to go c5 immediately. Now, white doesn't have any other options but to take d takes c5, and now knight to c6 defends the bishop again. You don't need to recapture immediately. Bishop to g5, putting pressure on the knight, stopping knight e4, and now queen to a5. And in this position, if you do nothing, there's a very strong threat. Let's say, again, a very bad move, e3. Knight to e4, and now you are losing an exchange, or a pawn, or both. So what do you do here? If rook to c1, knight takes, pawn takes, and this pawn structure is now just horrible. This is now, look at this. This is absolutely dreadful. So in the position after queen a5, bishop takes f6, giving up the bishop pair to reduce the pressure on c3. D takes c4. Can be interposed, that's the best move, because if you take the bishop immediately, white can take here, and that should be slightly better. So you interpose d takes c4, and after queen takes c4, g takes f6, rook to c1. The position is considered to be slightly better for white, and obviously it is slightly better for white. He still has 7 pawns, black has 6, so black is yet to recapture the c5 pawn. White has a better pawn structure, and the only thing he lacks is development and piece activity, but after e3, bishop to d3 castles, he's going to be perfectly fine. So queen to b3 is a move which I don't really like, and I think there are better moves. So let's look at what white can do. Okay, now we are moving on to the main moves, bishop g5 and c takes d5, and I'm going to explain the ideas behind them. The move bishop g5 is a very simple move. And it serves two purposes. Firstly, it stops knight e4, which is very important. Secondly, it prepares development. White simply wants to play e3, develop his bishop and castle. If white plays the move e3, as we saw in the previous position with e3 on move 5, before the bishop is developed, then the c1 bishop is a problem piece. So in this case, after bishop to g5, black has a very interesting option, and the main move is h6. h6 forces an exchange on f6, and black basically wins the bishop pair. This is something different to the Rimzo-Indian, where black is usually the one who gives up the dark squared bishop on c3. In this position, let me just show you why bishop h4 doesn't work, trying to keep the pin. Not because of g5, because g5, bishop g3 is fine, black has weakened his pawn structure, but because of d takes c4. And there is no way for white to regain the pawn. If he tries the move e3, then b5 is very similar to some semi-Slav structures. In fact, I'm going to show you one. I'm going to show you a game I played against Grandmaster Misho Cebalo, in which he played an unsound pawn sacrifice and I got a better position. So we are talking about the anti-Moscow position. You can find it on the channel. In this position, bishop to h4 is played, and now after d takes c, the main move is e4, and e4 still keeps the pawn for black, but it's easier for white to fight, and he has great compensation. After a4, which Mr. Cebalo played, bishop to b4, and next move b5 is going to be played, you can see that this position is very, very similar. Of course, a4 hasn't been played, but it's basically a very similar position. So in this case, bishop h4 is a mistake, same as in that variation I had played, because after a4, you go c6, bishop to e2, bishop b7, castles a6, and black is simply a pawn up. Therefore, after h6, white has to take. Bishop takes f6, queen takes f6, and now e3 finally. And this is an improvement to the old main line of the Ragozin for white, where white has done all of this with his bishop on c1, and this is just better. You have now played e3 after you have gotten rid of your bishop. So in this position, black castles, rook to c1, d takes c4 is the best move. You want to make some room for your bishop somehow. Bishop takes c4 and now c5. You're playing c5 in order to play this. You want your bishop on a very active diagonal. If this bishop is stuck on c8, then black is of course worse. White castles, c takes d4, knight takes d4, bishop to d7, queen to b3 attacking the bishop, knight to c6. After, this is not blundering a piece, because after knight takes c6 by white, you can take on c3. Rook takes c3 and bishop c6, and unfortunately for both sides, this position couldn't be any more equal. Equal material, light squared bishops, two rooks and the queen, completely symmetrical pawn structure. The only difference is that black has Luft and white doesn't, so if anybody is better, theoretically it should be black, but it's nothing. The position is equal. So the main line of the Ragozin with bishop to g5 with best play leads to that. What you have to remember is this idea with h6, which forces bishop takes f6, and you are going to give up your dark squared bishop later on c3 in order to develop your bishop to c6, but you get equality with black. Now let's look at the alternative. There is one more thing with the Ragozin, and that's that people have tried to make black's life harder with the move c takes d5, and we are going to see why. Before I do that, I'm going to show you the other variation with queen a4, because I think that will make more sense. Queen a4 is a very logical move. Now, in queen's pawn openings, c4 for white attacking black center and c5 for black attacking white center are very sensible pawn breaks, which are played in a ton of openings. Nimzo Indian, Tarash, Semislav, a ton of different. Queen's Gambit declined. And by playing the move queen a4, this is now a double attack on the bishop and on the king. There is only one defense. You have to play knight c6. Now, if you had to find one downside to the move knight c6 for black, what would that be? The obvious answer is you are not moving your c-pawn anytime soon. Therefore, by playing queen a4, white has eliminated black's option of playing c5 very early on. So in this position, we can either, as white, continue with e3 or bishop g5. e3 is the main move, but it has a downside of keeping this bishop hemmed in. So after e3 castles, bishop to d2, a passive positioning of the bishop, d takes c4, bishop takes c4, bishop to d6. This position is almost equal. Black has one problem, the c8 bishop. Developing it to b7 is impossible because you would lose your knight. Therefore, in this position, the bishop has returned to d6. Firstly, there is no point pinning the knight when the bishop is on d2, but more importantly, it's reinforcing an important pawn break, a liberating pawn break, e5. So after the move queen c2 by white, black plays e5. As I said, black needs to play either c5 or e5 to activate his c8 bishop, and this has finally opened up the diagonal. So d takes e5, knight takes e5, knight e5, bishop e5, f4 is the main move, bishop c3, knight to g4, and this position has been reached 20 or so times, and Magnus Carlsen, I think, played it. Magnus Carlsen played this with black. He lost the game against Dmitry Andreikin in 2019. Most of the games are draws, to be honest. So in this position, bishop to d4 should be played. And here there's a tricky move by black. He plays c5 to stop queenside castling. After c5, the idea is bishop takes c5, rook to e8 to put double pressure here and stopping queenside castling. If you go after bishop d5, rook e8 immediately, then queenside castling is fine, because once the bishop captures here, the queen is attacked. So this is queen a4. The idea, as I said, is very straightforward. An improvement for white after knight to c6 is not to play e3 immediately, but to play the move bishop to g5. I mean, why not? In this position, after h6, you again cannot play bishop h4. Let me show you why. After bishop to h4, d takes c4, e3, bishop to d7. You don't have time to take on c4 because there are some nasty discoveries on the queen, and you would be in trouble after bishop takes c3, b takes c3, knight takes d4, for example. Your queen is attacked. So queen to c2 and now b5. Again, black has managed to keep his extra pawn. So after h6, bishop takes f6, queen takes f6, e3, we now have an improved position for white. Why is it improved? Well, firstly, you got rid of your bad bishop on c1. You managed to play e3. You're about to develop your light squared bishop. And importantly, black doesn't have the time to play c5. Now, how do you develop your light squared bishop? It's really tough. After castles, bishop to e2, black now has to think of ways to develop his pieces. Bishop d7, queen d3, dc4, queen c4, and now queen to g6. Castles going for activity, but still needing to sort out his bishop. Again, the plan is going to be the same. Black has to play the move e5 in order to activate his bishop. So this, I feel, is the most active way for white to play. This idea with queen a4, stopping c5, then exchanging your c1 bishop on f6 first, only then playing e3. And in this position, it should be equal again. Black has the bishop pair, but once the position opens up, white should hold a slight edge. Now, let's look at c takes d5. So c takes d5 and e takes d5, while opening up the bishop for black, and black will not have to prepare the move e5 or anything like that, serves a very important purpose. As we saw in most lines with bishop to g5, h6, black was unable to play bishop h4. White, I'm sorry, was unable to play bishop h4. Why? Because he would lose his c4 pawn. By playing c takes d5 and e takes d5, he did open up the bishop, but he got rid of his weakness. So in this position after h6, you can play bishop h4 because there's no pawn on c4. So here, again, white has managed to improve on his play. He has made a strategic concession by improving one of the black pieces, but he doesn't have a weakness on c4 and he's not losing a pawn. c5, a very active move by black. In this position, if the pawn is taken, you of course have an isolated queen's pawn position, but that's fine. You can continue with queen a5, e3, and now c4. And this is the downside. The downside of playing this for white is that black manages to get his pawn majority rolling. After c4, you can see that he has a 3-2 pawn majority on the queen side, which means that if some of the pieces are exchanged, he will have the ability to create a passed pawn, whereas it's going to be much harder to do that for white with his 5-4 on the king side. Okay, so what can he do about that? Bishop to h4, c5. Taking, as I said, it has been played, d takes c, but either knight b to d7, knight to c6, even g5 is possible, castles is possible, bishop takes c3 is possible. The best move is objectively knight b to d7, preparing to recapture the pawn. Later on, e3, and now queen a5, putting extra pressure on the knight, knight to d2. Now you can simply go bishop c3, bc3, and queen takes c5, and in this position, absolutely no problems for black with his isolated queen's pawn. White, of course, is going to be blockading the pawn, but white also has weaknesses, and it's not good to take after c5. Other options like rook c1 or a3 or bishop takes f6 can be played, but they don't really solve the issue. So e3 is something you basically have to do, and after c4, well, black now has something to play for. Knight to d2, g5 chasing the bishop away, bishop to g3, And now bishop to f5, the most active square, h4, and rook to g8. And in this position, black is going all in, basically. Black is attacking, black is putting pressure on the king side, black has a very active f5 bishop. Black could exchange on c3 if he wishes to do that and follow it up with b5, a5, b4, trying to create a passed pawn. And I mean, from a classical perspective, white should be slightly better after castles, but it's very dangerous. In this position, most games end in a draw with h takes g5 and h takes g5 and bishop to e5. But it's not that easy to play this position for white. I would rather be black. So I think that if you choose to, after the Ragozin, to play c takes d5, if you find yourself playing against an experienced Ragozin player, you could be facing a very dangerous attack. So okay, to conclude, the Ragozin is an opening very similar to the Nimzo. Very interesting, gives black very good play. It's more active than normal Queen's Gambit declined lines, which is why I like it. It's also more active than most semi-Slav and Slav lines, meaning that black is the one choosing to go for the activity. When you play the semi-Slav, for example, you have to wait for white to do something crazy. Start with bishop g5 or something. So the Ragozin is a very fighting opening, and as I said, combining it with the Nimzo will give you a very good repertoire against d4 with black. The only opening you have to cover in detail then would be the Catalan, and only some lines of the Catalan, but that's not that hard. So studying the Nimzo, the Ragozin, and the Catalan is a complete repertoire against d4. Let me know what you think. I would like to remind you that tomorrow at 3 p.m. Croatian, I'm going to be streaming. We are going to have an interactive training session. I'm going to cover a very interesting game, and you guys can join me for analysis. I hope that the training sessions on Twitch are going to be useful and that they are going to be a good training method for all of us. So join me tomorrow on Twitch. There's a link in the description below. Thank you for watching and stay tuned for more chess. Bye-bye. Hi everyone, Stepan here. In this video I'm going to continue the Queen's Gambit Decline series with the Tartakower defense, one of the most popular and most solid variations of the Queen's Gambit Declined. But at the same time, it's a defense or a variation of the QGD which accepts a structural concession which is highly likely to occur, which makes it suitable for dynamic players and players willing to accept static weaknesses and players who know how to play with static weaknesses, who know how to use them or how to dissolve them. This is the starting position of the Tartakower, and it occurs after the moves d4, d5, c4, e6, the Queen's Gambit Declined, knight to c3, knight to f6, the main moves, bishop g5, bishop e7, knight f3, h6, bishop to h4, and here castles is the most common move, e3 by white. And in this position there are several options. Knight b to d7 is an option. This is the neo-orthodox variation. Knight e4 is an option. This is the Lasker defense. We are going to go over that in a separate video. Today we are looking at the move b6, the Tartakower. And what's the idea behind b6? Well, obviously the move prepares to fianchetto the dark squared bishop on b7. And that's a very good square for the bishop. As we know, one of the main strategic issues of the Queen's Gambit Decline, same as in the semi-Slav defense, is the c8 bishop. And developing it has to be done by either playing c5 or e5 when the pawn is still on b7. In this position, the bishop finds a very natural square here. The downside is you have a pawn on d5. And as we are going to see in many variations of the Tartakower, this pawn on d5 is going to be there permanently after white exchanges it, because there is going to be no good way to recapture with pieces. Okay, and the resulting structural weaknesses I was talking about, I would like to show in this position, just to give you an example. Okay, so bishop to h4, castle, c3, b6, cd5. If you have a look at this position, we can see that black has a sort of loose center. After the move c5, white can continue with queen to a3, rook to c8, And after this exchange happens, we have so-called hanging pawns on d5 and c5, which are at the same time a strength and a weakness. Schrodinger's pawns, they are weak and strong at the same time, same as an isolated queen's pawn, same as, let's say, doubled pawns in the center. They could be useful, they could be a liability. In this position, they control a lot of central squares, but they are hard to defend. So this is a weakness. Another weakness which could occur is a pawn on d5, which is isolated, and blocks the b7 bishop, as we are going to see in some variations. So playing the Tartakower can mean that you basically have to accept some weaknesses. After e3, b6 in the Tartakower, you can expect to have a weaker pawn structure than white, and you are going to have to compensate for that dynamically. Now, this defense is very popular. It has been played by Karpov and Kasparov in their World Championship matches. In 1984, it was played in, I think, 7 games. Most of the games ended up in a draw because the Tartakower is very solid, but I'm going to show you one game in which Kasparov played very dynamically with the black pieces, and I'm going to show you some ideas of how to play with the Tartakower weaknesses. Now let's get into the opening. The first variation I would like to look at, so after d4, d5, c4, e6, knight e3, knight f6, bishop g5, bishop e7, knight f3, h6, is the anti-Tartakower. The normal position is bishop to h4, of course, going into the Tartakower, and after castles, pawn to e3, b6 is the Tartakower defense. White has a way to avoid all that theory with the anti-Tartakower simply taking on f6. Now, White has given up his bishop pair, he has given up his dark squared bishop, and this is an idea similar to the Moscow variation of the Semislav. But in exchange for that, he gets easy development. e3 castles, rook to c1, c6. Now, of course, black has a problem here. This is a very big problem. This is very similar to the Semislav, and the anti-Tartakower is going to be uncomfortable to players who are not familiar with Semislav plans. So in this position, black is going to have to play very actively to get rid of his weakness. He does have the bishop pair, but for the moment, his light squared bishop is just useless. Bishop to d3. Knight to e7 castles, and now one of the main ideas from the Semislav defense that we can employ here, using this tempo gaining dc4 to provoke the bishop to take, and then either advance with e5 or b5. Here there is no need for b5, that would be too weakening. e5 is sufficiently defended, supported by the f6 bishop, so once we play the move e5, black has almost equalized. Pawn to h3 is possible, knight to e4 is also possible, that's a very interesting option. Knight e4, after knight e4, e d4, knight f6, queen d4. And in this position, they have reached complete equality almost. Black's bishop pair looks nice, but it's going to get traded off, you're going to see how. For the moment, it may seem that white is slightly worse, has the IQP, and also black has the bishop pair, but rook e1, rook to e8, rook takes, queen to d2, and now there's this very nice idea white has, knight to e5, to either start an attack or to simply force black to give up his bishop pair. Queen to d7. Now a lot of pressure on d4 already, rook to e1, rook to d8, now a ton of pressure, and now we have bishop to queen to f4, I'm sorry, attacking the light squared bishop, and something here has to be done. Several moves have been tried. Bishop g6 is the best move. g5 can also be played, but since the bishop is defended, but bishop to g6 is better. It basically means that you are leaving the defense of your bishop, so bishop takes d4 is not possible. Now bishop to g6, reinforcing the threat, and knight to e5. And in this position, white is threatening to take on g6, double black's pawns on the g file, which wouldn't be good, or simply take the queen if nothing is done. So bishop takes e5, d takes e5, and we now have a balanced position once again. Equal material, white doesn't have the IQP anymore. If anybody is better, I'd like to say it's white, because he has a much better bishop on b3, but it should be a fairly equal position. So after h6, if you're afraid to enter the Tartakower with white, just take on f6, learn 10 or 20 moves of theory, and you should be fine. That being said, the anti-Tartakower is not even closely as ambitious, as ambitious as the normal lines. So if you play white, you play for the win. So you don't really do this. It's a solid opening though. All right, now let's get into the normal positions. So in this position, of course, after bishop h4 is played and castles is played and e3 bishop to b pawn to b6, white has several options. His options are either bishop to d3, which is a very normal developing move, bishop to e2, developing the bishop to a slightly less active square, but dc doesn't come with tempo in that case, and that's a subtlety in the semi-Slav as well. When bishop to e2 is played, dc4 isn't as useful because white can just continue with e4. So in this case, if bishop to e2 and d takes c4 is played, bishop takes c4 can be played, but white can also continue with castles and have a normal position. So yeah, bishop to e2 is serving the purpose of not being a tempo gain for black. So bishop to d3, bishop to e2. A very interesting move is rook to c1, which Karpov used to play a lot. We are going to look at a game in which he went rook to c1. And one option which I love most for white is simply taking cd and highlighting the weakness in black structure. In fact, let's look at that move first. So c takes d5. After b6, c takes d5. This forces black into a position with hanging pawns, and we have looked at that example position when I started the video. So here you can either take with the e-pawn or with the knight. What you don't want to have is a pawn on d5, so at least you can postpone that with knight takes d5. Of course, the bishop is now attacked. So bishop takes e7. If white here goes bishop to g3, then black can retreat the knight and play the bishop to b7, have a very good position. So bishop to e7 forces a trade. Queen takes e7. And now knight takes d5, e takes d5. After bishop to e7, if you play knight takes e7, then the move bishop to d3 just seems a bit too active for white, and e4 is going to be played easily. So it's not that you don't want a pawn on d5, you want it because it's necessary to stop e4 and to stop white's central expansion, but it's still a weakness. So after queen e7, knight d5, e d5, we now have this first weakness I was talking about. You are not really going to be developing your bishop to b7. So why play b6? Well, if you don't play b6, you don't achieve a position like this. You play normal Queen's Gambit declined, either classical, orthodox, or the last cat defense. Once you play b6, white will do his best to avoid giving you a perfect bishop on b7 without the hindrance of the pawn on d5. But he can fight it. So in this position, rook to c1, attacking c7. And kind of ironically, the bishop goes to e6. So you've played b6, but then bishop e6. Queen to a4. Starting to put pressure on black's queen side and developing. c5, you want to play this move to open the position up, get rid of the weakness. Queen to a3, now pinning the pawn to the queen. Rook to c8, bishop to e2 trying to develop. Queen to f8, this is the best move, just getting out of the pin. And now dc5, bc5 castles, and we have a standard hanging pawns position in which neither side is really better. I would say, but I would say that on a higher level, the hanging pawns are easier to play because players have more experience. If you remember Bobby Fischer's famous hanging pawns game, game 6 against Spassky, and it's just easier to play them if you are good. If you are bad, then they are a liability. So I think that the Tartakower defenses, if I had to assign a difficulty level to it, I would say it's 7 out of 10 or 8 out of 10, whereas the Ragozin, which I covered in the last video, would be maybe 4 or 5 out of 10. I just don't think it's easy to play with hanging pawns or with a pawn on d5. So cd5, in my opinion, the best way for white to play, simply forcing this weakness. Now, if you're unlucky and you run into a player who's played this a million times, well, then you lose. But it still should be slightly better for white. Now let's look at bishop to d3 and bishop to e2. There isn't that big of a difference between the two moves, except taking on c4. Bishop d3 is the main line, by far the most popular move. The difference in this line is that since no captures are happening on d5, black has time enough to get his bishop to b7. the point of b6. White castles, black continues his development normally, knight b to d7, and after queen to e2, black is now prepared to play the move c5. This is similar to the Queen's Indian, which is going to come on the channel soon. With the bishop on b7, you want the knight on d7, you want to play c5. You want to open up the queen side for your pieces to be active, for your pieces to have enough space. Knight d7, of course, supports the move c5. And this is the ideal setup in the Tartakower. This is what you are going to get most games. And remember that as soon as you can, play c5, as soon as you have finished developing your minor pieces. Now, the idea behind queen e2 is perfectly normal, and this is the advantage of bishop to d3 to bishop to e2, and which is why bishop to d3 is way more popular. Queen to e2 does two things. Firstly, connects your rooks. In the Tartakower, white's rooks belong here. Firstly, because those are just the most active squares. Secondly, because black is about to either have hanging pawns or a weak structure with an open c-file, and you will either be exerting pressure on the c7 pawn if black plays passively, or you will be attacking a pair of hanging pawns or a pawn on d5. The other thing behind queen e2 is that it supports the e4 break. Of course, in all queen's pawn openings, white's dream is playing e4, same as if black plays the Sicilian, his dream is to play d5. For white, in d4 openings, e4 is the break, which he tries to achieve in the Ragozin, in the Nimzo Indian, in the Semi-Slav, in many openings. So c5. Here, another option which I would like to mention is knight e4. Knight e4 is a Queen's Indian type of idea, where you are prepared to ruin your pawn structure, to dislodge the f3 knight and then follow that up with f5. If white is not careful, this move is very strong, and this is in fact my favorite variation for black. In this position, black could take on e7, but it's much better to simply trade the bishop off here and allow knight takes g3. You definitely don't want to take here. First of all, if you take with the knight, you lose a piece. If you take with the bishop, then this knight goes to d2, and after f5, it's really not easy to develop, and these knights don't really have good squares. The bishop again will get traded off, and black can look forward to a strong attack with f4. So bishop to g3, c5 now, cd5, ed5, rook f to d1, and now knight takes, h takes, and c4. And this is another advantage of playing the move knight to e4. As soon as you can get this move c4 in, this is similar to some variations of the Ragozin we have been looking at. You now have a 3-2 pawn majority on the queen side, which can be very dangerous. Another thing is you're restricting the light squared bishop and the queen for white. So, for example, bishop c2, queen d3 is not possible. And you're gaining a tempo, so now the bishop will have to move. And after something like bishop to c2, rook to e8, I really like black's position. Of course, this is a weakness. Of course, your bishop is bad. You still have a job to do. If you go knight f6, then knight e5 is annoying. White has enough. And the downside of the move c4 is the move e4. And as soon as white plays the move e4, he will have liberated his center and basically accepted an IQP here, but will have very active pieces. So this is a variation I like a lot. So after queen to e2, which you are going to see in every game, play knight e4. It's very interesting. Remember this idea with c4. Okay, but the main move is c5 without knight e4, rook f to d1. White simply develops his rooks to the best possible squares. And now play knight e4 is the main line that can transpose with bishop to g3. So I just don't like the idea of playing c5 first, because white has several things he can do to avoid knight to e4. Firstly, he can go c takes d5, and now the position is changing after knight takes d5. Of course, you're not playing knight to e4. The other thing he can do is simply go bishop to g3 in advance, and after knight to e4, we have c takes d5. So again, the position is changing. You're not playing c4 that easily. E takes d5, rook a to d1. So just remember a move order thing, that after queen to e2, if you want to make sure that you get the active position, go knight e4 first. c5, as I said, allows sidelines, but most probably you're going to get the same thing after bishop to g3, cd4. After bishop to g3, you're going to get the same thing. So here, the position, as I said, can result in hanging pawns for black again. So let's say black does something passive here. Let's play a passive move such as a6. And for white, okay, let's take here and let's take here. And now you can see how loose the structure is. And that being said, this is not a big problem for black. These pawns are a strength at the same time as they are a weakness. Here, black would have actually captured on c3. But this is just something that could happen in your game. The move order is never going to be exactly the same past move 10 or 12 or 15. And your opponent may surprise you. But remember that these are the positions you are going to be playing at. Very similar to the Queen's Indian defense. I have recently played a game like this against Željko Matic in the Zagreb Open, where I had hanging pawns on d5 and c5 with the bishop on b7. Very interesting game. To be honest, I didn't even consider the Tartakower at that point because I didn't know much about it. I was playing it as a Queen's Indian, but it's basically a very similar position. So let's go over the main lines. After knight to e4, bishop to g3, c5 has already been played. That's the difference here. And after the move c5 has been played, you now have several options. You can go knight takes g3, which is fine, and after h takes g3, c takes d4, you have c takes d4, you have the position we have been looking at, knight takes d4, knight to f6. But the more popular option is after the move bishop to g3 to go c takes d4 immediately. And with the move c takes d4, e takes d4, we are now going to get a position in which after d takes c4, white has a perfect isolated queen's pawn position. And I would recommend games by Karpov. Again, Karpov was playing this with white. Alexander Belyavsky played this with white. Romanishin played this with white. So a lot of strong players from the 80s, 90s, 70s have played this. And I would like to say that my article on the IQP, the introduction, first out of 3 articles, has just been published on pawnbreak.com. So have a look at that if you want to know more about these positions. I'm just going to talk about some of the main features. And since this is the main line of the Tartakower, this is something you can expect. So I'm just going to repeat how to enter this position again. So d4, d5, c4, e6, knight c3, knight f6, bishop g5, bishop e7, knight f3, h6. You should know this by now. Bishop h4, castle, c3, b6, the Tartakower. White plays bishop to d3. The main move, preparing for queen e2, rook d1, rook c1. Bishop to b7, castles, knight b to d7, normal development. After queen e2, black should strike with c5 or play knight e4. c5 is the main move. Rook f to d1, knight to e4, bishop to g3, and now c takes d4, trading off his center and isolating the pawns. Now taking with the knight isn't such a good option because black is going to have an easier time in the center. It can be played, and it has been played several times. Knight takes d4, but now after knight takes c3, b takes c3, something like either knight c5 or taking on c4 is going to give black just a better pawn structure. Let's say you take here, bishop takes. I mean, I just like black's position here. So he takes d4. Knight takes g3, h takes g3, d takes c4, bishop takes c4, knight to f6. Okay, so an IQP position from the Tartakower main line. Now, what are the ideas here? First of all, white has an isolated queen's pawn. What you want to do with it, you want to blockade it. You don't want to attack it straight away. You want to make sure that the weakness is fixed, and then you want to target it later. So a move like knight d5 is a very natural move. The good thing for black is that white doesn't have his dark squared bishop, so at least there is no pressure here, and the pressure on g7 is therefore indirectly reduced. But black needs to do a lot of things before he can trade pieces off into a favorable endgame with a structural weakness for white. What white is going to do, he's going to get his knight into e5. This knight is perfect for classical isolated queen's pawn sacrifices on f7. So in many positions, let's say, okay, I'll just give you an example. Bishop b4 is the main move here. and something like rook a to c1 by white. And it doesn't work in this case. It's not that easy to make it work. After rook takes, bishop takes, you are winning an exchange in the pawn for 2 pieces, but for and 2 pawns. You are giving up 2 pieces for rook and 2 pawns, which is not that good, but stuff like that could work. So this is the idea behind knight e5. The other thing is, the other white pieces are going to try to get into the game. For example, if the blockade is set up with knight to d5, then a move like queen to g4 or a move like queen to h5 is very dangerous, especially queen g4, which is very thematic, lending support to this idea. Therefore, black plays the move bishop to b4. This move is designed to trade the pieces off. He would like to trade off his bishop for this knight because that would reinforce the d5 square. Black, of course, never wants to set up a blockade on d5 when it can be exchanged up to a point where a pawn has to take. So knight takes, bishop takes, queen takes is still fine because it's a piece here. But if black is forced to recapture with the pawn, then this is no longer a weakness. You have an identical weakness. So that's something you can expect out of the Tarta cover if white wishes to go for that. So to recap the video, the main lines of the Tarta cover will lead to dynamic positions for white in which he has an isolated queen's pawn and starts attacking. But white also has a pleasant choice of c takes d5 or rook to c1, getting into lines where black is the one with the structural weakness and black has to play actively. To finish the video, I'm going to show you the game Karpov-Kasparov from 1984. b6. Okay, in this position, Kasparov is playing black. Karpov went rook to c1, bishop to b7, and here, rook to c1. The main lines after rook to c1 and bishop to b7 are bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6, c takes d5, e takes d5, leaving white with this weakness, leaving black with this weakness on d5. That's not what happened in the game. And another thing that should be pointed out, if c takes d5, bishop takes d5, where black tries to preserve his pawn structure without a pawn on d5, well, knight takes d5, queen takes d5, you have given up the bishop pair, you have this weakness. This was a useless move, and white should stand slightly better after something like bishop to d3. You have to defend on c7, although white probably can't have taken before because of knight c6 trying to trap the rook. So okay, bishop to d3, something like rook to c8, a3 defending a2, knight to d7, castles, and white has a slight advantage, which is annoying. e4, of course you don't have a pawn on d5, so it's easy to play this. Therefore, after rook to c1, the main move after bishop e7 is bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6, c takes d5, e takes d5. And now this is kind of annoying. So bishop to d3, c5 has to be played, castles, c takes d4 is the main move, e takes d4, knight to c6. Both sides have this isolated queen's pawn, but the difference is that white's bishop is on b7 and black doesn't have a light squared bishop. So this structure, in my opinion, benefits white. So this is the move rook to c1, a very interesting move. In the game Karpov-Kasparov, after rook to c1, bishop to b7, Karpov didn't take on f6. He played this idea with bishop to e2. And this is probably, well, this is less common than taking on f6, and it's not giving up the bishop that soon, at least. In this game, it wasn't, it was taken on g3. So we are basically allowing the maneuver with knight to e4 if black wishes to play it, and then stuff is going to get exchanged on g3 at some point if black wants to do it. If not, your bishop is going to stay on g3. Knight b to d7, and this is all theory. C takes, e takes, castles, c5, queen a4, a6, all theory. B takes, rook f to d1, queen to b6. And here we have a classical Tarta cover position where black has hanging pawns and black has to play dynamically. And luckily this was played by Kasparov, so he knew how to play dynamic chess. The main move here for white is queen to b3, offering a queen exchange. You don't want to accept, of course, because your weaknesses are more prominent than white's. So you play queen to a7. Bishop to g3, getting the bishop to a better square and making sure that these aren't discoveries on the bishop. There is no tension on this diagonal. Rook a to d8, knight to e1. That's also one of the, well, one of the more popular moves. And now in this position, here is how to play the Tartakower. This is the advanced part of the video because this is sort of a middle game idea, but I wanted to show you this game. So in this position, you have a weakness, a structural weakness. You have an isolated pawn on a6, you have hanging pawns, whereas white's pawn structure is perfect. So what you do here, you try to dissolve that. Now this objectively may not be the best move. It may be better to play rook c8 and then rook f to d8. But Kasparov went for d4. And now this changes the position a lot. Of course, it has to be taken. You don't want to allow this by moving the knight. So e takes, c takes, knight a4. And what we see in this position, black has traded off one weakness for another. He no longer has hanging pawns. He has an isolated queen's pawn, which has advanced from d5 to d4. So normal attacking plans with knight e4 and standard stuff we saw in reverse doesn't really work. And when the isolated queen's pawn advances from the 5th rank for white, or conversely from the 4th rank for white, then it becomes a bigger liability. Rook to c8 played here by Kasparov. Rook takes. Rook takes. Of course, Karpov doesn't mind exchanging pieces. The more pieces get exchanged off, d4 becomes a bigger weakness. Bishop to c4. Rook to f8. Now there was problem on the f7 square. Queen to d3, bishop to c6. And now, even though this is an isolated queen's pawn position for black, I have a feeling that white is attacking. Black's game isn't really that good. Bishop to b3 had to defend the knight, knight to e4, and now Kasparov starts activating his pieces. If you saw his famous octopus knight game against Karpov, where he played knight d3 without having the support of a pawn, this is similar. Knight e4 is a very strong knight for the moment, only defended by a piece, but it's not loose. Queen takes d4, and Karpov simply takes a pawn. Now, what's the idea behind that? White is just a pawn up. Of course, declining a queen trade, queen takes b7, but now we can see that there is a lot of pressure. Firstly on g2. Secondly, if this knight is traded off for the bishop and bishop takes knight, then sometimes you can win the b2 pawn. Bishop to d5 played. Of course, Karpov is Karpov, trades off the pieces. Very sensible idea. It's not a cowardly move, it's just the best move. Knight f6, bishop takes, queen takes, b3, solidifying his position. Now, does Kasparov really have something for the pawn? I don't think so. The position is almost equal, but white should be better. Black doesn't have enough compensation. Rook to e8, queen to d3, h5, queen to c4 played, offering another trade. And of course, if that's taken, white's pawn structure is ruined as well, but he would get a very dangerous passed pawn here. Queen to b7 still declines, of course. Knight to f3, finally getting his knight to a sensible square. Rook to c8, queen to e2. And now, yeah, black has better pieces. The knight on e5 is a great piece. The bishop on e7 has prospects. If the g3 bishop is traded off, that could be a strong attack. So ideally, knight takes g3, h takes g3, knight e5, and bishop c5, if this knight is removed, could be good. But Karpov, as you see, has prophylactically placed this knight on a4 and defended it, so this bishop isn't really such a good piece for the moment. For example, if he managed to get it to a7, that would be great, but that's very hard. Knight g4. Now coming in with the other knight, another attacking idea. So can he get enough pressure? Knight e5, knight takes g3, Karpov for the trade, h takes g3, and queen to b5, double attacking the knight. Knight c4 is a good move. Karpov played that. He offered the queen trade, so basically knight takes g4, loses the queen. Otherwise, Kasparov played queen to b5, I'm sorry. Otherwise, yeah, if knight takes knight, then queen takes queen. So knight to c4 here, attacking the bishop. Bishop to f6. Knight a to b6, and rook to e8. And in this position, believe it or not, they agreed to a draw. Which I don't really understand, but maybe Karpov was fearing this activity on f2, so it starts becoming obvious now that that maybe this bishop could be activated. If the bishop reaches the d4 square or the c5 square, then this spells trouble. So what I wanted to show you is this very active d4 by black. So Kasparov had hanging pawns, and he tried to dissolve them by accepting a weakness on d4 and isolated queen's pawn. So this is the sort of game you need to expect from the Tartakower. If white plays for a structural edge, you need to play dynamically. So the Tartakower is a defense in which you may find yourself with a long-term weakness as black, or you might find yourself with a long-term advantage as black, depending on what white wants to do. That is why I'm not a big fan of the Tartakower. It gives white the option to choose the nature of the position. Okay, let me know what you think about this. What do you think about including an example game in the video? I wouldn't want to do it as a detailed analysis, just to give an instructive example as d4 was the case here. Would you like to see that in future videos? Please let me know. Thank you for watching, and stay tuned for more chess. Bye. Hi everyone, in this video I'm going to continue the series on the Queen's Gambit Declined with the Lasker defense, or Lasker's variation in the Queen's Gambit Declined, which I have to say is not one of my favorite lines for black to play, because it's not a fighting opening. It forces piece trades very early on and gives black an equal position but nothing more. Of course, if white messes up, then black could be better, but with correct play it's very hard for black to go for an advantage. The Lasker is this position here with knight to e4. Let me go through the opening. So we have d4, d5, c4, e6, the Queen's Gambit declined, knight to c3, knight to f6, and now bishop g5, bishop e7, which is the main move. We've already looked at the classical or the orthodox, and we had a look at the move b6 yesterday. So knight f3 castles, e3, h6. Now bishop h4 is the main line. Knight e4 is one move. Yesterday we had a look at b6, which is the Tartakower. Knight e4 is the Lasker. If black plays h6 and white takes on f6, bishop takes f6, this is the anti-Tartakower, of course stopping the variation with b6, but also stopping the Lasker defense. So if you want to avoid the Lasker, then bishop takes f6. But after bishop h4, knight e4, we now have the Lasker defense. At the end of the video, I'm going to have a look, as requested yesterday in the comments, at one game, James Marshall versus Lasker, where Lasker played this position in their World Championship match in 1907. Yeah, this was game 15, the last game, and as you probably know, Lasker crushed Marshall, I think 11.5, 3.5. So we are going to have a look at the last game from their World Championship match. Okay. After the move knight to e4, one move is sort of forced. You may be wondering, what about bishop g3, which is never played? White always takes on e7. If bishop to g3, eventually black is going to be able to capture that bishop. Opening up the h file wouldn't be as scary, and the bishop doesn't have any prospects. I mean, even if you don't take it, then the bishop isn't that useful here. So after bishop to g3, c5 is the main move, striking in the center, Tarrasch style, cd5, ed5, bishop to d3, for example, and now knight takes g3. Of course, you don't want to lose a pawn. H takes g3, and now something like c4 is very good. C takes d4 is also fine, knight takes d4, and black is basically equal here, no problems for him. With the bishop pair, if he doesn't want to ruin his pawn structure, then c4, chasing the bishop away to c2, for example. It's very hard to create a battery here if you don't want to close your rook down. And even if you manage, then black can defend. Something like here, and is defensible. So after knight e4, playing bishop g3 is not an option. Another option, which may seem sensible, is knight takes. In which case, of course, black is given the option to simply win the bishop pair, so you don't have to take the knight. So bishop takes bishop. If the knight moves, you won a piece. If bishop takes bishop, knight takes, queen takes, the knight would now have to move, and the position is very unpleasant for white. Of course, black has a huge lead in development and should be almost winning. Okay, so after knight e4, the main move is bishop takes e7, queen takes e7. That's basically the only move you have here. Let's have a look at knight e4 in this position. Again, I would like to discard that as a very bad move. So knight takes e4, d takes e4. The knight has to move, of course, to d2. And now we have this, we have this very common e4 pawn for black, or conversely it would be e5 for white, which chases away the f3 or f6 knight, and then you follow it up with f5, gaining a huge amount of space and making it very hard for white in this case to castle kingside. So for example, bishop e2, e5 can be played immediately. If you take, you are worse. If you play d5, you are worse. If you castle, then I'm going to start thinking about stuff like f4, and it's not going to be pleasant. Maybe I can go knight f6, f4. So, okay, after queen takes e7, you don't take the knight. That's not a move. Here we are going to have a look at three main moves for white. Basically, the three only moves white could play, which are good. Bishop d3, I would just like to mention as a playable move, which can transpose to the other lines, but it's not as good. Nobody really plays it on the high level. Okay, so the moves we are going to have a look at are rook c1, queen to c2, and c takes d. All three are very logical, forcing black to do something. The last one is forcing black to do something. C takes d is forcing a recapture. The other two simply make sure that you don't ruin your pawn structure and defend the knight. So rook c1 is the main line, queen c2 is the first sideline, cd5 is a move we are going to have a look at last, and which was also played by Frank James Marshall in his game against Lasker. So now let's start with the main line. So after knight e4, bishop e7, queen e7, rook to c1. In this position, after rook to c1, c6 is the main move. The other variation is knight takes c3, which is also very popular. We are going to have a look at both. Let's look at knight takes c3 first. So c6 is the main line. You can see that there's a problem with this bishop. This is going to be a theme throughout the main line. So rook c1, the sideline, knight takes c3 first. Rook takes c3, you can take with the b pawn, but rook takes c3 is more precise, and now c6. Very similar position to what we saw, to what we are about to see in the main line. Bishop to e2, white is trying to castle, knight to d7, and now after castles, d takes c4 is the main move, and the only move played in 50 or so very strong games, so high-level grandmaster games, with one exception, one game I'm going to show you. So bishop takes c4 and now b6. The idea is you want to prepare c5. If you don't go for c5, you're worse. And this has now transposed to the main line, which we can reach this way. So after rook c1, c6, bishop d3, and you take on c3 now. The difference is that when you start with c6, the bishop goes to d3. But once you capture on c4, it doesn't really matter whether the bishop was on e2 or on d3. So takes, rook takes, dc4, still the bishop takes, and now we have transposed. Knight d7, castles, b6, bishop to d3, and c5. And here, this is what the Lasker defense is about. Perfect equality, no problems, equal material. It's going to be an almost symmetrical pawn structure with black having a slight disadvantage after bishop e4, rook b8, queen c2, knight f6, dc, knight e4, queen e4, bc. The only problem is these two pawns are isolated. It's not enough to win if black plays correctly, and it's simply a draw from this position. b3, bishop to b7, forcing a trade, queen f4, bishop f3, queen f3. There have been several games from this position on the high level. All were draws. The highest rated, Nils Grandelius versus Hikaru Nakamura, played 3 years ago, was a draw, and it's just not enough. You don't have enough as white to win this position. Rook f to d8, this is just, it's over. Trades are going to happen. You can trade pawns, but it's just a draw. And one sideline I would like to mention after castles, d takes c4, after castles, instead of d takes c4, which is the main line, in one game, Ivanchuk was playing Onischuk. Ivanchuk was white, and Onischuk found a very good idea here. He played rook e8. Now, he lost the game, and the move has never been played since or before. But it's a very nice idea. I would just like to show the flexibility of the Lasker if you have prep or if you're an imaginative player. The idea was, of course, that after rook to e8, Ivanchuk played queen c2, which is a good move. dc4, bishop c4. You are now playing e5 instead of c5. So after e5, he managed to liberate his bishop without having to play b6. And if a trade happens, if d takes e5, then he also has a 3-2 pawn majority. You can look at the whole game if you want to. The game is Ivanchuk, Onishchuk, 2005. It actually has, this position has been reached after that, I'm sorry. Nihal Sarin, Samuel Sevian in 2019, which Samuel Sevian won. But yeah, if white plays rook c1, the main line, then we are highly likely to reach a symmetrical position like this, where black has a slight structural disadvantage, but it's nothing major. Okay, let's look at queen to c2. Queen to c2, after bishop e7, queen e7, queen c2 is the second most popular move. Black now continues with knight c3, queen c3. dc4, bishop c4, a very similar idea. We are trading on c4 and keeping our structure intact. And now we are going to do something similar to the Tartakower. We're going to go b6, sorry, b6 and bishop e7. Castles, bishop e7, bishop e2, and we follow this up with c5. You can start with rook c8. You can't start with knight d7 because queen c7, but c5 is the main line. And after c5, dc5, rook to c8, something like b4, bc5, b5. And again, the downside of the Lasker defense is that you're going to have to accept the fact that your A and C pawns are going to be separated on A5, on C5 and A7. And still, it should not be enough for white to win. This position has been reached 18 times, I think 12 draws out of the 18 games. So again, queen c2, not a really challenging move for black. And still, black is equal, slightly worse, but cannot go for an advantage. That being said, the Lasker defense is extremely solid, so it's very hard to lose. But if you're playing a game and not trying to win, then you should play, I don't know, you shouldn't play chess. Okay, now let's look at c takes d5. So bishop e7, queen e7, cd5, knight c3 is the move. Of course, you don't want to allow this. This would be just dreadful. So takes, knight takes would be horrible. So you take the knight first. There are no intermezzo moves, if, for example, d6 because knight takes queen, and so b takes c3. E takes d5, and now here we have a very thematic position, and this is in fact my favorite way to try and fight black, try and fight the Lasker defense, because you have a very clear plan. You want to push c4, and it's not easy to stop. You have a downside, of course, the isolated a2 pawn, but your central pawn majority means a lot. And you also have a better light squared bishop. This bishop is opened, that's true, but this one has more scope. So queen to b3. Queen to b3 firstly puts pressure on b7, secondly supports c3, c4. And the old way to play, as we are going to see in Lasker's game, is c6, the main line now, and the best move is rook to d8. C4, because the rook to d8 leaves a square on c6 for the knight. That's very important. If you imagine the bishop on c4, then a knight on c6 could be annoying looking at the queen and bishop. So c4, of course, black has to take. There's nothing better, dc4, bishop c4, and now knight c6. And it's very useful to have the knight here, even though d5 is a possibility, because knight a5 could be annoying. So the bishop retreats immediately, and now b6. The idea is, again, to develop your bishop to b7, later on strike with c5. So castles, bishop b7, rook ac1, rook ac8, and now what you want to do is black, move the knight, play c5, and accept a draw. Okay, let's look at Lasker playing his own defense. So the final score, as I said, was 11.5, 3.5. So we have d4, d5, c4, e6, knight c3, knight f6, bishop g5, bishop e7, e3. And here, Lasker sort of hurried with his own defense. Usually this is played with castles first, as we saw. So castles, knight f3, and also knight f3 is played before e3. So castles, knight f3, and then you play h6, and then he moves the bishop, and then you play knight e4. In this position, Lasker played knight e4 immediately, which is inferior because you haven't made Luft for your king. But that being said, you didn't give him an option of playing bishop takes knight, but you did give him an option of playing bishop f4, because now you don't have g5. So bishop f4 may have been possible, but it's definitely not better than bishop e7. So after bishop e7, queen e7, we have a Lasker defense without the knight on f3 and without the pawn on h6. We have c takes d5 by Frank Marshall, going for what I think is the most principled variation, knight takes c3. And again, it's the same variation, just the pawn is not on h6 and the knight is not on f3. b takes c3, e takes d5, queen to b3, and Lasker plays c6, which used to be the main move. But as I said, it's harder to develop the knight with the pawn on c6. c4, castles, knight to f3 now finally. And if the pawn were on h6, then this would have been normal. Queen c7 is kind of a weird move, and I don't like that move for black. Because it looks at the c1 square for the moment and at the c3 square, so it's not really possible to do this. If he takes, then black wins the rook. So it was kind of a tricky move, but definitely not a good move, because you have to develop your pieces and rook c1 is coming. So after rook c1, I mean, this is very weird. This setup is very weird. It would have been much better to, after queen c7, just go bishop to f5. After knight to f3, just go bishop f5. This is a much better and more useful move. I wouldn't really care about this pawn. If he takes it, I don't really mind. This is huge pressure with the king in the center. Where does the queen go? Wherever the queen goes, white is in trouble. But queen c7, rook c1, queen a5 check. A lot of pressure. And here, Frank Marshall went badly wrong. White is okay here. And Lasker wasted a couple of tempi for queen c7, queen a5, which he wanted to use the fact that the king was in the center. But in this position, white is much better with queen to c3, simply blocking out the check and offering a trade. If this pawn is taken, then rook to c1, rook to a1 wins the queen. The queen has no squares. So queen to c3 offering a trade, but when that's taken, white is simply better. No more pressure, a good central pawn mess. This pawn isn't really weak, there's nothing to attack it. Better bishop. You're going to either isolate black's pawn or come up with a way to play e4 and open up the center and start pushing your stuff down the board. Instead of that, Frank Marshall plays rook c3, which is a disgusting move, pinning his own rook. No point in doing that. I really hated this move. So here, another imprecision by Lasker. What he should have done was bishop f5, just getting his last piece into play, and after something like bishop e2, continued with dc4, bishop c4. Ideally, you want to wait for the bishop to move before you take here, because then you cost it another tempo. And something like b5, chasing the pieces further away. Now you can develop your knight and get your knight into play. So I thought this was just more precise. Instead of that, he went knight d7, blocking his bishop in. Still an okay move, not so bad. Knight to d2, unpinning the rook, c5, breaking through the center. And this is a common Lasker defense maneuver, or pawn break. C takes d, c takes d, e takes d, and now rook to e8 check. And you can see that the game is basically over. So c5 was a very good move. Well, threatening to take on d4. What should Marshall have done? I don't know. If I'm white, I'm playing bishop e2, and when he takes, I'm castling and running away, because otherwise I just lose. And I know I'm worse, but I'm not lost immediately. There's something going on this diagonal, and I may be able to survive. After c5, when Marshall took c takes d5, then c takes d4 while the king is in the center you can see that that's over. If you take with the e-pawn, you lose. If you don't take, you lose. So now rook e8. Rook to e3, he tried to cover, but now rook takes e3, f takes e3, and this king is basically naked with these pawns. And after knight f6, bishop e2, knight e4, the knight is pinned, the king cannot castle. Queen d3 has to save the position, but after bishop f5, the king still cannot castle. The king, in fact, can only move to the d1 square, which seems suicidal after rook c8. And yeah, it's just over. in this position, in this position the bishop was hanging, so bishop f5 wasn't as precise as f5. So after f5 the king has to be stuck in the center, because after castles you can then win the knight. The way Lasker played it with bishop f5, after castles, if you take now, in the end of the variation your bishop is hanging, so it would still be close to equal. But after castles he went knight g3, he didn't bother with that. Rook takes f5, knight takes f5. If you take the knight with your queen, then your knight is hanging, so that would be winning. e4, knight e7, and now the position goes on. Lasker sort of lost his initiative. It's now 6 pawns for Marshall, so if it was Magnus Carlsen playing this position with white, then probably winning. But yeah, he should have converted this much sooner. Lasker went on to win. I'm just going to show you how, but his conversion wasn't precise. Here he got his pawn back, and some pieces got traded off. Now he is an exchange up, so takes, and in this position he gave up. Marshall gave up, and the game was a win. But as I said, not so precise. After, in this position, let's go back. After rook takes f5, after knight to g3, yeah, rook takes f5, giving up the exchange was the best option. And here, even though black is an exchange up, I wouldn't say it's an easy win. I think white can create sort of a fortress. As I said, if Magnus Carlsen is playing white, I wouldn't bet that black can win this. I think it's still quite a solid position with this very, very aggressive central pawn. But the point is not this late conversion. The point is the opening. Marshall went for cd5. We have knight c3, bc3, ed5, queen b3. And from a theoretical standpoint, I think it was important to highlight the difference between rook d8 and c6. Of course, Lasker hasn't castled yet, therefore his way of playing his own defense is inferior, because you don't have the option of rook to d8. But even if he had castled, so let's go to c takes d5. So in this position after queen to b3, playing c6 is kind of inferior, because now you have to figure out a way to do something with your knight. It has been played. The positions usually went bishop d3, knight e7, castles, knight f6, rook ab1, knight e4. So it's playable, and you sort of have a solid pawn chain, but I don't think that's necessary. I don't think this is that good, because now it's hard to keep defending your b-pawn. Advancing it weakens the c6 pawn, whereas when you play rook to d8, playing b6 later on still leaves your pawn structure sort of intact. So this position is way more solid than if the pawn was on c6, having this kind of pawn structure. Okay, to conclude the video, and I'm sorry if I was too biased in this one, the Lasker defense is easy to play. It's not hard to learn. It's not challenging for white, and white cannot hope for an advantage unless black cannot hope for an advantage unless white goes badly wrong. That's why I wouldn't recommend it to players of my level and, well, bad players in general, such as me. Anybody below 22, 2300, I don't think should be playing this, because it doesn't force you to learn, because it's quite simple and leads to calm, drawish positions. Still, that being said, if white doesn't know the theory, then you're better. Okay, thank you for watching, guys. Remember, if you want to join me for a stream today at 3 p.m, the link to the Twitch channel is in the description below. Thanks, and stay tuned for more chess. Bye. Hi everyone, Stepan here. In this video I'm going to go over the semi-Tarrasch defense, an opening that makes me very mad, and I'm sorry in advance for being so subjective in this video, but after having studied the semi-Tarrasch for this video, and I had a look at a lot of games, I had a look at a lot of positions, and I believe that the semi-Tarrasch is sort of like using cheat codes to draw on a high level, because the positions you get are extremely simple compared to some other openings. So firstly, compared to a normal Tarrasch, the semi-Tarrasch is probably 100 times simpler. It doesn't invite any structural disadvantages, so even though it shares the name with the Tarrasch, it's semi-Tarrasch, it's nothing like it. Black doesn't accept a weakness for dynamic play. Black has no dynamic play. And it's very, very easy to steer the game into calm waters, a position where nothing is happening. So for top grandmasters, it may be a nice way to play a risk-free game and to try and go for a draw with black, which is understandable because if you are 2800, then you win with white, draw with black, and that's fine, you make progress. If you are 18, 19, 17, 1500, 2100, then playing the semi-Tarrasch is, in my opinion, a bad choice because it won't develop your tactical skills and it won't show you, well, it will not make you think hard enough. That being said, of course, playing an opening which is in theory equal with correct play doesn't mean you're going to have an equal game. You can mess up. But I'm not a big fan of this opening because you can, after I would say a week of learning, make sure that you are not worse with black after move 15 and that it's very hard for white to go for an advantage. Sorry about the rant and about the subjective intro to the video, but that's just what I think. So okay, there are a couple of ways to play this opening. Of course, if white does nothing, if he continues with something like e3, in this position, then we can easily transpose to a normal Tarrasch, to a symmetrical Tarrasch. You can look at the game Bobby Fischer, Petrosyan, or Petrosyan, Bobby Fischer in their candidates final 1971, where Bobby Fischer won with an incredible victory. He had the worst structure, but he won with the black pieces from that position, but that's not really the semi-Tarrasch, so I don't want to talk about it here. The options white has are basically after c takes d and knight takes d. Now what's the difference? In the normal Tarrasch, since the knight is not on f6, after c takes d, black has to recapture with the pawn, thus accepting an isolated queen's pawn or a weak pawn structure or whatever. In the semi-Tarrasch after cd, knight d, there are no structural weaknesses. If you look at the pawn structure, if white plays e3, which is highly likely that the e-pawn is going to move, it's going to be symmetrical. And then if these two pawns get traded off, it's symmetrical here as well. So if you have a symmetrical pawn structure, that means it's hard to create imbalances, which means it's hard to go for a win with either side. And basically white's choice is branch out from this position. He can either go e4, which is the only proper semi-Tarrasch move. He can go e3, or he can go g3. We are going to have a look at all three moves. Excuse me. So e4 is the most aggressive, opening up your king's position and your bishop with tempo, and that's the main line. Let's look at g3 and d3 first. g3 is the move I'm most mad at. One thing I should note, this position resembles the Catalan very much, and it could transpose into some Catalan positions, but it could most often transpose into the English opening, either the symmetrical English or the Agincourt Kuraica English with e6. So let's follow the main line. There are a couple of moves for black here, knight c6, cd, and knight c3. We're going to have a look at all three. Unfortunately for people that watch a game in this opening, all three are very much equal. Okay, let's look at c takes d4 first. This is the simplest. C takes d4, of course, knight takes, I'm sorry, of course, knight takes d5 is played, not knight takes d4. If you go knight takes d4, then knight takes c3 and pawn takes c3 would create an imbalance, no need for white to risk that. So knight takes d5, queen takes d5, queen takes d4, and now queen to b5, which is sort of a tricky move going for imbalances, but one of the main ideas in the semi-Tarrasch is you want bishop b4 check. You want to trade off with tempo and castle quickly because, for example, in this position, the g7 pawn is hanging. So e4, queen b4 check, and after bishop to d2, a little tactical move, knight to c6. Of course, it's not possible to do much in this position. Queen takes b4 is the main move. If bishop takes b4, let me actually... Oh, a cat got... Oh, a cat is on my balcony and it tried to enter my room, which is weird. I live on the second floor. Wow, it's walking... Oh, I don't know if you can see this. Look at it, it's looking inside. Can you see the cat? It's looking at me and it's walking on my window. Whoa, okay, I'm sorry for this. I don't know if you managed to see that, but there was a cat on my window. And okay, now there's a weird big bird flying around. Okay, something's going on with the wildlife in my neighborhood. Anyway, so okay, if we look at this position, if bishop takes, then we simply take the queen here, and the knight is loose with check. It's trying to go in again. I don't know what's wrong with this cat, but okay, so I'm sorry for the digression, but I live in a neighborhood with a lot of grandmothers and a lot of cats. It's very calm. It's very calm. Not too many young people, no sounds. So when we first moved in, Lucy and I heard one cricket and we could hear it distinctly. So it's a very calm neighborhood. And the cats just lie around and run around. Everybody feeds them and everybody likes them. But they try to enter our apartment, apparently. So, sorry. Anyway, after knight to c6, a trade happens, queen takes b4, bishop takes b4, bishop to b5, and now bishop to d7. Again, if you take, the knight takes, everything is defended, and if you take the knight, bishop takes bishop, we check first, and then bishop takes c6. A completely equal position, everything is about to get traded off, pawn structure is symmetrical. After g3, the second move I would like to have a look at is knight takes c3, which creates some sort of imbalance after bc3 and c takes d4, but of course white doesn't recapture with the knight, he takes c takes d4, and again, an equal position. One good thing about this one is that black has a chance to play for a 2-to-1 pawn advantage on the queen side, which shouldn't be enough for an advantage, but yeah, at least it's some sort of imbalance. Bishop to b4 check, bishop d2 takes, queen takes, and now b6 is more precise than castles because you want to challenge this bishop. Bishop g2, bishop b7, castles, castles, equal position. And the only imbalance, as I said, is this 2-to-1, but it shouldn't be enough. To win. Still, I would recommend after g3 the move knight takes c3 as the most active because you at least get that. So if you face g3 in the semi-Tarrasch, this is probably the way to go. The main move is knight c6, and now we are in the English opening. After bishop to g2, one of the main moves is bishop to e7. And after bishop to e7, this is now the English. I'm going to show you one game. Aronia Rajabov, just to show you a different type of move order, starts as a reti, but now we have a symmetrical English. Knight f6. And this position after bishop to e7, as you can see, is very, very similar to what we have here. Okay, so it's in fact the same position, Aronia and Rajabov. The only difference is that white has castle, but you can see we can reach this from an English as well. So castles, the same position, castles, knight takes d5, e takes d5, d takes c5, bishop takes c5, an IQP position for black, but not a big deal really. And that's why bishop to e7 I don't think is a good move. Why would you accept an isolated queen's pawn if you don't have to? Still, that being said, it can be played. The main move is c takes d4, knight takes d4, not accepting a structural disadvantage for no good reason, of course. Knight takes c3, b takes c3, and now knight takes d4, queen takes d4. Taking with the b pawn is possible, but white doesn't want to allow this to happen. If you take with the b pawn, you are slightly worse. After check, bishop here, queen takes, you have blundered the pawn. So of course after bishop takes, queen takes, this should be much better for black. Not winning, it's very hard to win this, but a pawn is a pawn. So after knight takes d4, you don't want to give up a pawn, so you take with the queen, accepting this slight disadvantage. But after queen takes d4, you now take with the c pawn, and well, again we have the same position. That being said, if black doesn't take on d4, wanting to play against these two pawns, then still it's nothing major. The best move is simply to take and play against this pawn. So queen d4, cd4, bishop check, an exchange happens, king e7, and is there a way for this to be any more equal? I don't know. But this is still a theoretical position, by the way. On move 20, 10 games have been played. Yakovenko Rajabov, Frezine Rajabov, Kramnik, Lotier, Horvat Adam has played this. A horribly boring position. Okay, that's g3. Let's look at e3 now. e3 after cd5, knight e5 basically transposes to the Caro-Kann defense, which may seem strange in this position, but after knight c6, we have something similar to an exchange Caro-Kann with bishop d3, bishop e7, castles, castles, which is the main line. We are going to have a look at that. And if after e3 c takes d4 happens and e takes d4, we now have a variation of the pattern of Caro-Kann. Bishop b4, bishop d2. I'm going to show you how that happens. This is a game between Gata Kamsky and Anatoly Karpov. So e4 by Gata Kamsky, c6, d4, d5, e takes d5, c takes d5, c4, the pawn of Caro-Kann, of course, knight f6, knight c3, and now this variation with e6 by black. After knight f3, bishop b4, cd, knight d, bishop d2. You can see that this position is quite similar. It's in fact the same. This one we have reached via d4, d5, the semi-Tarrasch with c5, cd, knight d, e3, and now c takes d4, e takes d4, bishop d2. And this one we have reached via e4, c6, d4, d5, ed. Pawn of knight f6, knight c3, e6, knight f3, bishop b4, cd, cd, bishop d2, knight c6. So the same position. So e3 is highly likely to transpose into a Panov or an exchange Caro-Kann, which is good if you are a Caro-Kann player. It's not good if you're not, of course. But this position, even though it may seem very, very good for black because of the IQP on d4, it's not that easy. I've been on both sides of this position, more often on the black side, but it's not easy to defend this. A few plans after you start playing against this pawn is, as black you want to blockade it, but white wants to exert pressure on h7, so you are going to have to concede to playing g6, which weakens your dark squares. So bishop f6, for example, bishop e4, knight c7. You want to make sure that you don't have to recapture on d5 with a pawn. Queen d3, g6, you have to do this. Bishop h6, bishop g7, you have to do this. Trading off your bishop. And now rook f2, e1. And I mean, there isn't that much pressure. I find these positions comfortable for black because I've played them a million times. Last game I played against my coach, Mate. He defeated me, but I blundered a sacrifice on f7, which I shouldn't have. But still, I'm quite comfortable in these positions. b6 is common. We want to fianchetto your bishop. Bishop d5, knight d5, knight d5, queen d5, rook e5 is a common theme that happens. Queen d6. For example, rook a to e1, bishop e7, a very, very equal position, knight versus bishop. You could argue which piece is better. You could argue whether this pawn is a weakness or a strength, because d5 is going to come. Once it does, equal pawn structure, 3, 2, 3, 2. The only thing that has to happen is a trade of these two pawns. Again, very equal. But e3 is a much more challenging way for white to play, because the pawn of Caro-Kann is, of course, very aggressive opening. So if you want to transpose to the pawn of Caro-Kann and punish black for playing the semi-Tarrasch, then e3. Okay, e4 is the, I'm sorry, I've gone a bit too far. e4 is the main move in this position. So after the semi-Tarrasch with c5, cd5, knight d5, e4. Now this forces a sort of Grunfeld trade, an exchange Grunfeld, knight c3, bc3. The difference is that your bishop is not fianchettoed. And if you have knowledge in these positions in the Grunfeld, then you are going to have an easier time playing this. Of course, going for a Grunfeld now is not common. It has never been played because this takes time. Your pawn is already on e6, and in this position probably h4, as you can see, would be enough using the time. So you need to hurry. You cannot go into a Grunfeld. But it's very similar, with the bishop, of course, not being on the best possible diagonal, but But still, c takes d4 is the main move. C takes d4, and now the point again, bishop b4 check. You want to go for a quick castles, and you want to trade off that bishop. Bishop d2, bishop takes, queen takes, castles, and now bishop c4 by white. Again, a normal Grunfeld placement of the bishop. White has this very strong pawn center, or very broad pawn center. Bishop on c4, knight on f3, isolated pawn on a2. So white is basically playing the Grunfeld for white, and black doesn't have a Grunfeld bishop, which is why he doesn't have attacking chances. In this position, the lines branch out on move 11, either knight d7, knight c6, or b6. The idea is the same. You want your bishop on b7 in all of those lines. So you are going to play b6 in every single one of those positions, same as what we did against g3. And let's, for example, look at b6. If you start with b6, then castles, bishop b7, rook f1, knight d7. If you start with knight c6, then castles, b6, rook a1, bishop b7. What white wants to do, white wants his rooks here. Black wants his rook here, his knight either on c6 or on d7, and the bishop on the long diagonal. So the main line is knight to d7, which I think is better than knight c6. You're not running into d5, and you also are controlling c5, e5, and f6. So I believe that the main line is the best. Castles, b6, rook f1, bishop b7, rook a to d1, normal placement, rook c8, and now bishop to b3. And again, very boring position, I'm sorry to say, because something is going to have to happen in this center. White center is broad, but it's weak. And black has the open c file to play for. If an exchange of rooks happens on the c file, then it's going to be steering towards a draw. But after something like rook e8, h3, knight f6, queen f4, and knight h5, I don't know who's playing for a win here. I don't know who is supposed to be better. The move bishop b3 was very important to stop rook to c2. And perhaps something like queen f6, knight f4 could be interesting, but still, these two pawns control too many squares. It's very hard to do something. From this position on, there have been 10 or so games played. Most ended in a draw, but white won 5 games with the move h4, and this is the most aggressive move. The reason is you want to start pushing well. You want to open the position up. And this bishop is better placed than black's bishop. And if some of these pawns move, then maybe a rook could come into play. Maybe if the knight gets in after g4, g5, maybe the rook could come via this route or here. So if somebody has attacking prospects, if white wants to risk, he could go for that. Let's look at just one game. I wanted to show you this one because I think it's interesting. David Navarra playing white against Wesley So. In this position, he played h4. And as we know, David Navarra is a very tricky player. a6 played by Wesley So. b5 is more common. Knight e5 coming in. And this is the best placement for an IQP position, the knight on e5, because it's supported by a d4 pawn, but since the pawn is on e4, this makes the position all the better for white. So of course there are threats of knight takes, which are not as powerful because this pawn is here, so the rook is not supporting the e6 square, but still a lot of threats. Knight f6 defending and threatening to take on e4, of course. So queen f4, queen to d6, g4, Navarra playing very good aggressive chess. Rook e7, and he doesn't care, g5. H takes, knight h5. Queen to e3, g6. And now this is a very ugly defensive setup. I mean, something is going to give. I don't care what the engine says, this is hard to play. Rook to d3. Rook e to c7, trying to get counterplay on the c file, king g2, a5. Bishop to d1. This bishop wasn't really doing much here anymore, and this is a threat. Bishop a6, and now just bishop takes h5, giving up an exchange, a perfect exchange sacrifice. You cannot take here, of course, because of g6. So bishop takes d3, bishop f3, saving the bishop. Rook to d8, he doesn't even... well, yeah, okay, if queen takes bishop, then queen takes knight. So that would be possible. So rook to d8, rook to h1, starting counterplay. But now bishop f1 check, a brilliant move, saving the bishop. King takes f1 and queen takes d4. And in this position, he just resigned. There's, I mean, after queen to f4, yeah, after queen to f4. Wait, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, in this position, black resigned. And it was just over. So yeah, after rook to d8, rook to h1, bishop f1 is a nice attempt, a perfect move. I mean, I really like the move, but after king takes f1, queen takes d4, queen to f4, it was game over. There is no way to defend this, even though white has, well, it's now 2 pieces for a rook, but this is becoming indefensible. In this position, well, what would the best defense actually be? Let's say he plays a stupid move, a4. Now the threat is obvious. You want to go queen f6 and rook to h8 or queen to h8 mate. So there is no defense. So yeah, a very interesting game. I wanted to show it to you from this position with h4. So seemingly fighting the semi-Tarrasch with e4 leads to equal positions. But if you are willing to risk a bit, and of course Wesley So was playing black here, it wasn't some patter. So knight e5, a very strong idea, and then g4, g5. So remember that as a pattern. And if you want to fight the semi-Tarrasch, play the main line with e4, and remember this h4 move and g4, g5, and knight e5. So again, David Navarra Wesley So 2019 played on the 22nd of February. So look at that game once again. Okay, thank you for watching. Hope you liked the video on the semi-Tarrasch. I hope you don't mind me having shared my subjective opinion about the opening. And stay tuned for more chess. Bye. Hi everyone, Stepan here. In today's video I'm going to cover the Blackburn variation of the Queen's Gambit declined, also known as the Harwitz attack, which is, I'm happy to say, one of the definitely most interesting variations you could play with white, and it's quite uncommon compared to other normal Queen's Gambit declined variations. So I'm looking at it from white's perspective, because it's basically white's choice, is this move bishop f4, which signifies the variation. Before we get into the opening, I'm sorry, the Blackburn variation was named after Joseph Henry Blackburn, a British professional chess player from the 19th century. So he was born in the middle of the 19th century, and he managed to have a successful chess career from when he was about 20 or 25, so very successful. He was nicknamed the Black Death. So okay, a very successful aggressive chess player, and he came up with this opening. So after d4, d5, c4, e6, knight c3, knight f6, knight f3, bishop e7. This is all very, very normal. Here bishop g5 is the first move, and this leads then to some of the main lines of the Queen's Gambit declined, or mainer lines. The Blackburn is bishop to f4. And now what's the idea behind bishop f4? One of the main ideas of bishop f4 instead of bishop g5 is to avoid the early piece exchanges, which, if you remember the Lasker defense we covered recently, or the classical or orthodox Queen's Gambit declined, when the bishop is developed to g5, then this knight will often either go to e4, to h5, or maybe even to d7, and these two bishops are going to be traded off. Furthermore, when the knight, for example, in the Lasker defense jumps into e4, very often that will lead to the defense of the knights, the city knight for the e4 knight as well. So bishop f4 restricts that immediately. And the main disadvantage is that, well, the bishop is not controlling the d5 square. So in this position, if the bishop were on g5, then it's indirectly controlling d5. At the moment, it's not controlling d5, so black doesn't have to defend it really. Black doesn't have to do anything. So for example, if instead of bishop to e7, he plays bishop to g5, then let's say black castles, e3. Now c5 is not such a strong move. I mean, it can be played, but after bishop f6, for example, bishop f6, cd, ed, dc, and you can see that black has some structural difficulties. Still, it's nothing major. I'm just trying to show you the difference. This is also almost normal. This position with c5 has, well, been played about 6 times. It's not that good, but it doesn't lose directly. But if you play bishop f4, and after castles e3, c5 is played, now this move is quite playable. There is no bishop takes knight. There is no pressure on d5 because the d5 pawn is defended. So this is a huge disadvantage compared to normal Queen's Gambit declined positions. This bishop is needed for the pressure on d5. But what you get in exchange, as I said, is a very strong bishop cutting across the board, stopping piece exchanges, and most importantly, if you compare these two bishops, I'm sorry, I forgot to turn off the sound on my phone. I'm going to have to, sorry about that, really. I usually remember, this time I forgot. Okay, so bishop f4, yeah, if you compared these two bishops, the c1 bishop, which is now on f4, and the c8 bishop, then it's obvious that this London system bishop is much better than this semi-Slav or French defense bishop. Okay, the reason for the Blackburn defense not being the main line, even though it's very aggressive, is that the positions get insane. And some of the lines we're going to look at are worse than the Botevnik semi-Slav or the most aggressive of the dragons and hyper-accelerated dragons. And it gets completely crazy. So the two moves that are forced here are castles and e3. Now, as opposed to the London system, this setup is better for white because of the pawn on c4 and the knight on c3. Usually the pawn is on c3, the knight is on d2, and this now gives white more space and more central control. And here black can choose between 3 different options. Knight bd7, b6, and c5. And c5 is the main line for a reason, and yeah, that's just crazy. Knight b to d7 is the so-called two knights defense, which is slightly passive, but still quite good. And b6 is the fianchetto defense, which is perhaps the most solid way for black to play. Let's look at c5 first. c5 is sharp using the fact that there is no pressure on d5, as I said. Wait, I'm going to open a separate chapter. Sorry, c5. After c5, the main idea is d takes c5. That's the move, and bishop takes c5, because you can't allow black to break through your center. And now white can go a3 or queen to c2, and the alternative is c takes d5. C takes d5 is a calm move and a sideline. If you go c d5, then knight takes d5, knight takes d5, e takes d5 gives black an isolated queen's pawn, obviously, but after a3, knight to c6, there is a lot of pressure on white's position, and even though he's structurally better, I wouldn't mind being black here. Playing with this isolated queen's pawn can be fine if you can get your knight here, for example, but for the moment the pawn can also just be dissolved, and usually black succeeds in playing d4, and if you don't want to take, well, if you take, you can just play e4, and this should be slightly better for you, blunting this bishop. There are some tricks with taking. Of course, the bishop is staring at h7, so knight takes d4, and now bishop to e5 should be played. And this is sort of forced. Bishop takes d4 now. You didn't want to take with the knight, and then bishop takes, because, yeah, bishop takes d4, and bishop takes g6 should be sort of equal. Bishop takes f2. This is forced, but not considered that good. e4 is just better, as you can see. In this position, after queen d1, rook d1, and h or f takes, it's equal material, quite throwish, and that's why after d4 almost nobody is going to play takes. They play e4. You want to play for a win and use black's structural disadvantage. You know, in this position, after e4, something like bishop g4 can be played, h3, bishop h5, g4, bishop g6, but this is not active, and you will not have a big advantage with white in these lines, which is why most players with white don't play c takes d5. So if we go back after c5, which is the main move for black, this is basically an invitation to a very aggressive game. D takes c5, bishop takes c5, and now if white doesn't oblige to enter a very aggressive nice position, he can go c d5 and have a slight structural edge, but I would advise against that. The other two moves that we are going to be looking at, transpose. And you can either start with queen c2 or a3. It's basically going to transpose on the next move. So you can either go a3 here. I'm sorry, after c5, d takes c5, bishop takes c5. You can either go a3 here, you can go queen c2 here, or on the next move, queen c2 or a3. Let's start with queen to c2. The idea behind queen to c2 is a quick attack, believe it or not. Queenside play, central play, and kingside play at the same time, and games are completely mad. So after knight to c6, you continue with a3. Now a3 is a very important move, controlling the b4 square and also preparing b4 in some variations. But black has a good response here. The forced move here is queen to a5. Queen to a5 is of course stopping the move b4. If you play b4, that can just be taken because the pawn is pinned. It's also reinforcing knight b4 because that cannot be taken because the rook is pinned. So what can white do here? There are actually three moves. There is one move that can still lead to normal calm positions, although that's a sideline which isn't as good. So knight to d2 is the calm move, which again I wouldn't recommend. Bishop to e7, moving the bishop away. Bishop to g3, saving the bishop from this. Usually there are some variations where e takes f is possible, but you don't want to allow that. Bishop to d7, bishop to e2, rook f to c8, castles. This is normal. This is normal. White has a slight advantage, a bit more space on the queen side. Slightly awkward knight on d2, but it's fine. And now, the two main moves after knight to c6 are either rook to d1 or castles queenside. After queen a5, I'm sorry, a3, queen a5. Either rook to d1 or castles queenside, and they're both very, very complicated. Let's look at rook to d1 first. Rook to d1 is the main move. After rook d1, black continues with bishop to e7 because now b4 is definitely a threat. So rook d1 is a forcing move. Bishop to e2 developing. And now, since the bishop has wasted the tempo to come to e2, black now takes. D takes c4, forcing, well, either a recapture now or later. If you don't recapture, then b5 does save the pawn, so bishop takes c4. And now e5. And here's where stuff gets tricky. After e5, you need to save your bishop. Obviously, you're not sacrificing a piece. This is very dangerous because e4 and your bishop could be attacked by the queen. So you go bishop g3. And white goes bishop g4. Now, e4 is not a threat, of course, because it's still defended by two pieces after you castle. But if you don't castle, e4 wins a piece, wins the knight. So castles, and now with e4 you don't have to move the knight, lose the exchange, you can just play knight takes e4. So rook a to c8, increasing the pressure. So if e4, knight takes e4, knight takes e4, there might be some b5 ideas, pinning the bishop, or starting with b5. So maybe if white wastes a move, maybe b5, bishop moves, and now e4 could be dangerous because of this discovery. Okay. However, after rook a to c8, white continues with the move knight to d5, which, again, extremely sharp. If you don't know this move, you are never playing it during a game, because you're basically removing one defender from your queen and lining it up with black's rook. And after knight to d5, the main move is b5. Bishop takes f3 has been tried, knight takes d5 has been tried, e4 has been tried. This discovery is not that dangerous, actually. You can take with the rook, you can take with the queen, it's better to take with the rook. And after black's queen moves, you are now fine. Bishop to d3, for example, and looking at h7. So this idea with with knight to d5 actually works. b5, and after b5, believe it or not, knight to g5 is the main move. And now I'm already way below the level to understand and play this. I can understand it tactically after analyzing, but if I found myself in a position during a real game to actually play this position out of book, it would take me hours to understand it. Okay, so knight g5. So what's the idea? The idea is if you take my bishop, I'm going to take your knight, and it's checkmate. So this much we can understand. So if b takes c4, that's simple. Knight takes f6, something takes f6, it's checkmate, or king h8, it's checkmate again. So you cannot take the bishop. So knight g5 has to be responded to with g6. This is forced. The bishop wasn't under attack. And now a very strange decision by white, in my opinion, is to play b4, which gains space, loosens the a3 pawn, but I guess it's justified. So b4, first of all, if the pawn is taken, I believe you can just trap the queen with rook to a1, so that doesn't work. So queen to a6, and now knight takes e7, again leaving this bishop hanging, and of course inviting the c6 knight to take to improve the pin. So knight takes, but now okay, pause the video if you want here. So the idea is bishop takes f7, and after rook takes f7, queen to b3, and this is devastating. This position is just very, very hard to play for black. I turned on the engine so that you can see the evaluation. The engine changes its mind. It's about plus 0.5 to plus 1. So white is better. But white is visually winning, and in most games white is practically winning. It's just really hard to play this. So let's go over that once again. So we have bishop to f4, the Blackburn variation. And now in the main line, castles, e3, c5, the main move. dc5, bishop c5, queen to c2 or a3 is going to transpose. So now a3, you might have started with a3, and then knight c6 is obviously the best move. So then queen c2. And now queen to a5, have to stop b4, rook to d1, reinforcing b4, bishop e7, bishop e2, d takes c4, bishop takes c4, e5, bishop g3, bishop to g4, threatening e4, so castles, rook ace to c8, knight to d5. And now after b5, you continue with knight to g5. And if black goes wrong here, it's game over. But g6, b4, the pawn cannot be taken, queen to a6, and now knight e7, bishop f7, rook f7, queen b3, rook to c4 is the main move. Black can hold this, but I would be scared to try. It just seems very, very dangerous. If we count the material, white, of course, has knight and bishop. Black has two knights and the bishop, so black is virtually a piece up for a pawn, but white is about to win an exchange. So the material is actually going to be equal, but with a huge difference in king safety. And white could, of course, opt for this immediately, takes, and bishop takes. So now we have two rooks and two pawns for a knight and bishop. So that's material advantage for, sorry, we have a rook and two pawns for a knight and bishop, for two knights. So it's almost material equality, but yeah, as I said, much easier to play for white. Okay, the other move after knight to c6, if you don't want to go rook to d1, which is insane, you can go castles, which is even worse. Yeah, this just, I'm sorry, in this position after queen to a5, castles instead of rook d1 is even more complicated. So bishop to e7, again, you have to stop b4. Although in this position you don't really, because queen a6 comes with tempo, but still, bishop e7 is a safe move. And here, if I asked you to guess the main move, I don't think you would guess the main move. So the main move is g4. The main move is g4, and black doesn't take it. I will show you why. The main idea is dc4, and after bishop takes c4, this position continues with e5, which is the main move, and now g5, e takes f4, g takes f6, bishop takes f6, and knight to d5. White has 5 pawns, black has 6 pawns. Black's bishop shouldn't really be, well, it's going to be taken. Black doesn't have that much time to do something. If you try bishop to d8, which is visually the best move, then rook h to g1, and you are in trouble. So the main move, instead of bishop to d8, is just knight to e7, allowing this capture. And after rook check, you go knight g6 or king h8. King h8 is the main move, and you have this knight for the defense of your king. These positions have been played by Anand, Kramnik, Kasparov. This is a very popular variation on the highest levels. Most games actually end in a draw, but that's the highest levels. Still, look at this pawn structure. It's not really a pawn up for black, so it's not that he has a material advantage. And now it's hard to argue whose king is safer. I would much rather be white in this position. My pieces, all of my pieces are perfectly placed, whereas black is yet to develop his queen side. His queen is sort of offside because there's no attack going on. The knight is good in the defense, but not doing that much. The only bad piece is my knight, which could come to d4, but I really want it in the attack, and all of these squares seem very, very occupied. But after castle's queenside, bishop e7, if g4 is taken, then actually c takes d5 seems to be the best move, and that's the refutation of knight g4, e5, and now bishop g3, you have to move the knight somewhere, so knight to b8, and now we go d6, and this is just crushing. This is almost over. You have rook d5 coming up, you have, well, if he goes, let's say bishop to f6, then you continue with h3, and after knight h6, this is just busted. You can win a pawn here with rook to d5. You can get your bishop into play on c4, and this lack of development is going to be the end. So yeah, in the main line after c5, the blackburn is quite complicated. dc, bishop c, and now either a3 or queen to c2. Queen to c2, knight c6, a3, queen a5, and now choose between rook d1 and castles. On the highest levels, I think very strong players prefer castles, but rook d1 is what I would probably choose. Okay, now let's look at knight b to d7. If black wishes to avoid all of this stuff being crushed with this deadly attack, then knight b to d7 is an alternative, but it allows white to grab a ton of space on the queen side with c5. Obviously, since black didn't play c5 himself, then well, why not play c5? I'd just like to mention one sideline, a3, which is an alternative to the c5 expansion, leading to isolated queen's pawn positions for black. So if you are looking for a structural advantage, this variation of the blackburn could be good for you. So if they go knight b d7, just a3, and now of course you are preparing c5 b4, so c5 has to stop your expansion. c d5, knight d5, knight d5, e d5, dc5, and an isolated queen's pawn. And in this position, I wouldn't say black has that much. He wants to, of course, go knight f6, knight e4, take this bishop, take this pawn, put his bishop on d6. But with this defender on f4, it's not that easy to cause any damage. So c5 for white is the most aggressive choice. a3 is still interesting. And in this position, black can either choose to attack the bishop or not to attack the bishop. So knight h5 is the main move. c6 is the sideline. Let's go over c6 first, which I kind of prefer. Now this is a very passive semi-Slav sort of position for black, in which he has a bad c8 bishop, has to do something about that. So okay, in this position, bishop to d3, played by white, which is normal, and now b6. And this is something you are going to see in most variations of this knight b d7 line. b4, securing the c5 pawn, so if it takes, you of course want to take with the b pawn. And after a5, luckily for white, this rook is defended, so a3. That can all be played. And now white, as you can see, has a tremendous amount of space, and this pyramid of pawns with the top on c5, which means enormous space advantage, much better piece activity, and much better chances according to the engines, but also in practical play. Now, proving that is harder, but if you know what to do with space, then this is a big edge. Bishop to a6. Whoever has less space, of course, wants to trade off pieces, so this is a good strategy. Castles, rook to c8. I'm sorry, queen to c8. h3, saving the bishop. So now if knight h5, the bishop goes back. queen to b7, queen to c2. Black is trying to open things up here. That's why he is rerouting his pieces towards the queen side. And now bishop takes d3, queen takes d3, rook to a7, and now black is doubling up over here and wants to open things up, hence the move queen to d1, because if takes, you can't have taken because the rook was hanging. After queen d1, it's possible. So there's some tension, but utilizing the space advantage is pretty hard, and you don't have that many good squares for your pieces. Your knight on f3 is, well, opposed by this knight. Your bishop is really staring at nothing. Your c3 knight would have to do some serious maneuvering to enter the position. Maybe knight a4, knight b6 is a threat, but it can be parried. So a space advantage without minor pieces to utilize it is really useless. It's only a theoretical advantage. h6 here, and now bishop to h2, and sort of waiting game in which black is definitely worse in theory and visually, but it's hard to prove. So c6 is actually a fine way to play. So if you start with knight b to d7, c5 by white, c6 is a calm variation where white is going to have this pawn chain, but you can play around it. The alternative is knight to h5, which is sharper. White doesn't save the bishop. White simply plays bishop to d3. This is an aggressive opening, so he wants to develop, not retreat. Knight takes f4. E takes f4. b6, again striking at the center, b4, and we again have the same idea, a5, a3, c6, sort of transposes. The difference is that this pawn is on f4, and I'm going to say this is an advantage for white, because this pawn means even more space. The lack of the f6 knight means less control over e4, and once this knight tries to challenge e4, well, then my knight is sort of able to jump into e5 and put pressure on c6. So again, a good alternative to c6, but I prefer white in this position despite the structural disadvantage. The positions could continue queen c7 with very similar plans to what we saw before. Yeah, the difference is that in this position, of course, white could defend with queen to b2, defending the rook, but a much more active move is b5, sorry, opening the position up. And now you're giving up your space advantage, kind of, and you're ruining your pawn structure. You're not going to be left with a pawn on c5 and the black weakness on c6, but it's very playable. Of course, he has to take. There is nothing better but to take. So c takes b5, knight takes d5 is the move here because the bishop is hanging. So in this position, you wanted to get rid of the c pawn to take on d5. If they don't take, well, then they have to move the rook, and that seems really unpleasant. If they move the rook, you could probably just defend. You could, well, let's see if this has ever been played, actually. f5 has been played once, b takes c6 has been played once. I think b takes c6, queen takes c6, and knight to b5 is perfectly fine. And after something like rook to b7, let's see. This was actually played by Jan Ludwig Hammer and Erik Hansen. Jan Ludwig Hammer was white. Okay, so this is something to explore, but I think the idea after b5 is to take for black, and that just makes your life simpler. Knight takes d5, so a pawn trade, e takes d5, and now queen takes e7. Taking the bishop, so it wasn't a piece sacrifice. Rook to c8. And you can see that white center has crumbled, and black has these two very dangerous pawns. So I think this position is very good for black. Of course, white is equal or better according to the engines, but I think black has great practical chances. Of course, if white does nothing and lets this pawn advance, then it's going to be easy. But in this position, of course, black has to trade this off. There's no way to defend. So bc5, rook b5, rook to e6 attacking the queen, queen to g5, and now rook to b6. a4 defending the rook, rook b5, a b5, knight f6, and the position is dead equal, as most interesting positions are in chess. So the two knights defense to the Blackburn, the knight b to d7 lines, avoid aggression, but you are going to be playing with less space, which is hard. Now let's look at the last option, the b6 fianchetto defense. b6 is very similar to the Tartakower defense and to Queen's Indian defense systems, where you either develop your bishop to b7 or to a6. I'm talking about the Queen's Indian defense. Therefore, either trading this bishop off or having a great bishop on the diagonal. Now, this is a sideline. It's not as common, so you're not going to be seeing that as often. Again, here c takes d5 is the main move, and knight takes d5 or e takes d5 can be played. But after b6, white doesn't have to play c takes d5. Two alternatives are rook c1 and bishop to d3, which are both fine moves. And in most variations, you are going to be developing your bishop to d3 anyway, and you are going to be developing your rook to c1 anyway. The difference is that if you go bishop d3 immediately, black, of course, waits until you develop your bishop until he takes. So takes, bishop takes c4, and now either bishop b7 or bishop a6. More popular is bishop b7. Castles, a6, now preparing b5. Queen e2, b5, bishop d3, and black has no problems here. He wants to play c5 as soon as possible, as always in these semi-Slav breakthrough type of positions where you've managed to fianchetto your bishop. You play c5 and you want to disrupt this center, so c5, and I mean, you have no more problems here as black. The alternative bishop a6 is also okay, offering a bishop trade, bishop c4, queen c4, and again, you go c5, d takes c5, bishop takes c5, castles. Black has absolutely no issues. So, in my opinion, b6 is simpler to play than both knight d7 and c5, but this was just bishop to d3. So after b6, if white plays bishop to d3, dc4, bishop c4, and bishop b7 or bishop a6 is both fine. If he goes rook c1, then again, bishop b7, c takes d5 should be played by white here, opening up the c file. Knight takes d5, knight takes d5, and queen takes d5. Setting up some dangerous threats along the diagonal. A3, of course, defends the pawn. Simple. c5, again, you want to disrupt that central space. Of course, again, if it's taken, then just queen takes queen, king takes queen, and bishop takes c5, or simply bishop takes c5. So in this position, bishop c4 is played, chasing the queen away, queen to d8, and now castles. And again, Queen's Indian type of setup for black, very easy to play. Bishops on b7 and d7 are very powerful, and no problems. Now, let's look at the main line. White doesn't have to go bishop d3 or rook c1, he can go cd5 immediately, which is considered to be best. Knight takes d5 is the main move, e takes d5 is playable, but no need to accept this pawn on d5, which hinders your b7 bishop. This is a Tartakower defense type of position, exactly the same, without, well, this, the bishop is on h4, the pawn is on h6. So bishop to d3, bishop d7, castle, c5 is the idea, and after knight to e5, you go knight to c6. So this is a true Queen's Indian type of position where these central pawns are still, well, vulnerable to tension, and white can choose to create hanging pawns or an isolated queen's pawn, or after, for example, queen f3, c takes d4, knight takes c6, bishop takes c6, e takes d4. Both sides now have an isolated queen's pawn. So e takes d5, I don't like for black, leads to, well, this bishop being worse. So I prefer after c takes d5 in the main line, simply knight takes d5. And of course now after knight takes d5, you have to take with e-pawn, or it's better to take with e-pawn than with the queen. But at least you have not committed your bishop to b7 yet. That's one thing, and you don't have to do it. The knight can come to c6 before you play c5, or after you play c5, you have a choice there as well. The knight can also come to d7 supporting c5. And the knight on f6 is not here, so it gives you some ideas. For example, bishop f6, which can be very useful if this pawn gets targeted after c5. So the main move is bishop to d3, c5, castles, and now knight to c6, very similar to the previous position. And we have rook to c1, and here c4. So here I stopped when I was studying this variation. Why would rook c1 be played? Well, bishop to b5 is one of the moves attacking the knight, but rook to c1 seems to be one of the most popular ways to play. And rook to c1 has, for example, been played by Kirill Georgiev. Well, okay, a list of very strong 25 and 2400 players. So yeah, this position, of course, after rook to c1, you just continue c4, so black is able to grab space. But all in all, playing c takes d5 seems like a very, well, seems like a very obvious move for white. You can go queen takes d5, of course. I'm going to go over that as well. But d takes d5, as I said, is more popular. And after bishop to d3, c5, castles, knight to c6, for example, rook to c1 or bishop to b5, all seem fine for white. The position is equal. Okay, let's go over queen takes d5 now. After knight takes d5, queen takes d5, develops the queen, and of course doesn't concede to this structural advantage. Bishop to d3, and now queen to a5 check. This is a tricky move because it forces one of the pieces to go back. If neither of the pieces, well, if the knight doesn't come to d2, then you have to cover with the queen and forfeit castling rights. So knight to d2 underdevelops the knight. And now a very aggressive move again, bishop to a6. So now you are sort of, if you take, which is the best move, if black takes with the queen, you're not castling that easily, so queen to e2 has to be played. But he can also go knight to a6. And now after castles, I like black's position. This seems very active. Again, you're going to strike with c5, and black should once again have no problems. So here, if I had to decide who is better in the Blackburn variation, I would say that white is better if black plays the main line, and that black is better if he goes for b6, and that the position is equal if he goes for knight b to d7. So this is just my opinion. The Blackburn variation is very interesting. I hope you have fun with it. I think I will play it with white because it's quite uncommon, and I'm sure many Queen's Gambit declined players don't know it. Let me know what you think. Thank you for watching, and stay tuned for more chess. Bye. Hi everyone, Stepan here. In today's video I'm going to continue the series on the Queen's Gambit declined with the Vienna variation. Definitely the most unsound and the riskiest way to play the Queen's Gambit, but it's fun and can lead to double-edged sharp positions in which black has great winning chances. And of course, according to the engines and to grandmaster level theory, so high level theory, it's not a bad opening. It's not unsound. It's just very hard to prove that it is sound, or to prove that it's not unsound. If we are talking about this position on the board, where black had taken away from the center with d takes c4. This is the Vienna variation. So we can enter the opening several different ways. The most common one is, of course, via the Queen's Gambit declined move order. So, for example, d4, d5, c4, e6, the Queen's Gambit declined, knight to c3, knight to f6, knight to f3, and now d takes c4 is the Vienna variation. Another move order can be from the Ragozin defense, and one variation of the Ragozin is actually known as the Vienna variation. That's the same thing. So bishop to g5, and now d takes c4. The thing is that after this variation, when black plays the Vienna in the Ragozin, he is restricting white's options. So obviously white has already played bishop to g5, which doesn't necessarily have to be played. But if you start with bishop b4, then of course white doesn't have to play bishop g5, so he can go cd5, stop you from playing the Vienna completely. So the Vienna can be entered via from the Ragozin, but it's not forced. Another way to enter the Vienna is to simply play from the anti-Nimzo Indian, so knight to f6, c4, e6, going for the Nimzo Indian if knight c3 is played. But after knight f3, you now have the option of playing d5, and after knight to c3, you can play the Ragozin, again with bishop to b4, or you can play the Vienna, dc. So this is probably even a more common way to enter the Vienna variation than from the Queen's Gambit decline. But this is a good thing to know. Maybe if you play the Nimzo-Indian, you can combine the Vienna in your repertoire to add something sharp and unusual. And of course, when people play knight to f3 trying to avoid the Nimzo, they probably won't know 20 moves of the Ragozin or 20 moves of the Vienna or 20 moves of something. They will know the Queen's Indian, they will know normal d5 lines, so this may be a good surprise. So let's get into the opening. After d takes c4, the upside of this move is you have taken a pawn. You are going to force white to recapture it. The downside is you have given up your center, and you basically have no control over the center anymore. White is free to play the move e4 at his own leisure, and that is in fact the best move and the main line. So e4 unopposed. It's of course defended by the knight. So this move is going to combine some elements of the Semislav defense first of all, variations such as the Botvinnik Semislav or the anti-Moscow Semislav when the bishop does come to g5. So for example, let's look at e4, bishop to b4, bishop to g5. Very similar to the Botvinnik Semislav where white has e5 ideas, of course. White is threatening to regain the pawn, but black can for the moment play the move b5 to defend it because the knight is pinned. h6 is an idea, bishop takes f6 is an idea, maybe knight e4 is an idea. So very similar to ideas in the Semislav. Then also there are some similarities to the Ragozin and to the Bogo and the Nimzo-Indian, with the bishop coming to b4 most often, pinning this knight. And then of course we are exerting control over e4, and basically black is playing dynamically for a lead in development and a worse structure, less central control. So the move e4 is the main line. It makes perfect sense. The two alternatives are e3 and queen a4 check. Now e3 is almost as popular as e4. It's just a completely different game. Queen a4 is a very, very rare sideline, and it transposes to a variation of the Semislav. I'm going to show you that now. So if queen a4 check, this move is basically designed to win the pawn immediately. There's no better move but c6. You can try knight c6 or bishop d7, but this is just best. And after queen takes c4, black plays b5. This is now the Semislav defense. I'm going to show you how we normally enter this position. So d5, c4, c6, the Slav, knight f3, knight f6, knight c3, the Semislav. And here, as you know, the two most common moves are e3, bishop g5, a sideline is c takes d. But there's a move, queen to d3. And after queen to d3, this move has been played a couple of hundred times. So dc4, queen c4 and b5, we have the same position that we have reached from the Vienna. So the move b5 is designed to free up the bishop with tempo. You want to play c5, obviously a6, normal Semislav plans. So I'm not going to talk about this in the Vienna. If you want to see more about positions like these, watch the playlist on the Semislav defense. Today we are going to focus on e4, which is the main line, and on the quiet variation. So several ways for white to play. After e4, we are going to look at the main line first. Bishop to b4, of course, pinning the knight and threatening to take on e4. So here, bishop takes c4 is a move, allowing knight takes e4, but bishop g5 is more common, and bishop g5 is simply safer. Okay, and now e5 isn't such a strong threat, so black can afford to play the sharp move c5. Again, very similar to Nimzo-Indian positions. You want to break open the center. Since black has been given the move e4, you want to strike at the center now, because if you give white time, then he's going to consolidate castle and be simply better. After c5, bishop takes c4. Let's look at the move e5, which is very sharp, but it doesn't win a piece. I'm going to show you how. So bishop takes c4 again is the main line, and let's just go through this once again. This is the most thematic you can get in the Vienna. So dc4 the Vienna, e4 the main line, bishop b4 pinning the knight, threatening knight e4, and now bishop c4 can be played, but bishop g5 is the main line. Black plays c5, and now first of all, bishop takes c4 is the main line. bishop takes c4 here is the best move. But e5 can be played. And now we are going to look at two different moves for white. In this position, of course, this is again very similar to the semi-Slav, where white plays e4, black plays c5, and then we have ef, d, cd, and both sides take knights on c3 and f6. So c takes d4. If you're going to take my piece, I'm going to take your piece. However, neither of the two moves that are good for white here is pawn takes f6 or bishop takes f6. The two moves we are going to look at are a very, very aggressive piece sacrifice for black, and the knight takes d4. Knight takes d4 is the normal move, and Magnus Carlsen played the black side of this. Queen a4 has been played as well on the highest levels. So knight takes d4 is the main line, of course, now reinforcing the threat of taking the knight. So we have queen to a5. And now, of course, I'm threatening to win a pawn. And I'm going to, well, regain my material. For the moment, both sides have 4 pieces. But there's one thing in this position. If you take my knight, first of all, if you take with the bishop, I take with the pawn. If you take my knight with the pawn, then I check you, and my queen is attacking your bishop. So tactically, queen a5 saves the day, unpins the knight, and attacks the bishop. Of course, if white tries a3, then you just take twice. You're a pawn up, you can move your knight. So the main line continues ef. Bishop takes c3, b takes c3, and simply queen takes g5. And after fg, queen g, and white plays queen to d2, black even castles here. Bishop takes c4, and something like rook to d8. This position is, of course, slightly better for white, because he's already developed, has a slightly better pawn structure, but it's not easy. It's not easy, because the only problem black has is the c8 bishop. So this is the main line after e5. Now I'm going to show you the sidelines. So again, after c5, which is the only good move for black after bishop g5, if white tries e5, you play c takes d4, attacking the knight. One option is knight takes d4, simply removing the attacker. The other option is queen a4 check. And in this line, black is forced to give up a piece. But he gives up a piece for a lot of pawns, and he has huge compensation. One of the highest rated games in this position was Mamedyarov versus Luke Van Vili, which black won. Then Grishchuk Gelfand from 2010, which was a draw. Luke Van Vili Morozevich, which was a draw. Ivanchuk Nispianu, which was won by Ivanchuk. So a lot of very strong players have played this. And this line is forced. So in every game, these moves were played after queen a4 check. So knight to c6, stopping the check, that one is obvious. White castles. White castles because he wants to keep attacking the f6 knight and wants to stop you from taking on c3. Of course, if you take, I take your queen. So now bishop to d7, reinforcing the threat of pawn takes knight. Knight to e4. Now, again, black is the only one who is threatened to lose a piece. And here, the best move for black is simply bishop to e7. After bishop to e7, black is of course giving up a piece. E takes f, g takes f, at least getting a pawn for that. Bishop to h4, and now rook to c8. And in this position, black gave up a knight, but black has 8 pawns. White has 5 pawns. White's king is castled, but is less safe than black's king. This is a very scary position for white. This is an extremely scary position for white. You have knight discoveries on the queen. You have c3 ideas. You have discoveries on the bishop. There's a lot going on here. You may even sacrifice a pawn with the immediate b5. So this position is very sharp. In fact, king b1 has been played in almost all of the games. Bishop takes f6 has been played 4 times. The idea is that after bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6, knight to d6, check, you win an exchange. So king to f8, knight c8. Queen c8, you have reduced some of the pressure and basically have an exchange instead of a piece. And for the moment, black has 7 pawns, white has 5. So you have reduced the material and it's easier to play. But that's not the main move. After rook to c8, the main move is king b1, white trying to hold the material. Knight a5 is in fact the best move here and the main line, after which queen to c2 is played, then e5. And there are still 46 games from this position. This is high level theory for another 10 moves. So very sharp. So remember, after e4, which is the main line, bishop to b4, bishop to g5, black has to play c5. White can play bishop takes c4. We are going to go over that now. That's the main move. But white can also go e5. And now things get tricky. You have to play cd4 as black. And now white gets to choose between knight d4 and queen a4. Queen a4 is the piece sacrifice we just looked at. Knight takes d4 is slightly less complicated. It leaves your queen on g7 and it's an almost equal position. So e5 is sharp, but black does well in both lines. Now let's look at bishop takes c4. That's a bit more normal. C takes d4 again is the move you want to play. That's what makes the Vienna kind of easy. You always play c takes d4. Knight takes d4 by white, and now bishop takes c3 check, b takes c3, queen to a5. You have unpinned. Of course, black can get his pawn structure ruined with bishop takes f6. But that shouldn't be too devastating. Of course, in this position, the bishop is attacked, so white has to do something. If he castles, black plays bishop takes g5. So there are two options here. Either bishop b5 check or bishop takes f6. Bishop takes f6 is a sideline, so let's look at that first. After this, it's obvious that queen takes c3 can be played as an intermezzo. And after king to f1, I'm sorry, for some reason, some notifications on my phone have sound. Okay, I'm sorry. So king f1, g takes f6. This position, 6 pawns for black, 5 pawns for white. But after rook c1, queen a5, h4, it's not easy to be black here. And positions continue like this. This is very sharp. And white is going to regain the pawn. There's almost no way for black to hold on to both h7 and a7. It's very hard, and also c6 is weak. But basically this position should be equal. Black has a worse pawn structure. For the moment it's an extra pawn, but as I said, that pawn is going to drop. Black has a less safe king, and yeah, worse pieces. Obviously white's bishop is better, white's rook is better, white's queen is better, so more than enough compensation for the pawn. Having said that, bishop takes f6 is a sideline for a reason, because it leaves black a fairly easy to play position. Bishop b5 is sharper, bishop b5 is better. Bishop to d7, and now bishop takes f6, g takes f6, queen to b3 is a way more active continuation, because you've now included your queen, you've stopped queen takes c3, and you basically don't allow the same lines as before. So let's just look at one thing. Bishop to d7, bishop takes f6. Why not queen c3 here? If you take on c3 here, then king f1, g takes f6, and rook to c1 is a bit harder to meet, and you would have to wait. I don't know what the... Okay, yeah, white is winning here. Okay. The queen is trapped. That was it. I'm sorry, I just couldn't remember. I didn't have the line prepared. So in the same line, this now with the bishop here actually traps the queen. There's no escape. Okay, what about queen here? Just check. Aha, I'm sorry. Okay, so this is the idea. I'm sorry. I should have prepared the sideline as well. So anyway, in this line, after bishop to d7, when the bishop is pinned, rook to c1 is deadly, so you cannot take on c3. So bishop takes f6, g takes f6, you don't have time for queen c3, and queen to b3. And now a6, chasing the bishop away, and knight to c6, white castles, queen to c7. You can see that white has a much easier game. This is now equal material, 6 pawns each. White doesn't have an ideal pawn structure, of course. There's a pawn on c3, pawn on a2. But the black king, after something like f4, e5, or f4, f5, or something like g4, g5, believe me, that's possible, could be in dire straits. And it's just much easier to play white here. Rook a to b1, attacking the b7 pawn, knight a5 defending, queen to a3. You can see that the queen is already looking at these very, very weak dark squares. Rook to c8, rook f to d1, normal development. Queen to c5 is the main move. For black, if he takes on c3 here, then queen to d6 is a very dangerous infiltration, and after queen c7, something like knight f5 is possible. And after, if e takes f5, then queen takes f6 is actually scary. So the main move is queen to a3. So yeah, the silent is queen to a3. Knight f5 should not be taken. That's very, very scary. So yeah, sharp positions in which white is supposed to be slightly better. If you look at rook f to d1, queen to c5, as I said, should be the best move. Queen to c1, white wants to avoid a queen exchange. Rook to g8, g3. Black has the open g file to work with, so there's some compensation there, but I still think it's easier to play white. So this is the main line of e4. Now, if you want to get crazy, go crazy with white, instead of bishop takes c4, choose the move e5. This is basically where you get to choose how to fight the Vienna. And players with black, be prepared for all three. So the first option is bishop takes c4. The second option is e5 with knight d4 on the next move. And the third option is e5 with queen a4 check, when you have to give up a piece. Okay, now let's look at the quiet lines. E3 instead of e4, the quiet variation. c5 or a6 are possible here. Both are okay. a6 is by far the more popular move. c5 has the same idea. You are going to follow up with a6. So a6, here white has a big choice to make. He can either stop b5 or he can allow b5. Obviously b5 is the idea here. So if he stops b5 with a4, he is not regaining the pawn immediately. If he takes the pawn, he allows b5. I think it's much better to just play a4. They're equally popular. Both moves have around 800 games. If you play bishop takes c4, then b5, bishop d3, bishop b7, castle c5 gives black a very natural semi-Slav position in which he has managed to open up the bishop. And this is basically a semi-Slav with no issues for black. The reason for that, the reason for black being equal, even though he hasn't played bishop e7 castles yet, is that white has this bad bishop. So he's going to have to waste time on e4. While for example, rook e1, bishop e7, e4 castles. Perfectly fine position for black. And I've played the semi-Slav a lot, so I'm very comfortable with this. So if I'm white against a6 in the quiet Vienna, I'm never playing bishop takes c4 because I just find black very good in those positions. So instead of bishop takes c4, go a4. Semi-Slav players hate a4, and I bet that Vienna players hate it too because it's not easy to develop. You now don't have bishop b7, which means that you either have to play c5, bishop d7, bishop c6 to develop your bishop, or b6, bishop to b7, or e5. I'm not saying that it's going to be impossible to play c5, for example, but